Tree.
I muted him. We're good.
Okay. Section in your screen somewhere and rename yourself. Please put your county behind yourself. Let's see. I'm not sure what else to say actually on here. Right now we're going to have, I guess, our general meeting, and then we're going to have discussion at 7:30. Hard stop. I yield.
Thank you very much, Julian. Thomas Messina, if you're there, if you can just confirm you were able to record, that would really make my night if I could know that.
Confirmed.
Beautiful, lovely. Okay.
Point of order, Nancy.
Sure.
Plumas is here.
Plumas is here. Thank you. Did you get that, Scribe?
Yes.
So, and with that, if you are here from a county that does not have a county coordinator, we need you. And all you have to do is just contact us on the website through the Zendex, through the contact form, and say that you'd love to have a conversation about what it takes to be a county coordinator. And that would be fantastic. So before we adopt the agenda, Satya, what are the two motions, the reference that you want to add there? Just give me the titles for them that we're going to add to the agenda today.
Oh, okay. Well, one was regarding recordings, and the other one was about privacy issues with the YouTube lives
Privacy,
for the
okay,
meetings.
good. Okay, and
Thanks.
Yep, I don't think I have any other. So are there any other adjustments on the agenda that anybody would like to make?
May I, Nancy?
So, go ahead, Michelle.
I wanted to add Jeannie Wolk as a nominee for recorder on Orange.
Okay.
And I yield.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so without objection, the amendments that we just added, the agenda will be adopted for today. Susan James, your hand is up. Do you have a question on the agenda?
Are we nominating recorders now?
No, we're not. We're just adopting the
okay.
agenda.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I think Michelle has two of them that she's going to submit tonight. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So just for a report from the chairman, I just want everyone to know that I've been working very hard on a new plan. And I don't have a new plan for you tonight, but I can tell you that you are making the new plan. And I'm super, super proud of everyone. I'm proud of the counties that are working so hard and just seeing such great success. I'm seeing so much outreach and public speaking, and that's fantastic. And I think that our litigation committee is going to be crucial in our next phase that we are going to do right now. So our plan still is the same. Keep that master plan close at hand, because there's going to be a moment that we have funding. And when that moment happens, I think we go back to immediately rolling out to the master plan right where we left off. So keep reaching out, growing your groups. And if you're on this call tonight, we have 109 people right now. We need your help. We need the volunteers. We need the manpower. And I'm going to remind you specifically the need, not just for your county and for the state, but the Federation needs our volunteerism too. So if you can find a way to help participate in volunteering, that would be amazing. That's what we need. Men and women helping to build our assembly and our de jure form of government. The other thing that I want to mention is that based on the comment section from last Wednesday, that de jure for sure is going to stay active and it's going to focus on education. And I want everyone here to know that Colorado is working with us, and they have kind of been working with us on the de jure for sure. They're going to take the lead with de jure for sure. Right now, we're implementing them into the Zendesk so that they can access through Colorado. They can also access the Zendesk and the questions that come up with regard specifically to education. So if anybody wants to, they want to work with us, right? This isn't a them and us. This is a them with us, making a great website for the nation. It will be a national content website focused on education right now. So that is the extent of my report. That's it. That's all I got. Moving on, California coordinators, do you guys have anything? Michelle or Satya?
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. And I appreciate the tone that you set for these meetings. Very appreciative of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's see, one thing I wanted to say, and I'm not sure if the Ombudsman Committee am I going to make a report later on for that? Okay. So I
Yes, you
guess in general, one thing I was asked to report on, we learned about a new form for 1779 declaration for undocumented immigrants, which we used this week for someone that's been struggling to get herself papered for quite some time. She's been with us for a long time and an integral part of our assembly. So it's really wonderful having that paperwork available now, and that it's no longer needed to write letters or anything else in support of that. I checked with Terry and it's not needed. So of course we'd still do the vetting and making sure and all of the rest, making sure she's been here proper amount of time. So I just wanted to share that, and that was good. And we now have her papered up. We're in the process. So yay, Anita. I yield.
No, actually, you've got the motions.
Oh, now?
Yeah, right now.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. So I don't actually have the motion in front of me, but I'll give you the essence of it. So the first one is that there's the Zoom call recordings, how to access them. I know that everything has changed, and I just hear now that Thomas has access to them, is recording on his own computer. So my question is that there, I guess the motion I make is that there be a way for people to, anyone who wishes to access that recording at the conclusion of whichever meeting. I mean, Thomas is recording for this meeting, and I guess, should I assume for the town hall as well? But there does need to be a way for people to access the recordings. I've heard people wanting them, and it's been confusing how to do that. So I'd like clarity on that. It's not really a motion. Not sure how to say it.
So if I can help the group understand, Sati and I have sort of had a conversation about this earlier today. And I am trying to take the position that government's sole responsibility is to protect our people and our assets, our property. And I'm taking personally, I should not be in a chair right now, the position that all of our meetings are public, and you can't expect privacy. There is no privacy with these meetings. You can't have that expectation. So you have to maintain your own level of privacy as you come onto these meetings as you see fit, both in the chat and in the visual. But I also, that fourth, right, the media is supposed to be the other end of keeping us on track, keeping us in check. And we don't have media, but we kind of do. We've got Robert who broadcasts on Twitch. And we have, now Thomas is going to be able to record on his own. Anyone, if you want to record the video on your own recorder, come on early, come on 15 minutes early and make that request. And if you're on a computer, you can't do it on a phone, I noticed with Thomas tonight, but I can allow you to record. So I can't do it for everyone always, but if you come on at the beginning, I can allow that. Any host or co-host can make that happen for you. I think, but Thomas is for sure going to record like he would be LA Times recording a public meeting. So I guess that's the conversation. If anybody wants to add to that or have an opinion about this, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, I'd like to, just before you go, Michelle, I'd like to just add, just hearing you say that, my motion would be that we, if anyone wishes to have a copy of the recording, that they contact Thomas. And because not everyone will be on the meeting to do the recording, might not be able to make the meeting.
Mhm.
So that's my reason for saying that. There needs to be a point person we can go to ask. And whether it be Thomas or not, he has the recording. That would be the easiest way. I yield.
Okay. Stacy?
I just, a clarification. Okay, the meeting is public. I understand that. The town hall portion sometimes has sensitive information or questions that get shared. And I'm speaking of somebody talking about custody. that I don't necessarily see that as that's a public meeting. It's after the business is done. And there is, I think, a need for some of that to be private based on some of the conversations that take place, whether it's talking about taxation or, child custody, because I've heard those discussions on this call. I've asked questions. I've heard people ask very sensitive questions about that. And there are some parents, unhealthy parents, if you will. I'm just not going to try to find the correct word right now, that troll and look for things, whether the Bivens is set or not. I don't know, that could compromise a healthy parent. That's just my belief. And I speak from my experience.
I'm good. Do you yield, Stacy?
I do yield, sorry.
Okay. I totally hear you. I'm going to let other hands, because I think we're going to have comments on that. Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you,
Oh.
Nancy. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, someone is screen sharing. Who's that?
It says
Don
Don
Jones.
Jones.
Don, I'm going to just stop whatever you did.
And it looked like other people had my sentiments, which are in the chat. But we do the Bivens decision every meeting. And the first line of that is, this meeting is private. And so I do feel like we either, if it's not going to be private, we need to stop saying the Bivens, or we need to alter the Bivens so that we announce that the meeting is not private. We can simply add the term not. And I yield.
May I?
Yeah, Chris, go ahead and answer that.
Yeah, that question is being addressed to Anna. I actually made a number of calls today trying to get through to her, which of course I did not, but I was going to mention that later on. So that is going to Anna, that direct question about private. Why is it private? And we're public, so it's kind of a contradiction. So I yield.
Thank you, Diva.
Gosh, privacy is such a fascinating and big topic. And, over the years, of course, doing IT, it comes up a lot, and I can really appreciate the whole big picture on this. And also, learning now about public law and common law. I just want to say that, it's tricky. And when people decide to go and, be public on these topics. One of the reasons I post the form for everyone in the chat a few times periodically is so that people don't have to post their private information. So if they want to, so sometimes, for instance, in the town halls, James will say, post your email in the chat in our Zoom, or post your phone number. And so one of the reasons I post the link instead is so that people have the options, because they can go out to our American State Nationals help desk through California Assembly and put the private information there. So I think it's good that we're talking about it. Thank you. With that, I'll yield.
Thank you, Diva. Satya?
Yeah, I mean, these are really all good points, and we have been recording everything for a long time. So this began for me thinking about it, that we were letting people have the recordings, but then suddenly we weren't, so that we needed to restore that permission somehow. But one thing I thought of, and it's going to be part of my second motion, is that it's good for people to know that, at the beginning, because sometimes, just like the message comes up at the Zoom meeting, you're being recorded. Is this okay with you? You have to say yes. So it just an announcement at the beginning, this meeting is recorded, even though we say that, just what that means, that other people may have a copy of this recording, if that's what we're going to continue to do. And I'll say more about that with my second motion, but I think it's good that we're revisiting it. Do we as an assembly want to continue sharing the recordings? And if we do, we should make that easy for people to obtain. I yield.
Thank you. Thomas?
Yes, I
I kind of wondering what happened to our wonderful library that we had with all the recordings that went back to January of the beginning of the year. And we had a technician guy that was putting it on that library platform. And, you know, you just go to the link but I understand that, you know, we're working things out, but that was just a wonderful, wonderful tool. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to, I don't know how many email requests I'd get, but I mean, I could do my best, but not sure if that's, it just seems so, it was such an efficient, well put together little library we had there. And perhaps you could answer that a little bit, Nancy?
We had a breach on Telegram. We had a breach of security on Telegram. The thing that's interesting for me with this is, and I'm reading these chats here about that we're private, we're on the private side, and that's what de jure is the private side. That maybe Dana, you want to speak to that. I'm not sure that we're speaking with the same language here, but my point being made is that we even we're an interim government, but as an interim government, we're taking on that. I cannot promise anybody on this call who's going to get a hold of this recording. I cannot make that promise because it's going out to people and I don't know where it goes from there. And I don't know who's got a camera behind their back recording it. And we don't screen anybody who comes into the call. Everyone is welcome. And that's what I want to make known. I also don't want to grow into, now we have to record, now we have to post all these things. And now that becomes our job. Whereas, do we really want our government to have that job? For me, it's in a bigger context.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead, Dana.
Yeah. Well, you know, as far as the I want to say movement for all the years, you've heard public and private do not mix. As far as the public goes, you know, those that become citizens and serve, they're public servants, basically. But they're public servants to the de jure side only. So there's one argument for that. I also know from pioneers and teachers and gurus and whatever you want to call them that have taught over the years, they have had no problems really when they teach privately to their students. It's when they go public, YouTube, advertising their classes publicly and this and that they get met by the guys dressed in black and all that stuff. And when trouble comes, and I agree with the gal that was saying, you know, a lot of us are discussing private tax issues or this or that. And, you know, you do your best to keep your name brief and that. And if you want to show your face, that's up to you. But I say don't bring down more issues on us than is necessary. It's private. I don't see a problem with people who've been on the call, maybe asking for a copy. But I would make sure that you tell them it's not to be posted publicly anywhere. When you do that, just, you know, as a condition for giving that, it'd be just for their own uses, their own purpose. So anyway, I'm curious to see what Anna will say on that as well. I yield.
So does someone want to bring a motion regarding this? Because we've heard voices, but I don't know that we have an action.
Well, I'm not really sure that anybody wants the recordings. I'm not hearing a clear voice of people saying they want recordings. Personally, for me, the only time I ever want one is when I miss the meeting, which isn't the case hardly ever. So I don't know. I'm not feeling strongly to make a motion unless anyone. I had a bunch of people tell me they were missing being able to get to the recordings. So I don't know. Anybody feels strongly about it? I'm prepared to drop it if no one cares.
I would suggest that we get Anna's input on it before we table this or something before.
Okay.
Going forward, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, I'm going to table that motion.
Fred's hand is up. I don't know if it's about the
Oh,
motion.
okay.
Fred, you're on mute.
Now that we're tabling the motion, my comment is irrelevant, so I'm going to lower my hand. Before I do, anybody who's got family law issues and they're talking about them in any even remotely public forum is insane. Anybody who is trolling this thing to gather that kind of information is recording it on their own recording device. I'm almost shocked that people would, the rule of thumb for me is if you don't want anybody to hear it, don't say it in a public place. And I really want to say that. If you have something that you think you can be in trouble for saying, do it with an individual privately that you can trust and not in a place like this, because we have 140 people on here and I have recording devices like you wouldn't believe. I can hear the crickets in the house next door if I want. So if you even think for a moment that you're creating a legal problem by talking about this in an unsupervised thing, and don't do it. And then people keep talking about the recording. Satya brought up a good point. If you can't be here, then maybe you want a recording. And that's the only reason that we should be recording it, because if people really want the recording, they should be recording it themselves. Anyway, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fred. Satya, do you want to go to your second point?
Yeah, thanks, Fred. That's my feelings exactly. So the next point has to do with the YouTube lives that Robert started providing for us. So a whole bunch of people came to me and said they were really concerned that the Zoom chat was visible on the YouTube lives that he's been putting up. So it speaks to the same issue. I think if we're going to continue doing that my feeling is an announcement be made at the beginning of the town hall, just letting people know it's being broadcast live on YouTube, which is a bigger audience, just so they know, because that's not something we've been announcing and they may not know. And they at least have the chance to decide whether or not they want to share. They may want things they might share in the Zoom, they might not want to share if they knew it was going out on YouTube. So that would be my motion that we.
I immediately second that.
Okay.
That has to be known.
Yeah, that we just announce it. If we keep using it, we announce it. Okay.
That too.
I yield.
Okay, Twyla?
Yeah, I just heard that this is being put on YouTube. Who and when gave somebody permission to put it on a public forum on YouTube? It's a public forum. Who did that without consulting the assembly as a whole?
It was discussed as a whole. We did discuss it with Robert when he started to do the Twitch. I don't think the chat, Robert, are you on the call? Can you talk to us? I don't think it's our chat that's out. I think it's a different chat. We did do the live YouTube streaming when Anna was on, and actually it was announced at the top of it that we were live streaming, although maybe not everybody understood what that meant. But
Well,
that was a test run for us to prepare for an August 30th week to see if we could do it, and we could.
Well, I think it's a good idea, like how Anna does hers. She does her meeting, and by the next day it's posted up on her website. And that would ensure that everybody watches their P's and Q's with each other and presents themselves in a more professional manner. We could possibly think about doing that, putting it on our California Assembly website.
Okay, thank you, Twyla. Satya?
Yeah, the way it is, I had originally thought it was just Twitch, but I looked and saw that it is YouTube, and it's like a screenshot of the whole thing. It does show the chat, the YouTube, I mean the Zoom chat, but YouTube has a chat too. So it's like if there wanted to be, if I just saw Mike say maybe there's a way to cut the chat off of the YouTube, but again, people are still going to be speaking, so you would still want to let them know that it was going out on YouTube. So, might guide what they share and what they don't share. I yield.
So Robert, are you on the call that you want to speak to any of this and explain what's going on technology-wise? This is being broadcast as we question it.
I saw a little while ago that he said he had to step away for 20 minutes. I lost track of when that was.
Diva's not got her. Go ahead, Diva, maybe you can help us.
Yeah, thank you so much. The amount of information sharing that happens at our meetings is really astounding. And I just want to speak to the the high love vibration that comes across when, whether, you know, whether it's Nancy or Twyla or Chris or anyone who's teaching, and that teaching comes across. And I just have to say, I personally have gone over videos and watched them multiple times or stopped them. And there's so much knowledge sharing that happens in the chat. It's astounding. And to be able to play that back on a video, it's really helpful. And it also helps people. For instance, you know, we have a lot of people here in California, including people with disabilities. And people with disabilities are able to better access things. And so I just want to add that to the conversation. Thank you. With that, I'll pass.
So Deba, you don't know what right now, what, like where the Twitch is ending up or how that's working technology wise?
You know, actually, to tell you the truth, Nancy, we're in the process of rounding up all of as much information as we can about all of the various social media accounts that have been created as people's loving way of contributing and adding value to the assembly. So we're actively attempting to do that. And I look forward to speaking about that more on my IT report.
Okay, so Keith has his hand up and then I'm going to go back to you, Satya. Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, the idea of a town hall meeting, in the old days, you went to the town hall and you had your meeting and the people that were there. But the disclosure part at the beginning of the General Assembly or today, where you're trying to have people disclose the fact that they're law enforcement or whatever, if we make an announcement like on an hourly basis, because these meetings go till 2 a.m. and people are bumping in and bumping out, and announce every hour like, hey, these are recorded and they are published. And in a way that people are aware, like you said, you have to have certain discernment and what the information you put out there, but people come in and they don't know exactly what started, 4 hours ago. And if you announce it and say, hey, these are recorded and it is being published, it maybe, that's sort of an idea or format. And I yield.
Thank you, Keith. Dana?
Probably an easier way to handle that is just making sure that you put up a screen every once in a while that basically says the same thing. If this meeting is covered under the business decision, basically what it is. And if you're a federal agent or, whatever it says, that you must disclose, put it in the chat or something, I don't know. And of course, you could add the disclaimer regarding town hall time after business meetings, where, everybody's talking about their personal issues. That's not necessarily a function of the assembly. That's a personal opinion of a lot of people, what they've tried, their remedies, this and that. And the assembly shouldn't be responsible for that. Helping people get papered up and get their status started, and education on difference between American and US citizen, those kind of things, yes. But for individual remedies and that kind of a thing, it's basically have a disclaimer that it's individual opinions and people sharing experiences and that kind of thing. So, something up on the screen, put up every once in a while might do it while all that chatting is going on. I yield.
Okay. Carmen?
I understood that there is a way to put a notice in the waiting room that one must read and accept before they enter into a meeting. And couldn't that be put before an assembly meeting or even before the same link with the town hall? I yield.
Yeah, Carmen, I was trying to do that and check that out, but I think I have to do that before I create the meeting. And this has been created through March. And so I'd have to create a new link and I didn't want to do that without everybody, So Satya, do we have a motion right now? Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, my motion was that we would announce at the beginning of the town hall meeting that this was going to be, the meeting was being recorded, was being live streamed on YouTube.
Okay, and that was seconded by Fred. So all those in favor of that announcement, raise your hand. You must be papered to be voting. You must be a 1779 and or 928. James, I'm missing your mic right now. I really am.
Could I just add to that? And I'm not adverse to that announcement being made more often than once.
We're
throughout the
kind of in
meeting.
the middle of a vote right now, Satya. So,
Okay, all right, okay.
okay, so I see 28 hands raised. Lower your hands. And I think the hands are coming down. Take your hands down. Nobody, do not raise your hand right now. Take your hands down. If you do not want that motion, raise your hand. To not have that motion, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes. I see one hand. So the motion passes, and we will make the announcement in front at the beginning of the town hall that the meeting will be recorded. And I now have to move on.
Well, that wasn't exactly the motion.
Whatever you said, whatever it was you said. So say what's happening, Satya. I have my 5% battery, and so I have to move my location right now.
Okay, well, the only part I remember saying was that it was being live streamed on YouTube.
Carmen, can you repeat what the motion that we just voted on?
That motion is that we announce the beginning of the meeting that it is broadcast live on YouTube.
Correct.
Okay, it's not being broadcast live. However it's being broadcast. However it's being broadcast. Yeah.
Live streamed. It is on YouTube actually, because I have it.
You're right.
But is it live streamed real time?
It appears to be from what I see, but I'm always watching here, but I have put the links up for it. So
Excuse me, may I make a friendly amendment to this motion only because we have the technology to multi-stream, so it could stream to different platforms. So I'm just wondering if we should not specifically name a platform.
Yeah, I will do exactly what we're actually doing. So that's the way I'm going to handle this motion, but you can't, the motion's already done. So the motion's made. Everybody know right now that we're being recorded. We're being streamed on probably Twitch right now, and wherever Robert puts it on Twitch. He left the room. I don't know if he's back yet. It's too bad he left the room at this moment. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you for all of your input, everybody, on this important topic. And we're going to move on the agenda. Scribe report.
Yes, I move that we put the minutes of August 4th into the record.
Without objection. See none, they're so recorded. Anything else, Carmen?
No, I yield.
Okay, thank you, dear. Treasurer.
Hello, everybody. California Assembly. Great news. I'm gaining traction. So here is your first report from QuickBooks. It's not finished. There's a lot of editing I need to do, and I need to figure out how to get all the data in there so that it's better seen, but I wanted to share that there is progress. So hopefully everybody can see that well enough. Let's see, I can make it a little bit bigger. But what you're seeing here is over here is the PayPal, and it says bank because this is not editable. I have it. That's what QuickBooks does. But basically, what it's showing is that there's been 2 transfers out of PayPal for $3305.74, and those monies you can see came into the new checking account. So I opened the checking account with a gift of $25 to seed the account, and they look at that as an owner's investment. I notified that it was a gift, and then you'll see the transfer of PayPal. So yay, progress. All right, so now I'm going to move on to the actual report. Let's see, screen share again, screen share. Okay. All righty. So from the top. So as of today, the old California Assembly PayPal is now 0. All of the funds have been transferred out. And once that's reconciled and it's no longer pending, that will be closed. So yay, thank you, Wayne, for all your contributions and everything that you did, and being so warmly available whenever I needed you to move everything's over. Vicky is currently still on vacation. She won't be back until the 15th. So the balance that is was reported when she left was $5,779.86. The mail has not been received, so I'm thinking there was a little hiccup there. So when she gets back, I'm going to request that she just moves it into PayPal, but we'll get that taken care of on site. As I had mentioned, you saw on the nice balance sheet, the Wells Fargo new checking account's got $3305.74 in there, and that's compiling the $25 gift and the 2 PayPal transfers. As of current, the PayPal has another $81.90 in there. And I do not currently have access to the Square, but we'll get that all reconciled when Vicky gets back from vacation. I believe it's 0, but I need to validate that. So as of right now that I know we have $9,167.50. Yay! That's awesome. And by the way, thank you, Chuck, for putting the donation information in the chat. For anybody, you can go to the California Assembly website and hit donate. As we talked about in the last couple of meetings, we're going to attempt to get that all shifted over to the word gift. But so please be patient with us until we can actually do that. Moving on, income. So we did receive funds from the Federation for the LRO, which is amazing and welcome. And that was in the dollar amount of $1,810.93. I haven't received a detailed accounting, so I can't tell you what time period that was from, but I will. I will get that information and I'll report on that. Then we have our donation section, which is Square, and I don't have the update on that. What I'm looking to do is getting a full report from January to date, to whatever the last date was received, and so that we can see what those donation amounts were for this year. Under California Assembly, which is the old PayPal account, it was $1,576.71. And in the new, excuse me, backwards, it's $1,576.71. That does not include the $1,800 from the Federation. I did section that out, so just so you know. And I know that a couple of you have asked for detailed accounting on that, and that I do not have yet. Working on that with PayPal and QuickBooks to get that so that you'll know how much was earmarked for the du jour for sure, specifically for that promotional marketing. The old PayPal, like I said, is 0 now. So from January until today, there were $2,224.80 contributions from that. And so the total income, other than the Square, which I know that there was plenty that got into Square, but what I have accounted for today, up to today, is $5,612.44. And there's a screenshot of the Wells Fargo account, because it's only showing $25 in QuickBooks, because we've got 2 of these that are pending, which is the PayPal. And I yield. Any questions?
Christina, can you just scroll down a little bit? Can we confirm that the new income coming in on the PayPal for this month, that was pretty much, that's fees, that's gifts for recording, and that would be
no, actually there was of this 1576, there was almost $1,000 for du jour for sure.
Ah, okay, that needs to have a separate line item then.
Yes, that's what
Okay, great.
yeah,
Okay,
I'm
good. Okay.
planning on breaking
great.
out I do have those people. I do know who they are. I do know the amounts, but I just need to validate that and get that in the accounting. And so I'm working. I've never used QuickBooks Online, so there's a lot of customization I need to make so that I can, like you say, different line item. And this report in the future will go away because I'll be able to show you the QuickBooks. It'll be very detailed.
Okay.
But until I can get QuickBooks to look as pretty as this, I'm going to stay with this format until I can get the QuickBooks up and running.
Okay, so we can assume around 500 was recording fees for counties that do not have a treasurer and a recorder.
Correct. Until,
Okay.
and that only started, I forget the exact date in July that I opened it, because
Okay,
I was elected, I think it was the 30th of June or 31st of June. So yeah, so these other monies, again, that was on the prior PayPal, I'm going to go back and eventually and do the accounting on that and see if what I can piecemeal together into categories.
Okay, great. And then I can tell you on the Federation that that's the first time we've seen the money from the Federation. So that would be from inception. So that's fantastic. And
yeah, it's fantastic. It
thanks-
is completely
thanks them
fantastic.
for that. And that would be the LRO and Sign in America.
Yeah.
Michelle has her hand up for you.
Well, that actually answered my question. I was like, well, how much is our normal monthly contribution from the Federation? So now that got answered. Thank you. Only because I market Sign in America every single week. And so I thought that better hurry up and come back to California soon.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will get accounting. I will do it so that we kind of know how it's been ramping up or what have you. So that's to be determined soon.
Great. Don has his hand up.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we start using the LRO for real, I mean, most of those contributions come from the SIA training, I think, in my opinion. As soon as we start using the LRO for real, there will be lots of contributions coming back, and I yield.
Yeah, no, that'll be wonderful, Dominique, and we appreciate the relationship. Definitely, it's wonderful. Anybody else?
Michelle?
One last thing, because I wanted Dom to know that I also market the LRO every week, Dom. Just so you know, it's part of my spiel.
Well, the thing is that up to now, the LRO was not ready for California, so I haven't pushed our recorders, but from this week, I'm going to proactively, with your help, send a whole bunch of emails to all our recorders because we are 100% fully ready to record Californians. Well, not to record, to publish Californians, and also to print credentials for Californians in 1 week.
Yay.
All right.
Dom, is it going to be $35 for a credentials card from the LRO as well?
The LRO, we have a different philosophy. We print 2 cards, so you have one that you wear in your wallet or your purse or whatever, and you have a spare one. So we print 2 cards, and it's $50. So it's a different type of cards. They don't have a magnetic stripe. It's all codes, all optical codes. So we print 2 cards, and it's $50. That's our philosophy.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
I yield.
Okay, well, go over to californiaassembly.com and donate. All right. Gift. Yes. Thank you, everybody. I yield.
Thank you, Christina. I'm just noticing something in the chat, and for clarity, this General Assembly meeting is for all nationals and citizens, and the international business meeting is only for citizens. And that could be some of the confusion that you're hearing about who has the who's speaking at those meetings. Moving on to state militia report, Matt.
Hello, Nancy.
Hello, Matt.
Okay. You hear me? Everybody hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so as hopefully everybody knows, we have a new Zoom address for our militia meetings. They're held at 4 o'clock every Wednesday. And so we had our meeting today. I placed the Zoom link at the beginning of this chat earlier on. So please go there and grab it, save it somewhere in case you don't have it. It'll still be posted every week, but it is a different Zoom than this Zoom link that we're on now. As far as county coordinators go, we are looking for people. We the people are the militia, and we are wanting and needing people in every county. So we have about 8 counties representative with either people that have stated they will be the militia coordinator or for that county or the contact until they can find somebody. So there's over 50 counties needing people to step up, and that's what we need to grow, and we need to do it at the county level so we can support each other. So please, 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 if you are interested or know anybody that's interested or would be a good fit, and it's really about gathering people, coming together and supporting each other. So that's really what it's about. So please contact me if you have any interest in doing that. There's a Telegram channel that went out for the militia after last Wednesday's meeting. It's already up over 90 people with great quality information on it. So please check that out if you haven't checked that out. And with that, we'll take any questions or else I will yield.
I don't see any hands up for you, Matt, but I want to reiterate what Matt was just saying, and that is we had that EBS scare that was supposed to happen today. And all of a sudden there's panic because how do we get a hold of each other if everything goes down? Well, we get a hold of each other through you having someone on the state militia so that you can coordinate your county and get your infrastructure in place. And that's what that job is. So instead of going into panic, you have a day, you've got a moment to create the solution for your county and what that looks like and how Nexus counties can work together. So it's really, really important that everybody have somebody sitting there on that militia committee. That was my plug for you, Matt.
Thank you, Nancy. And if I could just reiterate, I mean, I've made it clear that I don't really like the term militia because it doesn't, my previous thought of the militia is not really what we're trying to do. It's people helping people, coming together and supporting each other. And the biggest way we can support each other right now is coming together and backing each other up, taking a united stand for righteous actions and standing up for people whose rights are being violated, which we're seeing it on a regular basis. That's what we need to do right now. And all we need is numbers. It's not about arms and anything else at this point. We need numbers of people to come together and stand up for what is right. And that is right now what we need in the militia. So please get involved. And with that, I yield.
Okay, we've got some hands up. Susan and then Ed. Susan?
My question is to you, Matt. Are you the same as when you go on the profile for LRS and you check on the profile that you want to be a part of the patrol or whatever? Is that the same thing that you're talking about? Can you go on the LRS and check up and get on your profile and say you want to be on the LRS? And you go on the profile on the LRS, you can pick a patrol, or you can pick intelligence, or you can pick investigation. There's different categories that you can pick if you want to be in the militia. But you don't like that word, but that's what it says. So you're saying you're saying that you just have to call you, and then you'll put people in place in different counties. But do they have to do a background check too?
No. So as a member of the assembly, you technically are in the militia, but we need active militia membership. We need people to understand that, not by default, and to get involved. So nobody contacted me with that. I think that's a great idea, and to know people's desires and everything else. But for now in the militia, we're just trying to assemble people. Once we have enough people in every county, then we'll be able to assess skill sets at the county level. Whoever's in charge for that county will be able to assess skill sets and figure out who's going to do what. Hey, this guy over here really knows a lot about weapons and arms and guns and whatever, and maybe he's the one that does the training, or she's the one that does training, and they go out and train. And this person over here really is great on survival, or this or that, or whatever. So it is about, at this point, it's coming together, and then we need to support each other with what's going on. So that's where we are right now. So I'm not discouraging you. I mean, write whatever you're willing to write for the LRO or LRS when they're asking those questions, so that can be logged so people will know. But it really doesn't have anything to do exactly with what I'm doing, what we're trying to do with the California militia at this point.
Yeah,
Point of
Susan, we don't get,
information. It's
we don't get
7
that information,
o'clock,
Susan.
and so could we keep our comments brief, please?
Susan, we don't get that information from the LRS. So if you need to contact through the website, through the contact form on the website. Ed, go ahead. Ed on Riverside, and then Timothy. Ed, you're muted.
Did you say Timothy?
I said Ed, but
Can you hear
go
me?
ahead,
I don't
Ed.
know.
No, we can hear you now, Ed. Go ahead.
Hi, Matt. Ed on Riverside here. I just have a quick question. I have Telegram. Where can I find the link for that? I want to be part of it.
Great, Ed. So give me your email and I will make sure you get the link. I'm on Telegram. I don't know without getting off of here right now, but I can, or I'm on, yeah, just give me your contact information and I'll make sure I get it to you.
I'll send it to you now. Thank you.
I'll post it.
Thank
you. Timothy?
Yes, thank you. I noticed tonight that we didn't get direct to the agenda and the business. Rather, we spent almost 40 minutes on taking motions from the floor.
No, we
I'm not
didn't.
opposed to motions on the floor, but I think we need to focus on the business first because we only have an hour here.
Yep, we have an hour and a half and we have focused on the business. I'm pretty good at that, Timothy, but thank you for keeping us on our toes.
Okay,
Do you yield?
I yield, yes.
Okay, thank you. Guy? Guy on Orange?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. This is maybe a question for the militia and or sheriff or other peacekeeping functions, but I'm just curious, broadly speaking, what sort of support they're designed for or intended for. For instance, if one of the American state nationals or citizens was being assaulted by a du jour apparatchik trying to force a inoculation or something like that, could the militia or marshal or sheriff be called upon to render support?
May I answer that, Nancy?
Mm-hmm.
So 50 out of our 58 counties have nobody that stepped up for the militia. So until we have people stepping up, there's not much we can do. We need people to step up, and then the more people we get, the more support we're going to get. And right now, having a lot of people without doing anything else but just supporting each other in numbers will be huge. So that's what we need to do right now. We need to get every county up and every county building their militia being people coming together, working together and committing to each other to support each other. And we have a Signal app, which is out now, that for immediate contact, kind of like a Minuteman app, where if somebody gets in trouble, then they can push the app. And if once we get a lot of people, every county can do this, where people in their county will show up. I've seen it on social media with other stuff where social media has changed the tide, totally made the difference, where law enforcement is back down. And so these are easy strategies that we can do that are safe, safety in numbers that we can do right now, but we need people to step up and come together and unite. So with that, I yield.
Is that Signal app you're referring to? Is that on the Signal SMS app, or is it a new app that's under development?
No, it is the current Signal app.
Okay,
it is the current Signal app. Yes.
That's a good double-end encryption system. So that's a good idea. Sounds a little bit like there used to be an app that I was experimenting with called Cell 411, where like-minded people would form networks and then help each other out in times of trouble. With that, I yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. I just want to remind you, this is not the militia meeting. Those conversations are for the militia meeting itself. But
Okay.
if you have any questions for Matt, let's keep going here, Wayne. Well,
Thank you.
William, sorry, thank you, Guy. Well, William?
Yeah, Matt, I was wondering, since you're one of the 4 pillars in the militia, if you've thought about making a mission statement to where people who have common questions can just read, what the purpose of the militia is, and we won't have to go through this every meeting all the time. And with that, I yield.
Okay.
Yeah, I have thought of it, and I will be putting things in writing, but the militia is going to be evolving. It's going to be evolving as needed. And right now, what is needed is lots of people. And that's what we need right now. But I am going to start putting some things in writing. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Matt. Linka?
Yeah, so I wanted to add that anyone on Orange County, they can actually contact me. I've been working with the de facto and challenging them on any situations, our American nationals had for about 1.5 years. So, and I know really how to handle them in, positive way. And so if anyone needs help anytime on Orange, they can contact me directly, and I yield.
Thank you, Linka. All right, Matt, thank you very much. You're done. I'm going to move on, right? Okay. The Chairman Business Assembly report, I don't believe we have anything from Greg. Chief Justice General Assembly.
Unmuting. There you go. Not a lot to report. The last meeting was kind of uneventful and short, sweet. Let's see. Oh, we meet every Monday at 4, because everybody doesn't know that. There were a couple of topics discussed, but they were being referred to this meeting, so I'm not going to bring them up. A lot of enthusiasm out there about the litigation committee, and that's that in my comprehension is a group that's going to be working to provide answers to anyone with issues, the IRS, DMV, these types of things. So that's getting a lot of positive response, high interest in that, a lot of enthusiasm. Anna's now offered to talk to people with questions directly, and I put out a few calls today to her with the specific questions that I have for her. And one of them was already brought up earlier, the Bivens, and that was this meeting is private. So it's a contradiction to a public meeting. So we're going to get some clarity on that, on the Bivens decision. Also, what are the minimum requirements for anyone to utilize our court? So anybody that that is wanting to come in that is not recorded or has other documents from other recorders, like David Strait or Ken Cousin or whatever documents that any way that they recorded themselves, what is the minimum that is going to be required so that they can lawfully utilize our court? That's going to be a big question. Yeah, so what documents are acceptable? And then I saw the common law practice guide today that you guys are using in San Diego. And I had a question about that, and I'm going to bring that to Anna's attention. And my question on that, on the practice guide was, it says common law in civil court. And that to me is a red flag right away, because we're not creating a civil court, we're creating a common law court. And a civil court is the law of the Justinian or the law of the city, or de facto. And I get that directly from Brent Allen Winters, my common law lawyer lecturer, who I have been studying with. So I'm going to get some clarity on that book, that study guide from Anna, and that's pretty much it. I'm going to just keep it short and sweet, and yield.
Thank you, Chris. Chief Recorder report.
I don't know if Caesar's on tonight. I can't tell if he's
I'm
not on.
here. I'm here, but I'm gonna let you speak up, Michelle.
Okay, thank you, Caesar. Okay, we've got, I have a motion that the California General Assembly elects the following state recorders pending their paperwork. One of them is Jennifer Zabala on San Bernardino. The next is Mary Patricia Gleason on San Luis Obispo. We also have Dale Scott on Alameda, Teresa Runyon on Los Angeles, and Jeannie Wolk on Orange. And the motion is that we approve. of
I
these.
second.
Without objection.
Great. Okay,
Mhm.
without objection. Thank you so much. Thank you for that second, Susan.
Thank you.
Okay. Any objection? Great. Okay, thank you, everybody. And congratulations to our new recorder trainees. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Let's get you
Yay!
moving. Okay. Also, I really want to thank Aria publicly for something that she said recently regarding our affirmation process. You know, we recently decided to get rid of affirmations for recorders. And then I ran into a little bit of a hiccup with the LRS, you know, needing affirmations to be able to move forward, or I have to put my good name and honor vouching for people that I've never, you know, vetted or whatever for myself. So, but Aria said something really, really valuable on a call that we had recently when she reminded us, at least she reminded me certainly, what it meant to take an affirmation as a recorder. And as Aria was talking about what it meant to take that affirmation, I couldn't help but, you know, go back in time when I took my affirmation and what it meant to me to do that and have my hand on the Bible and to, you know, reaffirm the words that our Chief Justice was speaking and repeat those words and mean it from my heart. And so it really, really, really meant something to me. And for those of you that were in close proximity of that moment, I got a little teary-eyed. And so what I would like to do is bring back, I'd like to present a motion that the California General Assembly approves state recorders adopting the short form affirmation without objection. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I second that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any objection?
Yes, I object. This is Dawn. Would you please read the short affirmation? Because in my county of San Luis Obispo, we had a member become extremely upset because whether you call it an affidavit or swearing an oath, they look and sound exactly the same. And therefore she would not do it. And that's what started this whole discussion and research. So I'd like to exactly hear that short affirmation out loud, please.
Sure, I'm in the process of pulling it up right now, unless somebody has it more readily available, but I do have it.
Michelle, it's 7:12 and we've got a lot more on the agenda.
Yikes.
Can we
Okay,
come back to this motion? Can we table it?
yes,
Can we table it till the next meeting?
well, I would, yes. I have a lot of recorders who are waiting to get approved to use the LRS, so.
I have it. I'm happy.
Go ahead.
It's quick. Wendy on Marin. Should I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, Wendy.
In the name and by the authority of California, I do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties and obligations of the office of State Recorder, for which I have been elected or appointed for the California Assembly. This affirmation is valid, true, correct, and is granted freely. And so say I to all facts above this date in the year. That's it.
Thank you, Wendy.
Okay, can we have a raise of hands, all those in support of the motion then? You may only vote if you're papered up. It's 32. Lower hands, please. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Yay.
There were 3 no's, Carmen. Okay, keep going. Michelle.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, California. And actually, that's it. I yield. Thank you.
Next recorder training is on Wednesday, the 18th at 4 o'clock. It was on there. Okay. Thank you.
Do we know who's leading that training? Because that was news to me.
Oh, I got that from Caesar.
Great. Thank you,
Okay.
Caesar.
Okay, great. State IT. Deba, do you have a report? Yasin?
There, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everybody. Yes, thank you so much. So I just really want to thank all the amazing people that have been helping out with our IT. And so, I most certainly, I want to thank, there's so many people. Mike is helping out, Kurt, Jared, Yasin, Lala, and everyone from leadership. There's just so many people to thank. That have really been making a difference in IT. And so if I didn't mention your name, please know I could probably use up the whole hour. Just want to give a report that we did have a digital outreach training this week. And it was really fantastic. And what we're really learning right now is that there's this massive need for education about IT. And so one of the things that I wanted to, possibly discuss is the fact that I think it would be really amazing if we could have an IT symposium. Basically, it'd be just an opportunity. We'd invite the Federation IT, any county ITs, IT vendors to join us, and it could be, a meeting that we might have maybe once a month. Where everyone could really contribute and, add value and share ideas. And so that's one of the ideas that I wanted to work on. Right now, I want to thank Kurt, who is so really grabbed the bull by the horns with regards to the American State Nationals Help Desk. He's in the process right now of beta testing what it would be like to bring on, bring up our help desk nationwide, which is really exciting. And that would be, as Nancy had mentioned, via our de jure for sure. He's also looking at the potential of being able to bring up the state of Colorado, which is so exciting for us, because we see so much collaboration where peers are helping each other, training each other, reaching out to each other, answering really tough questions. And it's just really turning out to be fantastic. We're also preparing to be able to show this to the Federation. We know that they're very excited about the prospect of getting some help with their long-term bottlenecks. And so I want to thank Kim Velarde, who's been in the process of really developing our expert resource area on our help desk, as well as beginning to launch the community. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. And with that, I'll pass, unless there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Deba. I'm not giving room for questions because we've got 2 minutes per person to go. So we're getting tight on time. So Federation IT.
Okay, my quick 1 minute summary. Over the past 30 days, we had 1,466 visits to our website, the 50 states website, with generating 108 requests that were distributed among all of our county recorders. And that's pretty stable. It's pretty much all the same, more or less. So we have more than 100 requests every month for people asking for information. While I have the microphone, I just would like to remind all of our recorders what I said briefly earlier, that the LRO is now open for business in California. We made quite a few improvements on the LRO system. In particular, something that was missing for California was the fact that we needed to self-generate recording numbers. So the system is now capable of generating a recording number for you. The main difference with the LRS that you are used to is that in the LRO, our philosophy is that a member, any national or state citizen, will have one unique recording number for life, basically for all of his or her documents. So that simplifies everything. So once the system generates a recording number for you, you can use the same recording number on all documents. And I'm going to work with Michelle and Caesar to get everybody invited to create their what we call a recording official, which is basically a recorder account on the LRO, so you can start working with your members. And hopefully we can take care of that this week. And there's a recording of the last training. We can always organize a new training for the new ones. And the system is up and running and ready for California. Remember that the LRO philosophy is that we return to the state assembly 50% of what's paid by the members after expenses or whatever. So for the credential cards, as I said earlier, we charge $50 for 2 credential cards, and we return $15 to the assembly. Same thing for all the other services that the members use on the Federation servers and services. And I yield unless there's any other question.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you. Moving on, Carmen, procedures.
Yes, we are having an important meeting this Friday at 7 p.m. and I will send that link out to all of you. It's important that coordinators, recorders, and court officials, as many as can attend this meeting because we are implementing our new plan to move forward. As we heard Anna say that we are not having national elections this November, but we are self-governing and moving forward with our state and what we want to do for elections this November, how we want to handle that, who the positions and officials will be, and that kind of a thing. So it's really important that I get input from everyone, but especially coordinators, recorders, and court officials on all the different counties for creating our new plan moving forward. I yield.
Thank you, Carmen. If anybody has any questions on that, they should go to the meeting. Thank you. Mike McGee, promotions.
Yes, good evening, my fellow Americans. I was asked to talk about some of our social media sites, platforms that I'm managing at the moment, which is Instagram, Facebook, and a YouTube channel. I'll post the links in the chat right now. So if anybody is on those platforms, Instagram, Facebook, or YouTube, please share, comment, forward, get the word out as much as we can. One of the biggest questions I hear every Wednesday is how can we get more people papered up? And to me, it's common sense. We got to get the word out there. We got to advertise. We got to share with our neighbors, our friends, our family. Plant the seed, even if it's just something simple. Planting the seed. I think it's very vital that we get those seeds planted, and hopefully they'll take root and sprout, and we'll get them on the land. But I urge you to check out these links I posted, follow the accounts, friend the account, whatever the term is, and just share as many posts as you can. And if you need help on those platforms, if you're unfamiliar with those platforms, reach out to me, and I could teach you, give you a one-on-one consultation on how to use those platforms to spread the good word. I think that's probably all I have time for, Nancy. Anybody, does anybody have any questions?
I'm sorry you got stuck here at the end there, Mike. I see some questions for you in the chat. You can probably answer those in the chat, but I know that you need help. So if you guys could help, we need help there with that group, with promotions. Moving on, Satya.
Hi. So thanks, Nancy. I'm doing a report on the Ombudsman Committee, which we happily had our first meeting last Thursday, and we'll be meeting again this Thursday. We've been affectionately named the Buddies, which I think says a lot about who we are. So yeah, so we're just forming and creating, and it's a wonderful team, and I'm so grateful for everyone. So, and for this opportunity. Thanks, I yield.
Thank you, Satya. Caesar, I see your hand is up. Is it for Satya?
Yes, I'd like to announce that whoever wants to be a recorder on the election that we did tonight, and whoever wants to attend to a refresh training, please send an email to me or to Michelle so we can add on the training list for this coming Wednesday. That I yield.
Okay. All right, we got new business. We're going to do this. David on Fresno, get prepared. The motion is the California General Assembly approves that state recorders be elected by the General Assembly. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by me. Okay, David, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. I think it was Michelle said some real important things about being a recorder and a notary, and the responsibility that we carry, and it's more weighty than some of us think at times, and being that we're being members of a county or a state court, there's a tremendous amount of public trust with us, and it's in a sense we are equivalent in jurisdiction to a justice of the peace, and there's a very interesting Supreme Court case in 1909, Compton versus the state of Alabama. And you may want to go look that up and see what the power of the notary carried in that case. And it involved an extradition from Alabama to Georgia. And and then in any proceeding that the notary may be involved in, any subject that is subject, or any issue that is subject to a declaratory judgment, that a public notary has the participation in, it's full, brings into the full effect public law, and it can't be overturned by any de facto or any other outside agency. So, and also if there was any breach of trust by the notary, then the jury or the General Assembly would be the one to investigate that and handle that for any notary, recorder, or any other. As we get into elections, the General has the authority to fire any state officers that might be elected also. So so that was my thought on this, to have the jury have the jurisdiction over it. And also there's also could be a future issue with records being turned over. If somebody is found to be in dishonor here, that with the records that we keep, all that stuff would have to be turned over to Caesar or someone else in authority within a state. So I yield.
Okay, David, it's 7:29 now, and we don't have time for discussion. And I'm wondering if you would be amenable to postponing this till the next Wednesday meeting and take it at the top of old business, as opposed, because right now we can't have discussion because I'm going to cut it off in the middle of the vote is the problem. We can vote without discussion, and I'm going to leave that up to you.
Yeah, and I'm sure, yeah, and I'd like to hear some discussion on this. So.
Okay, so are you amenable to that then, to postpone it till next Wednesday?
Yes, I am.
Okay, okay, thank you. And I'll let you speak again. Again, at the top of the motion again. So it is 7:29. We're at announcements. The next general meeting will be Wednesday, August 11th at 6 p.m. And we are now going to end this portion. It's 7:30 now. The meeting is officially adjourned. We now start the town hall portion of the evening, and I'm going to, at this moment, remind everybody that this will be recorded. And so, wait, was that what I was supposed to say? Shoot, Satya, we're recorded. And Robert, what are we doing? Tell us exactly what's happening with whatever you're doing with it.
Well, the town hall meeting will be broadcasted live on YouTube. And I was not present in the beginning of the meeting, so I don't know what was decided, but I understand that it will be announced at the beginning of every meeting. And I wanted to know about the chat. Does the chat is visible or not in the broadcast?
So did everybody want, okay, so it's going to be broadcast live on YouTube through Twitch, I believe. And he wants to, just YouTube. Okay. So, and you want to know if people want want chat available on that broadcast. Is that correct, Robert?
Yes. Do we want the chat visible?
We're gonna take a vote right now. All those that want the chat visible on YouTube, and everyone can vote, raise your hand. Even if you're not papered, you get to vote on this one because it is not a motion. It's just how we're going to do this meeting town halls. So if you want the chat visible, raise your hand. This is a majority vote.
You're saying on the YouTube, but the chat will still be visible on
the chat will always
Zoom.
be visible on Zoom. That's not a question. It's the YouTube visibility.
Thank you.
Nancy, can we have any discussion about it?
Yeah, do we need discussion about it? We're in the
Oh, I'm just saying, I just hope everybody wants it because he's really building the channel and it's really adding to the number of subscribers. That's all. Thank you. With that, I'll pass.
So it's a value added feature for IT to attract people, just so you know.
To have the chat?
To
is
have
the
the
value
chat.
added? Okay.
Yes. Okay, so if you're okay with having the live broadcast with the chat, you're raising your hand right now, and it keeps on going up and up and up. I'm thinking while we're voting, keep voting. James, if you don't have a mic, how are we going to have you do the hosting here tonight? Thomas Messina, be prepared to step in. I see 41 hands up. I'm going to call it at 40, 41. 41, yes. I've lowered the hands, please. Okay, all those opposed to having the YouTube live with chat. So this will be YouTube live with no chat. This is what you want if you raise your hands now. You want YouTube live, but no chat. And that looks like we're at 14, 15. All right, I think it's with chat. And thank you. And now who am I turning this over to? I'm going to stop the recording.
Somebody that's on grid power, because I can't do this one. I'm so sorry, you guys. I literally live on the mountainside, and I think some of you, I have to deal with bears at times and all kinds of water leaks. It's gonna be me. Somebody.
Thomas, I'm gonna go for Thomas Messina. Thomas, can you run the town hall tonight?
I can. I have a strong line, and I'd be happy to do it. Maybe could James work to chat with? Maybe someone could read James's chat. I mean, how well, you guys just hang out. Let's just enjoy the journey and see what happens.
Yeah,
you know?
help each other out. That's good.
Yeah, James has been being a sergeant at arms there. He is doing stuff on the board, even though he can't talk, and he may be able to speak too. So he can take care of you altogether. Just talking that way altogether.
Okay, well, definitely be referring questions to people that have knowledge in that, and just say, may I? And you could have the questions. I'll just try to moderate here.
May I, Thomas?
Sure, yes.
So I'd like to make the announcement now while it's recording that we are live streaming on YouTube right now, just for everyone's knowledge. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, I am not seeing any hands, and I guess I could
May I?
Yes, Shane, please.
Yeah, hi. This is Shane in Solano County. Shane on Solano County. I had a little incident 3 nights ago with the VPD, and it's a little victory story I wanted to share with the assembly. So I'm papered up. I'm on the land, 1779 with affirmations, and I have my credential card. And I just did all my paperwork probably about like 2 weeks ago for my passport. And I've been driving with my Z plates on for about like a month and a half now. Put them on as soon as I got them, because when I was a U.S. citizen, you know, I've always had like the de facto municipal cops always give me issues. I've been detained before and everything, so I was like, you know what, I'm pretty confident in law. I'm about to just put the Z plates on and just drive around. So, you know, I always just pray and just drive around and just if any of them pull me over or educate them. Finally got that experience the other night. I live in an RV, and I was just parked over on the island off of Vallejo, and a security guard came up and was like, "You need to leave." And I said, "Okay, I'll leave. Just give me about 5 minutes. I'm just cleaning everything up and I'm about to just move." He was like, "No, you need to leave now." So I took my time. I didn't want to argue with him. You remember, we're peaceful Americans. So, you know, I was just like doing my thing. So I'm packing all up and I'm driving out the bridge, and I'm in Vallejo now. I'm off the island in which he was telling me to leave. He called the cops on me. So the cops see me leaving the island, and then they bust a U-turn and they pull me over. So I'm like, okay, here it goes. So they tell me to hop out the car, and they tell me to get out with my hands up because they see my Z plates on my RV. And then I'm like, okay. And they're like, keep your back towards us. Keep your back towards us. Now take steps back. So I'm in the middle of the street, and I have my hands up, and I'm backing up. And they tell me to get on my knees right in front of a squad car. And by this time, there are already 5 cops there. And they put the cuffs on me, and I tell the officer that's cuffing me, I'm saying, "Why am I being arrested?" And they're saying, "You're not, you're being detained." And I said, "Ma'am, I'm just asking you peacefully and calmly, do you mind verifying my jurisdiction before we go any further? Because all jurisdiction must be clearly proven." So I have my documentation and my credentials to prove that I am an American national on the land. So what's going on here is a violation of the 11th Amendment. I'm just letting you know that peacefully. So they bring me to the back in the car, and they put me in the back of their cop car. And that's when another cop comes up and says, "Where's your wallet?" And I say, "My wallet's in my RV." And I'm telling them, please verify my jurisdiction before we go any further. But you shouldn't go through my RV because that's a violation of the 4th Amendment. I'm letting you know I'm an American national on the land. And they go grab my wallet, and then I'm looking from the back of the cop car, and I'm just staring at all of them. And then I see one of the officers pull out my credential card. And as soon as they pull it out, they turn around and walk towards the other cops, and they huddle up. And then 30 seconds later, they all come running back to the car, and they open up the door, and they let me out the cuffs instantly. And they say, "We're sorry, sir. You can relax." And then I said, "Well, you know, I let you know peacefully and calmly to verify my jurisdiction before we went any further. And I know the security guard called on me, but did the security guard tell you that I was harming him, that I had threatened him? So you pulling me over at gunpoint, detaining me and putting me in the back of your squad car is totally unlawful. But I'm peaceful, and I'm here to educate. I've actually been driving around with these plates wanting you to pull me over for about a month and a half now." And then one of the cops was pretty cool and was like, "Okay, well, you know, you're here to educate, then educate me. I like to learn." So I started explaining the jurisdictions to them and about the 14th Amendment and how they have jurisdiction over those that are naturalized into their government. And the government that they are serving is maritime admiralty law, which is out of my jurisdiction. And the 14th Amendment says that we are secure in our jurisdictions. And me being on land jurisdiction, there is nothing in the Constitution that I violated for you to do that to me. So I'm on the land. I'm a peaceful private American, and I'm just letting you know that. So that should never happen again. And there's a lot of people here that are hopping on the land and waking up, so you need to get ready for them. Then another cop said, "Well, I pulled over a sovereign citizen before. Why are you guys so reckless?" And I said, "I'm not a sovereign citizen, sir. I'm an American national on land jurisdiction. You are a municipal VPD cop under maritime admiralty jurisdiction because you're municipal. And he said, okay, well, he was reckless. And I said, well, you know, that's not me. I'm not a sovereign citizen and I can't speak for all of them, but we are peaceful, we are private, and we are just abiding by the law of the land. So I'm letting you know, this is a warning for all of those that are going to do that may come to the land. You don't want to do this to us because this is unlawful. So when the sergeant came up to me and was like, yeah, bro, I wish I didn't have to pay taxes either. All right, you have a good night, all right? So I didn't want to argue with him, so I left. And I'm getting the sergeant's badge and badge number and his name, and I want to serve him with the affidavit and just warn them, you know, give them notice of who I am, what they violated, and just go from there, because a lot of people here in Solano County are starting to hop on land, and we're all getting together and we're talking about ways and how we can notify the de facto that we're here, we're peaceful, and we just want to live life. So yeah, I just thought I'd share that with the assembly. It was pretty much a victory. I had 5 cops on me detained, and then they see my credential card, and then they came back and uncuffed me instantly. I had my Z plates on. I had no license on me, and I'm pretty sure if I was a U.S. citizen, I wouldn't be on this call right now. I'd probably be, you know, without my RV locked up. I don't know, you know.
Yep,
So I'll
yes,
just letting
Shane,
you know when. Yeah.
it sounds like a wonderful experience, and thank you for sharing that. It was kind of going like getting a little scary. Oh no, he's getting arrested, he's getting pulled in the car. But then you just expounded on, like, you know, check, what was that word you used? Check who I am, or check my jurisdiction?
Yeah, I said just to verify my jurisdiction. Because,
Verify.
on the Constitution for United States, it says that federal jurisdiction cannot be assumed, but must be clearly shown every time, and that federal jurisdiction must be verified before any proceedings. So
Okay,
if I let you know, I let the cop know, I'm letting you know my jurisdiction. So now I need to know your jurisdiction. And if you prove your jurisdiction is any other than land, then why are you detaining me as if I violated any law because I'm not even your jurisdiction? That was pretty much what I was trying to push past them. I used the 14th Amendment to explain it to them, that you're violating my jurisdiction. And by violating my jurisdiction, you're violating the 11th Amendment as well, because you are a state citizen subject by foreign state. A lot of the cops didn't know what I was talking about, but I think it really shocked them, because one of the cops had a quote unquote sovereign citizen, which we're not. We're politically sovereign, but we're not sovereign citizens. But you know, he had a reckless traveler. He said he was a violent traveler, and he wrestled me and stuff. Well, but I remain peaceful, calm, and I just let them know law. So once they see my credentials, they were like, oh.
Okay,
I
Shane.
don't know what happened, but they see my credentials.
Shane, we got a lot of hands up, and I just want to thank you for that. And I just want to point out that you were rolling Z plates, and in order to do that, you need to know who you are, and that's great. You're paving the road for us. Maybe next time I get pulled over by those same cops and pull my credential card, I won't have to work as hard as you. So thank you for that. And with that, I see Ron.
Right.
Ron and Tony, please unmute.
Tony actually wanted to say something.
Hi, Tony.
I have a couple of questions. One regarding the plates. We put our plates, we put one set. We put it on the front on our new car. And in case anybody's interested, Ron did get 6 extra plates. We have them if anybody needs them. He thought they might need them. Is Dominic still here? Because I have a question. He left the meeting?
He left the meeting, yes.
All right, I'll ask next week. But I have a question about the meeting on Monday. Ron and I had a very hectic week, and we missed Anna's meeting about the banking. And we heard that it is on YouTube. And I'd like to know, is that correct? I heard it from like hearsay. Does anyone know if that's correct?
Okay.
May I comment?
Yes, please, Robert.
Hi, Tony. Yes, you can find the YouTube recording on my channel. I will post the link in the chat right now.
Oh, thank you so much.
And there is 2 parts of it, because halfway the stream got disrupted. So there is part 1 and a part 2.
Thank you.
Both of them.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, do you yield, Tony?
I yield. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So Paula, you're up. And
I can't get this down. There. Where is the?
Paula, go ahead and get started, and Ron will work it out.
Okay, I just have a question. I was given a YouTube, well, it's not a YouTube, it's a t.me link. And there's a YouTube video from the Friends of the Original Constitution.org, which I don't know anything about. And it was, the title was $500 trillion lawsuit filed against Biden's government. And I just wondered if anybody else had seen that, and if they're working actually still in the de facto, and because it didn't seem like it was connected to the American nationals. So I was just wondering if anybody knew anything about that, and I can put the link in the chat. And I yield.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a great topic, actually. I think we're all thinking that same thing about the $500 trillion thing. I have my perspectives on that, but if anyone wants to say, may I, to reply to Paula there?
May I?
Sure, yes.
Well, Anna mentioned it on her Monday call, and she said she didn't think they had standing, and she didn't think they were approaching the right court to deal with it. That's the only information I have, really.
And I heard that same thing, and that was the thing I was going to bring up as well. I think they're filing complaints, and so if they were coming on it from the land, they'd be filing. What would they be filing? All right, pop quiz. What would you be filing if you were coming from a common law perspective and being someone on the land? That would not be a complaint. That would be a claim. Yes. Okay. Very good. So they're not coming at it from claims. So I'm not sure what they're doing, but I do like the fact that they really exposed the de facto side there. And wow, I mean, they uncovered a lot. So I was thrilled to see that out there. It was kind of sobering and surreal to see just how in detail they were calling everybody out on that, and not sure where all that's going to go. However, in light of that and hearing everybody in the buzz, I have really good standing and understanding here at the American States Assembly that that's may not become something, or it may become something, but whatever it is, I think it helped expose that de facto side for all their criminal crimes that they were doing. How about that, Paula? You good?
Hey, Thomas. It's
Yes,
Nancy.
please, Nancy.
I just want to say that whenever you see, they've been talking about a constitutional convention early in the Republican Party years ago. And whenever you see someone wanting to bring a constitutional convention, beware. If you think I run a tight, fast meeting, I assure you these people run it so that you don't know what's going on, and you could lose your constitution because you don't know who is going to be there, who's going to be voting and representing. And it is all very dangerous and an agenda that's been going on for a decade at least. I yield.
All right. How about that for some answers, Paula?
Yeah. And it seemed like they were asking people to sign a petition, which to me, if you're filing a suit, you don't need a petition to do it. So that was sketchy and made me think, well, that just is going to put anybody who signs that petition into contract with whatever they're petitioning. It was just very, it was saying all the right things, exposing the right things, but I did feel it was doing it the wrong way.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
May I?
Yes, please.
Read Johnny Come Lately on his second to last article that she put out. She goes into the $500 trillion lawsuit.
Thank you for that. That's great. Second article back. Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you, I'm Jeremiah. If there is no inconvenience, I'm going to read from you. It's a paragraph that I I took from the United States Supreme Court decision. Before I knew anything about years, before I knew anything about nationality, is 132 let second 635, 515 U.S. 737 United States versus Hayes, 1995. The irreducible constitutional minimum standing contains 3 elements. 1, the plaintiff must suffer an injury in fact, that is, an invasion of a legal protected interest, which is A, concrete and particularized, and B, actual or imminent, not conjectural or hypothetical. And second, there must be a causal connection between the injury and the complaint of. And 3, it must be likely, as opposed to merely speculative, that the injury will be redressed by a favorable decision. That's what the Supreme Court says. I was reading what Anna says today about that lawsuit. They don't have a standing. And Anna is suggesting us to stay away from these kind of issues because they don't have a standing because they have not reclaimed their nationality. I yield.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Paula, are we done or you yield?
That's all. Yes, thank you. I yield.
Okay, well, let's move on. We can always come back to that, the $500 trillion thing. And then, okay, so let's go with Pat on Mendocino.
Hi, everybody. Yes, Mendocino. Can everybody hear me okay?
Hi, Pat. Yes.
Okay. I was on our Telegram channel today and somebody asked the question, has Terry or Anna addressed how our papers will help us if FEMA comes and tries to put us in camps for not taking the vaccine?
Okay, I think we have a law in place for that, so they can't do that. But would anybody else like to expound on that a little bit? Sounds like a pretty drastic measure. I've also heard that some of the stuff that Anna has done has been able to keep the UN from coming in here legally with some of her, complaints and pushing back. Are you seeing this happen, or what's the what's your concern with this? Or are you actually, or am I not knowing something? What's going on? What's the latest, Pat?
No, I don't, me personally, I don't have a personal concern with it. Like I said, I was on our Telegram channel today and there was a woman on there. She's concerned. I don't yet know if she's papered up yet or not, but she put it out there. So, I'm just trying to get information to other people that don't come to our meetings.
Right. Yes, information is good, but when we spend so much time thinking about what they're going to do to us, it's just it's kind of like a negative space. I'd rather spend time thinking about what we're going to do and how we're going to. I love that new platform someone's putting together to educate the children. Our offspring. They're putting like a grade school kind of thing, or some kind of homeschool or something that is apparently would teach in the ways of a common law and loving your neighbor as you love yourself. Instead of this standardized system that we're all familiar with at this point. But those are hypotheticals. Pat, they're hypotheticals. They may never happen. Yes, Ken B, please.
Hey, can I help with that?
Absolutely. Jump in, Ken.
Yeah, I forget the name of the woman who was posting the question, but I've seen this stuff come up a lot in some of the groups that I've been working with. And one of the things that I say is that out of the given time that you have during the course of a week to kind of keep up with the world, you got a choice. And you can look at the news of the world that generates fear, or you can look at the information that we have with common law, the webinars, all of the things on Anna's site that generates fortitude. And that fortitude is based upon information. And I think the story that Shane just shared is really relevant, because in that encounter that he had with the officer, he did not just, blithely kind of wait for them to stop him, he was rehearsing in his head, and he and I just were having a little chat experience here, and I'm sure he'd be willing to talk about that further too. You know, rehearsing in his head, what do I say? 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 So when the encounter took place, he had the script laid out. He knew what he was going to say in terms of verifying jurisdiction. He knew what he was going to say in terms of the constitutional amendments. He had the thing laid on out. And unfortunately, when you talk to people that are not familiar with this kind of work, they just freak out. And so all of the stuff you see on Telegram, from my standpoint, is freak out news. And it's poison. It's not to say that it may not happen, but it should be the motivator to get you to do the research, create the script in your mind and say, what do I do if? And at which point that way you're prepared. And I think that's really the key of what this assembly is all about. Thank you, Thomas. And thank you.
Hey, can I ask? I have a question.
Sure, go for it, Leo.
So here's my concern. So not to say where I work, but you know, with all this mass, and then now soon after, I'm thinking after they approve the vaccine, they're gonna mandate it. They're already doing it in the military. So the question is, you know, in the beginning they're gonna start slow and say, okay, you know, we're gonna tell you what to do. If you don't want to do it, then you know, what's the recourse, right? That's the question. What's the recourse? So working for the federal government, working for private sector, you know, they can fire you for whatever reason. Now, if they say mandate is an order. Mandate, there's no law saying, you know, I can take you to jail for not taking a vaccine. There's no law for that. That's why all these cases get thrown out. So, you know, I understand, but one of my cousins was telling me about the national, and, you know, you signed up for this, but my concern is when they don't care about your rights at that point, or in, you know, the mandates will come, people will be protesting. There's going to be more chaos in the streets. At that point, they're going to make an excuse, whether it be the riots, the protests from us, the non-left, okay, the conservatives, concerning that, and whatever natural disasters they come up with, the fires in the West Coast and whatever else is going on over there that they also make up. So my concern is they're going to say, okay, national emergency. We can't do that. We have to send National Guard in. At that point, when it becomes, if it gets to that point where National Guard comes in and it becomes martial law, all of what we say and what we do, they're not going to give a crap about. They're going to come over and say, you know, you don't want to vaccinate? Okay, we're going to do whatever we need to do to you under the guise of, you know, oh, it's a pandemic. We need to, you know, national health and all this crap that they're going to come up with. So
yeah, Leo, I see where you're going with that. And I got to tell you, once you know who you are, just like Ken was saying, I mean, you don't put no energy towards that, what they're doing or what they're going to do, hypothetically, what they're going to do. We don't know. I mean, let's just hope and pray that our military will stand up and push back. I heard Anna was talking about on Monday, like, hey, this is coming back full circle on them. And there's a lot of them that, you know, think with common sense. So
correct.
You know, that may start a wave in this, and that would be wonderful if it came from our men.
Right.
You know,
the only thing I'm concerned of is if they fire me. You know, at the time, not everyone has resources to survive. You know what I'm saying? That's what.
Yeah, Leo, get yourself in an understanding of you know, what it is to be a man on the land, and then your perspective of your job. You know, this threat of them firing you. Actually. If you know, I've heard James say it in the past, like, oh my gosh, if they fire you, I mean, hey, that's could be a good thing if you know who you are. So there's different ways of looking at it. So with that, Leo, I'm going to go ahead and take some hands here. I don't have no controls to put hands down or up. So Paula on Mendocino, is that legit hand? Paula, please unmute if. Okay, so Paula went down. So we have Pat on Mendocino. And if someone has control, can you guys mute the open mics, please? Pat on.
I yield. Thank you.
Oh, you yield. Okay. All right. Lenka, Sheriff on Orange.
Yes. So I wanted to comment on the case that Shane shared with us. I don't know if he's still here, but this is very important because that's when most people get in trouble or interaction with the de facto, and I call them code enforcement force. So he handled it exactly how we need to handle it, right? So we need to know who we are. We need to know that there is not another man or woman above us. This is really a big, very powerful thing that we need to get into our hearts. But the reason I'm saying this is, I think what would be very great and important, because I had the same case where I got arrested and unlawfully searched my automobile, and the way how I handled it, it was never even put on the court docket. And I went, after the deputy. But then what I did, I also let the deputy, the de facto sheriff on Orange County here, know who I am, what has happened. I did not serve him with affidavit and that they are not training their deputies properly how to handle people on the land, but I let him know through a lawful notice that we are here, who we are, that we have diplomatic immunity, and that we want to educate them, we want to work with them. So what I like to suggest is, because traveling privately is a big thing, at least for me, and I think it also states, makes a very powerful statement who we are. And so I would strongly recommend, if you guys agree with this, that, we can, this is what I did and what other people did here in Orange, is send a declaration of status via form of affidavit to your de facto sheriff. Let them know who you are, that you are reserving and invoking all your unalienable rights secured to you under the Constitution, and have him to rebut it. Of course, they won't be able to. And then we have a letter that we send to several sheriffs, de facto sheriffs, actually across the nation, that's basically letting them know who we are. So if you are interested, we can share it with you, and you can use it as well, because I think it really creates a precedence. And I've also heard from someone that LAPD actually had a training, special training on sovereigns, on American nationals. I don't know what the source was, but supposedly they had a training, so they are becoming more and aware who we are, that people are landing on the land, that they are getting papered up. So if we can organize ourselves and let them know and start collaborating with them, I think we can get a lot of done. So I don't know if anyone has any comments or questions, but that's all I wanted to share. And we have the lawful notice for anyone who is interested. So I yield.
Thank you, Lenka. We have Juanita. She just put her hand up. I'm not sure if she wants to comment or go on to another topic, but let's try that, please. Juanita, please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can you speak up a little bit? We can hear you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. And I have a question on, I'm sending a letter to the Attorney General, and on that letter, it's addressed to the Attorney General, but on the first sentence, it says, the Attorney General, the District Attorney, and the County Clerk, and also the Secretary of State. And my question is, one, do I have to send a copy of that letter on every single person on that letter? And do I have to attach a copy of the 1779, because I'm getting two different suggestions on that. One is just the letter, one is just the letter with the 1779. So if you can please clear that up for me, that would be really great.
Sure, be happy to do.
Oh, wait, Thomas, may
yes.
I really quick before you answer Juanita's question?
Absolutely.
I just got a text. There are several people waiting to be accepted into the Zoom. I'm not sure who's moderating the admin.
I see Nancy as host, and I see Carmen as co-host, and James on Sonoma as co-host. I have not been made co-host, so
I see. Okay, sorry. Hey, Nancy or whoever.
Yeah, I'm
can-
here. I can make anybody. I'm in and out of my room here. So, Michelle, should I make you co-host?
Sure.
all right.
James, can I?
I've been letting them in now.
Awesome. Thank you,
I just came
Carmen.
back a bit ago, so they should all now be in.
Great. Thank you, Carmen.
Thomas, can you talk? And I can make you host.
Sure. Well, hello there, Nancy. It's my pleasure to be in your presence today. I so thank you for throwing me into this position here, and I'm much grateful for you.
Are you a host now? Because I'm good.
I am a host, yes, and you are good. You're free. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, I want to hold this together. All right, we have a couple hands, but back on. Oh yeah, your answer, Juanita. Ken, do you remember that, or do you want Juanita to rephrase the question?
Talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, what was the question? What was the thought?
Yes, please, Juanita, please just simplify it, bullet point it for Ken.
Okay, I'm sending a copy or a letter to the Attorney General. And somebody had said that they had to attach a copy of the 1779 to that letter. And the other person said they don't have to attach a copy of 1779 on that letter. And the other question I have is that letter, it's addressed to the Attorney General, but then on the salutation of that letter, it says Attorney General, the District Attorney, the County Clerk, and the Secretary of State. And my question is, do I have to send a copy of that letter on all four of these people?
What I would do is first I would not send it to the title. So I would not send it to the title of Attorney General, but I would send it to whoever that man is, and then say,
yes, it's their name. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you're sending it to the person who sometimes acts in the office or in the capacity of the Attorney General for the state of California. So that would be number one. I personally would definitely include a copy of the 1779 and the two witness testimonies, because those are the documents that are, number one, your identification. So you're identifying who you are, and you know, you're showing him the actual claim, or not claim, but your declaration. And so in regards to all of the other people that you mentioned, the only two people that I think that really need to be notified are the Attorney General and the Secretary of State. All the rest of them are kind of optional, I would say. The other ones, I think someone mentioned sending it to your sheriff. Those are the main ones. Everybody else is kind of optional. And probably what I would do is I would do registered mail to at least the Attorney General and Secretary of State. And then so long as you notify them, and then whoever else you're notifying, show that they are on the CC list of what you sent to the Attorney General and Secretary of State. So that's kind of how I would do it. And so that way you don't have to have registered mail to everybody under the sun. You're just doing registered for two people. And then you're probably just using regular mail for everybody else, but showing that you did registered mail to the Attorney General and Secretary of State. That would probably be the quickest and low budget solution that I could see. So does that help?
It does. And then I have another question, because I generated this letter through LRS, and there is no space on that letter for the CC.
So what you would need to do is you need to cut and paste and create it for yourself.
Okay.
So
and I already had it recorded, so.
Well, you don't, that doesn't have, the letter that you're sending does not have to be recorded.
Well, it was stamped with the seal.
Okay, but I mean, whether it's stamped with a seal or not, your thumbprint is a seal. Okay. And so, and you're just sending a private letter to them. You're just sending them a notice. This is not necessarily like it has to be an official declaration. So whether the letter template came from the LRS, some other website or whatever, any letter that you send, you want to have the ability to customize it for yourself. So I would say, even if it comes from the LRS, the fact that I assume they're giving it to you as a PDF file, the fact that they're not giving it to you as a text file or giving it to you as something that you can modify, it's your letter, right? They're your documents. So you need to basically take the PDF, cut it, paste it into a Word doc, muck it up and do whatever you want with it, change the wording, put whatever stuff else you want in there, because let's face it, once you have that letter, you can send it out to whoever you want, and you can customize it in the best way that makes sense. So that's what I would do. And all I can say is shame on the LRS for not doing that, because I think that's a disservice.
Okay. So, well, Juanita, there's a number of ways of going about doing things and getting things done. And Ken just shared his the best way he knew how. And I really appreciate that, Ken. Thank you so much for tackling that one.
Oh,
And
thank you, Thomas.
just one more, just so I understand it correctly, I still have to attach a copy of the witness forms to the 1779.
In terms of sending it to the Secretary of State, Attorney General?
Yes.
They'd be optional. I mean, I don't think they're required, but I would look at it as that you want them to see clearly who you are and who you're claiming yourself to be. And because those statements have been notarized, it basically shows that you're putting your stamp on it and having that a verified, essentially, court document. And because the 1779 is not notarized in their jurisdiction, it does not carry the same weight. So that's the reason why I would put the two witness testimonies in there, because it's been notified in their jurisdiction. And so that means it cannot be ignored.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you so much. I yield.
Anna, we have some other hands up here. And if you could look in the chat, maybe you could answer Paula. She was asking some questions about your letter. So if you keep that up on the chat, and then we'll keep going with Herman. Is that okay?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. I'm doing my 1779 tomorrow, and I just want to, as I'm learning, I'm just about 10 days into this, but I'm very excited about what I'm hearing and about what the possibility of coming in the land. And I just want to ask, what I'm doing by filing the 1779 is basically laying the grounds for further action, right? I am not taking a decision. I mean, I'm taking the decision of coming on the land, but this is just like one step. I'm not rescinding yet anything that has to do with Social Security or retirement, or I'm fairly neophyte on this, so I just want to make sure that I don't have to anyways, that I'm doing something that I won't be sorry about without knowing.
Yeah. Yes. Is it Herman or German? Last time I saw you put G for German.
It's actually German. It's in Spanish, so it sounds softer. But yeah, my name is German.
Herman. Okay. Yeah. Herman. We only gain rights. We don't lose rights. And yeah, basically, it's one step for man. You'll be a man on the land once you get your 1779 done. And it is a basic exodus away from de facto. It's basically you're putting a monster in a box over it, and it's rumbling, and you have some time to get away. But the more you paper up, and the more you know who you are as you experience this walk, or this claiming your freedom, you'll learn, and you'll get comfortable with it. And I'm just 1779'd up right now. It's been I wanted to do my 928s last event, but it didn't happen. I'm not sure why, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, we'll get there when we get there. and things are starting to happen. So it's like, oh my gosh, like it's all becoming kind of real. It's kind of interesting to be on the right side of things, you know. Anyways, are you okay
Fantastic.
with that?
One most last question. I have heard that there was, I don't know if it's a Zoom call or some kind of a forum where all kinds of scenarios were run that similar to what Shane went through, and so people could hear the experience of others going through these interactions with officers of different kinds. Does anybody, if anybody care to place that on the chat, if it exists, that would be appreciated. And with that, I yield.
Yes, I've seen several things like you're referring to where people add to the chat, and I think that's wonderful. And you know, let me just be clear on the chat, guys. If it's good with your heart and it's good, you know, and it's not like this conspiracy theory stuff or what the de facto was doing, you know, that kind of, we don't need that. But if there's some good resourceful tools that you could share that really helped and resonated with you, like it helped you, then it would help others. So please feel free to share in the chat, but you know, just keep it, you know, that'd be valuable information. Okay, you good with that, Herman?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thomas, if you don't mind, let me just address one thing that Herman was talking about. He basically was saying, is he going to be obligating or kind of incriminating himself by anything of the paperwork that we're doing? And I think that's a question that a lot of people are wondering. It says, once they do this paperwork, am I going to get a knock on the door in the middle of the night? That's basically the fear. And the basic answer is that when you do your paperwork and you record them with any of the recorders on the LRO or the LRS, you are not giving notice to anybody in the de facto unless you want to. So what Juanita was doing is she was simply saying, I want to write a letter and send it to the Secretary of the State and the Attorney General and give them notice. That is not required. That is what she is doing for her own reason. If you want to obligate yourself out of DMV, or you want to obligate yourself out of IRS or Franchise Tax Board or any of those other things, you do need to give a letter. If you want to record yourself in the de facto, you would send a letter to the sheriff, or you would get the credential card and or a passport, so that when somebody asks for your identification, they will run that information and they will see that you are an American national, and they will see it says do not detain. But unless you do those specific things, you are not going to be, quote, attracting the bear. So you could do the 1779s and you can do the 928s, and you can have it be completely private. If, on the other hand, you want to be a little bit more proactive, that's the extra step that these people are talking about. But it is not, you are not forced to do any of that if you do not want to. And so that goes back to what Thomas was saying, is that when you do it, just take one little step at a time. Get the documents, read the documents, do the recording, and then listen to these calls and get the stories and get your own level of confidence up to the point where then you say, oh, I'm going to go take the next step. And then I'm going to take the next step. And I'm going to take the next step. But you make sure that you are comfortable and you are knowledgeable before you take that step, because you need to be confident first, and then you take the step. So with that, I just want to clarify that, and I yield because I see there's a lot of hands up.
May I give a point of clarity on that, Ken?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is Dana. You know, when you correct your status, it's like step one. You can do step 1, 2, and 3 and stay there for life. There's 1,000 steps you can do that are very advanced. Anna's not recommending them right now. She's trying to keep it simple and uniform for everybody just to get started. Some people give up their driver's license and they just travel. Others will do the revocation of election to no longer elect to pay taxes, which is law and is your right. And notice is everything. For those that do more steps, it's probably not a bad idea to do the noticing in your AG and your Secretary of State. But I would recommend that if you're going to do that, you do it in an administrative letter style, where you write them, you give them 30 in a declaration in the form of an affidavit. You attach your status documents, maybe a notice of liability, those kind of things. And you give them so many days to answer, and they must answer by an affidavit of their own, signed by a man. And if they do not rebut within the 30 days, you can, 2 or 3 letters get them into a place of default. You hang on to those green card return receipts if they sign when you send these things to them, registered mail, which we use, which is private mail. And then you keep that stuff in your file when they're defaulted all the way to the end. So then if you run into any issues with the state of California later, you can pull this evidence out that it's done. They never rebutted when you let them know your status. And it is a great thing to add to any case against you. In other words, by their silence and not answering, they have acquiesced, and that's law. So it can be a great adjunct type of process to do, but it's not necessary. I think it's more necessary for those that go on to do other steps, that are traveling without a license or with private plates on their cars. And it's just extra backup to help you. And probably letting your sheriff know also in your county. If they don't rebut, it stands. The only thing that can rebut an affidavit or declaration of form of affidavit is another affidavit. And they must rebut point by point, signing basically under penalty of perjury and their full commercial liability. And the corporations never do. So it's just another feather in your hat, which really helps, but not necessary for those that, are just correcting their status and want to stay at step 1, 2, or 3. With that, I yield.
Awesome. Thank you, Dana. And also when you ask questions, James, the format here is a little different. Let me share this with you. I'm just like moderating I-1779. I'm just a guy with a breath and a voice to talk. However, my the law part of my understanding is just based off of what I learned from James, basically. But James is in the chat, and you can put his question to, ask the question, and let's keep this going, and that'll keep James going in the chat if we could find a nice balance, not to spend too much time on the questions if there's a lot of hands, but just to kind of, keep a balance. So let's just all be aware of that. So Thomas in Sacramento, I believe you're next, please.
Thomas, may I? It's Caesar.
Hi, thank you.
Thomas, hang on a second. Caesar, please. Yes.
Point of clarification on those documents, notification to the de facto agencies. The mandatory notice, it says that we should notify them. So basically what I've done, I personally did, was once I got my documents recorded, I made a copy of all the recorded documents, and I sent to Secretary of State, Attorney General, Sheriff, LAPD, District Attorney, the Governor. So that a way for you to close the circle, because once you record your documents, it doesn't mean that they know that your document is being recorded. That being said, once they receive the information, all the copies with the notification, the mandatory notice, they are put it in notice that
Okay, so Caesar just cut out, and I think we got his point.
So I would recommend everybody that
He was just about to recommend something just awesome. Let's give him a second. I think he'll bounce back.
in their interest.
Caesar, could you repeat what you said? We kind of lost a lot of what you were talking about. Your line cut out. Caesar, you're muted.
The mandatory notice, it asks you to notify them because the de facto is not going to do a research every time that they pull somebody. So that being said, once they get a notification from individuals, they would put you on a list that you should not be stop, detain, or interrogated, they're not going to do any research on your name. So basically what you're doing, you're completing the circle. Recording your documents is just half of the circle. When you notify them, you kind of close the circle, say, hey, I'm not in your jurisdiction anymore. So pull my name out of your system. All right. I would recommend everybody to do, who recorded, to do the same thing. Notified all the agencies, district attorney, LAPD, or the sheriff, in whatever area you are, the attorney general, secretary of state, the governor, notified everybody. And that has to be done every change of an administration.
Okay, so
That's what I learned in the past. That's what I've done. Hopefully everybody does decide to do the same thing. I don't know. I think it's up to each individual.
yes, I'm glad that information is now coming out, because when I first papered up, I heard like whispers and discussions of that having to register, or not register, but
Well, Anna, she has a paper. She wrote a paper about that. If you do research on Anna's website, you're going to find out that she asked you to notify them.
Okay, excellent. No, that's
And
great.
so, Tomas, if I may, I just like to echo what Caesar said, and that was exactly my point I was trying to make. Because if we all kind of follow in the same route, we are basically letting them know, and claiming our diplomatic immunity is very powerful, because they are still out there and they have guns. And this is kind of really letting them know, listen, unless we committed some crime, injured another man or woman, you have no jurisdiction over us, so leave us alone. So it's very powerful, and I yield.
And Lenka, I just wanted to say, you spoke earlier regarding that, and it was just so, we didn't give it enough attention, because that was just such a beautiful thing that you're doing. You're really going out there and, laying the foundation as well on art here, Anna's laid the foundation, for the last 40, 20 years, but now, women and men getting on the land are starting to interact. And so, yeah, it'll be inevitable that they'll notice, like, okay, who's these people on the land and stuff like that. But they're also noticing something's going on in de facto land that's not all that great. But I know Thomas was there. I don't see his hand. Thomas, are you still there?
May I say something?
Yes, I am still here waiting. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Anna, can we just
Yeah,
let
sure,
Thomas
that's
go?
fine.
Yeah, and there's like 10 hands up. So Thomas, please,
Okay,
let's
never
try
mind.
to knock out these hands. All right.
Okay, great. Thank you. My question is, I'm sorry, it's a different topic that was being just recently.
Oh, that's fine. Don't be sorry. We
It was
jump all around.
kind of on more since I put my hand up from previously on the code enforcement issues. Lo and behold, today I just got to my Tahoe vacation home and got a notice from the TRPA with a cease and desist order, and stating, because I did some fire cleanup around my place with a tractor, scraping a lot of the like rabbit brush down, because we're having a lot of fires up in the forest country. And anyway, so
Anybody there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Thomas. You're doing just great.
Oh, okay. So anyways, I got this notice to cease and desist, and then telling me that, stuff that I need to do to put pine needles and mulch back down. Well, that would, kind of defeat the purpose of trying to keep down the fire issue. I was going to put, gravel down around the house. So I was, scraping the all that stuff off first, and I was going to put the gravel down. Anyways, so they're dictating to me over my personal property. And when I bought the place, I never signed any document saying that I'm waiving my rights to be bound by some TRPA code ordinances. So how should I handle that?
Oh, let me see. That would be a good one for who? Anyone want to answer that? Ed in Riverside, you out there? You got any ideas on that one? Michelle? Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Sorry, Thomas,
Yeah.
I missed the question because I was answering someone on a text. What was the question?
Well, since we got you back on and we got your intention, Thomas, can you bullet point question that just to Michelle real quick?
Well, basically, I come to my vacation home and I find a notice on my door, cease and desist, pink card from the TRPA, which is Tahoe Regional Planning Association. So when I bought the place, I never signed any documents that I can remember waiving my constitutional rights to be bound by some code, basically dictating to me, and in fact, the governor here in Nevada with the governor of California had just made some public statement that they were going to be revisiting the TRPA issues because a lot of the people aren't doing stuff to keep down the fire danger because they're dictating to everybody. And that's all I was trying to do is just scrape all this rabbit brush around my place to, keep that ladder fuel down.
I see.
Hey,
So I have a couple of questions. Number one, did the notice, was it addressed to you or was it just a general notice?
It's a handwritten notice by the staff member, says Rachel Lopez, and she put her signature on and a telephone number, and dictating, telling me that what I need to do to my property and to cease and desist what I'm doing. So she's basically taking control over my my property.
Okay, and you're not part of a homeowners association, so you never agreed to being part of this association?
No, in fact, that's what, when I bought this place, they tried to tie me into a homeowners association here and I refused to sign it. And so they kept pushing and pushing. I said, hey, I was a cash buyer, so I'm, if you don't want to put it through, then tough, I won't buy it. So they went ahead and pushed it through anyways. So I never did sign the homeowners association deal. So I am an owner here, but not in their association.
Okay, well, I really wish that James was available to answer this more readily, but what I would do if I were in that situation is I would respond in a registered letter to the woman who signed that letter, indicating that she has no jurisdiction, and that if she, unless she can prove that she has jurisdiction, she has zero jurisdiction, and make the declaration that you're not in her jurisdiction and that you do not yield to any supposed authority.
Okay.
And Thomas, you are papered up?
No, I am not. I'm in the process. I've got the two friend statements, but when I signed or had my friend sign those and I wrote down on that deal and had it notarized, I put my name in all lowercase, and I thought that was the right thing to do. When I was talking to Christina, she was saying, oh, you better redo that again because it should be upper and lowercase.
Personally, I think you should just do your due diligence and know who you are before you start poking the bear. That's what I think.
Okay, so they put a I have to respond to following corrections must be completed by 8/25/2021. But this isn't a registered letter to me. This is just stuck on the door, so I can just say, hey, it blew off. I never did get it.
Oh yeah, you can say that, but also your silence or non-action to it could mean something else as well. So
yeah.
Thomas,
yes,
may
absolutely, please.
So what you can also do, take the notice and in red ink, write across it that you do not accept their offer to contract, that you reserve your constitutionally secured rights, and that they operate under Title 18 USC 242, 241, and this would be considered conspiracy of deprivation of rights. And you send it back, and this will end, because if they
Okay, so
continue, then you can follow up with affidavit, and then you get them really into trouble, meaning the man or woman who wrote the ticket.
okay, so once again, so I write a slash through their
So you
notice.
take, yeah, in red ink, pen,
Ready. Okay.
you write across it that you do not accept the offer to contract, that you are a living man, and that they operate under Title 18 USC 242 and 241, conspiracy of deprivation of rights.
They're operating under Title 18.
Yeah, under the color of law.
Under color of law, yes. Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah.
And just send that back to them. And you shall not hear back from those people. And if you do, if you hear back some letter, because they sometimes like to just scare people, because people, until you learn your status and your standing and your jurisdiction, you can always follow up with an affidavit where you declare your status, and you have them to rebut it. And when they don't rebut it, then it's their tacit agreement and admission, which stands as fact and truth in front of any court in America.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right, I
Tom,
got it. Thank you very much.
Thomas, may
yes.
I?
Sure.
Hey, this is Ed on Riverside. I apologize. I tried to chime in a minute ago, and then I got.
Hey Ed, I'm
bumped up-
counting on you. I
bumped
need
up the
your
feed.
I need you to jump in with me on this, really, because you and
Yeah.
Ken and Michelle. Oh my gosh, I mean, you guys are awesome. So yeah, go for it, please.
Hey, so the issue that he's having, and these are all great things that you can do. They're all things that I've done, and unfortunately, they're just going to ignore him until he literally does a land patent on his land. He bought a property within a homeowners association. They're going to assume that he is going to abide by all those rules. So until you do a land patent, you can send all this stuff off. They're still going to keep coming after you, and they're probably going to assess fines, and it's going to end up being a big court deal, and you're going to end up battling this. But you got to do a land. If you want to get these people off your back, you really have to do a land patent, and that's quite a lengthy process. I was talking to James about it last week on the call, and I was in the middle of doing my land patent when all this got shut down, and now I'm picking back up that it's opened up again. But until you get your status corrected and then serve the homeowners association, serve the city, and do that land patent, they're going to keep coming. They're not going to give up.
Yes, I totally agree with you, and I really believe that you really need to know what you're doing, and you got to take chances and stretch yourself. But that's like baby step 7 or something. I mean he's not even on the land yet. I mean, there's a certain way to approach this, and just hang out with us, you'll learn. And okay, was that Barbara that side? I know you've been on waiting for a long time. Barbara on Riverside.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and.
Okay, yeah, guys, thank you so much. Put it in the chat. James is in the chat too. We have a bunch of hands. So if Barbara could unmute on Riverside.
Yes, I did not sigh.
Oh, okay, good.
We're fine. But my question is for other experienced recorders too, and coordinators, if they know this answer. I have a gentleman. He's here on a green card. He's been married for 11 years. I told him he could do the Declaration of Naturalization Act, but it's a 7-year application. So, but he's only been here since 2019, but he's been married to the same woman for 11 years, and she lives on California. They live on California, and she wants to correct her status. So how can he go about what form is it that I can get him to sign
That's a wonderful question for any of our recorders out there.
Wait,
Come on.
did I hear you say 2019, Barbara?
Yeah.
That they've been on California since 2019?
He has, but he has a green card. He's been kind of in and out of the United States on a green card because him and his wife have been married for 11 years. But I think he's only established
Yeah, he needs to be on California for 7 years as a green card holder in good standing. So,
but a couple weeks ago we were talking about there was another gentleman, because I have two issues like this, James said, or somebody said, it was like as long as they were married for 3 or 4 years or more.
No, that has nothing to do with it. With us, they have to be, if they're a green card holder, they need to be on California for 7 years with no felonies, or I mean, they'll consider certain felonies, but essentially you want a clean criminal record and no public assistance.
But his wife can do it and do a baby deed on both of her children, even though he's not.
How long? She's been here for more than 7 years. He's the one that's been coming and going.
Well, she's an American.
Oh yeah, she can get papered, no problem, and she can claim the children. Yeah.
May I?
Sure, go for it.
Sorry, I'm hi Barbara. I'm the gentleman that Barbara is speaking on behalf of. There's one detail that was missing. My apologies, Barbara, and thanks for asking on my behalf. Anna actually stated in her video Zoom with Terry, I think a couple of months ago, she actually stated that if a green card holder, for example, was to marry an American national or citizen, they automatically forego the 7-year period. They can, and that was clarified by Anna herself. The only problem I have is in the application process, I can't find an application that isn't either someone who's been born on the land or someone who's been naturalized. There isn't a spousal application, so that was my issue. But I know from, and I can find the specific video and the time point where she said that. She stated categorically that if a foreign person marries an American national or citizen, they automatically can apply to be likewise a national citizen and adopt a state without the 7-year period.
Well, I stand corrected in that case.
I just don't know which application process to use, because there isn't a spousal application. There only, at least to my knowledge, there only appears to be born on the land or naturalized.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're going to have to get with Anna since she's making a different claim. We're going to have to create that document, because right now it doesn't exist if the reason is for a spouse, some sort of a spousal exception. So
watch this space.
Yeah, I'm sure, you know.
Michelle, may I add something?
Yeah, please do, Don.
Go to the Federation site. We have now like 3 versions of each form. There's like 9 or 12 forms, and I know that in California we are behind because we have not updated. So you will find that version now for the non-citizens in there in the set of new forms. So just check it out.
But is there one there related to specifically what they're talking about right now, which is a spousal exception?
Not the spousal per se, but the green card holder or whatever, or the more than 7 years. I mean, one of those forms should apply. I mean, right now we have more versions than before. That's what I'm trying to say. And California is behind in terms of just updated them to our California format.
Okay, I'll peruse the Federation site and see.
Right. It's a TASA site, the new TASA site, and I hope that page is now public because it has been updated recently, very recently, maybe a week ago.
Oh, great. Thank you, Don. I yield.
I yield also.
Okay, thank you guys. That was awesome. Just to clarify that and try to work it out. I mean, there's a lot to learn with all that, but okay, with that we have Diva on San Diego. Diva, please unmute. Diva going once. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Thank you for doing your moderation. Yeah. Hey, this is tripping me out. I'm seeing two pictures of you. One's a still picture and one's another picture of you.
Yeah, you know what, Diva? What I do is I go out and I have a smoke and I come back in, to be honest with you, or I mean, yeah, I just need to get up sometimes. So I'm here a long time, so it's kind of like, gotta move.
Yeah, but anyways, I just wanted to say that I know our business meeting kind of went over a little bit, but we're really, I just wanted to say that if there's anyone out there at all that's interested in helping to write content and articles for for some of our social media efforts that we really need, really would love some help and content for that. We really want to help people to educate. We have so many people at their hands already, so I'll be brief, but we want to answer as many questions as we can for folks. And so if you are interested, I'll be putting a link in the chat, and we invite you to come join us and add value and help grow the assembly. Thank you. With that, I'll pass.
Awesome. That's the way it all comes together. Everybody starts. And if anybody sees Diva there and you have the same idea, please hit her in the chat with a direct message. That would be wonderful to make that connection, because there's a lot of like-minded people here. And we're all just trying to figure it out, where our position is in all this. And this is how it happens, Okay, D. Scott on Alameda.
Yes, how you doing, Thomas?
I'm doing great. Thank you, D.
Excellent. So I got a couple of things. I think last week or week before, somebody brought up the FTC filing, which got me real excited, and I didn't have a pen and paper, but there was a lot of benefits to filing with the Federal Trade Commission. I'm hoping that person is on tonight and can maybe fill in some of my questions or provide me with some paperwork that I can read to get up to speed on it. Secondly, the LRS does provide some documents that go along with the Secretary of State and the Attorney General filing, and they are PDFs. Ken was talking about that, but you can convert those to Word inside of the PDF itself just by doing a save as, and you can save it as a Word. You don't have to copy and paste if you don't want to. And I did do some extra work to that document to personalize it. And one of the things that I did was I had the upper lowercase name of the flesh and blood person followed by DBA, doing business as, and then his name in all caps, comma, Secretary of State of the state of California, and then did the same thing with the Attorney General. And then I put at the, I think I did it on this one, to any agents and or assigns in there as well. So this is really the first time I've heard where when there's an office change that you have to refile documents. I've been doing this since about 2003, and I've never heard that you had to refile all your documents when there's a change of office. And I think maybe we got around that by using the language to any agents and or assigns, and an assign is somebody who comes in afterwards. So maybe somebody can clear that up for me. And then today, on another call, I'm involved in a law class with the Virginia Assembly, and the moderator there made a stunning announcement, and I brought it up to, I texted Michelle actually, and then spoke with my coordinator here on Alameda. And it was that there is a working credit union established in California that's ready to accept our credentials, if you will, or our the vendor cards. And even though none of that's really ready to go, but apparently they've got one here in California and then a couple more in other states that are ready to go. Have you heard anything about that?
I've been hearing a lot about vendor cards and things going on.
But I'm talking specifically about a credit union that is actually ready to go.
No, I haven't heard that. Has anybody else heard that?
So
I've only heard about it from you, Dale. I was starting to look into it before our call tonight, but then of course the call started. But I really hope that is truly available to us. That would be amazing. Thank you.
That'd be awesome. In fact, the guy that said it is somebody who is pretty familiar with Anna. I mean, he does some work with her. So, and he's not the kind of guy, he's an old guy, and he's not the kind of guy to just spout out crazy stuff. Which leads me to another question, and that is purchasing a home or an automobile. I heard from this fellow as well that if you have a contract with, say, a landlord, somebody, you live in a house that you rent, that could actually be a person that you add to the vendor list as well. I thought it was coming from the other side when they make a presentment to us, like a bank or a utility company. I have not heard, like, if you've got a landlord who is paying a mortgage, probably, that you would put a landlord on a vendor list. Any word on that?
What I am pretty excited about is it was a couple months ago, we we're just trying to figure out how the whole credit thing would work. And now we're a couple months into the future to the present right now. And now we're trying to get logistics and details and stuff about something that's never happened in any of our lives. But let's just stay tuned and let's just kind of, gather the information as, we go about this thing. We're early on in it. And
the actual settlement or set off is not something that's new. That has actually been going on for a long time, because I know people who have been doing this through the TDA successfully for years, and they change the program periodically, so they've got to go into a holding pattern until a new process shows up. And So I know that these things have happened before. They use, so anyway.
Yes, I've been in these circles for a little bit now, and I know there's a lot of people that are very familiar, and I think somebody was about to speak. And if anyone's out there to answer his FTA question from the past, that would be great to expound on that a little bit.
May I?
Yes, please.
Rich on Riverside.
Thank you, Rich.
Couple of things. I think it was Dana, by the way. I don't know if she's still on. That talked about the FTD. On what is the name of the credit union on California?
That's a good question. He was not excited about giving out the name, but he was very excited to say that it was established.
Oh, well, that's great. In the past, early on, Anna had talked about rent. I had heard, and that it wasn't going to be an annual payment, but it could be done monthly. Now, she hasn't mentioned anything now, but I think that is part of your vendor list. And I certainly would put, a landlord on there.
Okay.
And his address and his contact information, and the amount of the rent. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's at least one of four things that I went over really quickly. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Dana, and Dana is on, but I don't know if she's paying attention.
So when you pry the name of this credit union out of them, let us know. All right, I yield.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm good too. Thanks, Thomas. I yield.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you with that. Hang on, and I'm sure we'll come back to some more of those topics. They'll come up. I remember it as German, but it's Herman.
No, that was a mistake. Thank you.
Oh, your hands up. How do you pronounce your first name again?
Herman.
Herman. Okay,
Yes.
I'm gonna try to remember.
Thank you,
that.
Thomas.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, Marcia on LA.
Hi, guys.
Hello, hello.
When I was listening to the webinar about a week and a half ago when Anna was on with the state of California, kind of getting things sorted out, she mentioned that they needed people to do land patents. And since I have utility patents, I know how to do prior art search, and I've been kind of on hold on getting involved with all of this stuff because I'm afraid that I'm not going to have time to do a good job. I think this is something I could do, but I'm wondering from those of you that have land patents or are doing the research on them, is this something you need to go through the microfiche at the law library on, or is it all online now so I could do it when I have time?
Well, that's a wonderful question for somebody to answer if somebody's willing.
Thomas, I can jump in on that.
All right, appreciate it.
So when I was in the middle of doing my land patent, my home was actually under a Spanish land grant down in Riverside. And I went through the BLM. They told me who had the land patent or who was the original land patent holder, but they didn't have a copy of it. And I was going to have to go through the county, and then the county said they can't find it. So depending on where your house is or where your land is, yeah, it can be very difficult to track this land patent down. But it's not impossible. Somebody's got it. You just gotta track it down.
Okay, that's good, but I'm not looking to do it for myself. I'm looking to do it as a volunteer to help other people get their land patents, because Anna said that's where they need some help. And if I don't have to sit in a law library, if I can do it in the evening after I'm done with what I do for a living, I would have time for that.
Yeah,
No.
I'm doing my land patent. I can answer some of that.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what Anna meant when she said she wanted patent clerks, whether she meant just getting working with the BLM to get the patent or doing the whole chain of title search. The chain of title search does, at least in my area, require going to the county recording office because you have to actually see the records on their computers and on the old microfiche, which they have digitalized. So prior to 1969, anything prior to that and going back in my area to 1850, you have to look at the old handwritten records on the microfiche, and you have to do that at the county recorder's office.
During business hours. Yeah, that's, I was so excited that I finally had something that I could contribute. But I work for a living, and I just can't put the time in during the day.
A point of clarity, Marcia, this is Dana. You said you do utility patents. What is a utility patent?
Utility patent is a patent that on a never before invented product.
Okay, so you already handle
I have utility patents.
Okay.
I own utility patents, and I've done all my prior art search on my own. So I understand how to go through microfiche and what I'm looking for. I thought it would be something that I could maybe contribute, because I'm sick of sitting here waiting for something that I think I have time to do. But if I have to go in the middle of the day, I already have all of North America to take care of for my job. And I just don't see that I would be able to do it. But if anybody can think of something that I can do besides nutrition to help move this along and do social media, which I already do, man, bring it up, because I would love to be included.
Okay, so you're dealing with the USPTO, correct? With your utility patents?
Yes.
Patent Trademark Office. Okay, yeah, the land patents is different. Kind of alike.
Different, but if it's done on the computer, I could do it in my spare time. If I have to go into a law library or into the county office, which are open certain hours of the day, that's a whole different thing.
Right. We can, here in Riverside, we can go online to the clerk recorder office, and you can pull up information. And if you pay the $2, maybe $4, something like that for certified copy, you can get it so far back, but there comes a point where you need to go probably research it. Like here would probably be the Hall of Records or something like that.
Yeah, I was under the impression that Anna's looking for somebody to do the research. And because a lot of people won't know how to do that. It's monotonous and it takes a lot of time.
It does, and we'd love to have you do it.
Yes, I bet you would, and I would love to do it. But if I have to be putting hours into my business day, I don't want to be in a situation where I'm dropping the ball and disappointing people and taking longer than it should take because I don't have the time to do it all.
Well, of course, maybe it's a committee type of thing where there's help and people take, certain ones to do. But anyway, thank you, Ayul.
Yes, Marcia, I think that's wonderful that you're volunteering your time where you could be valuable. I experienced the same thing, and I got to tell you that I wanted to get a nap in today, and that didn't happen. And you just, if there's a will, there's a way. And your voice has been heard. You're on LA. Michelle's here twice. I see your face twice. I'm sure she's hearing you. She probably knows who you are. And
Michelle signed me up.
yeah,
I am.
It'll happen.
Hi, Marsha. So, Tomas, may I?
Sure, Lenka.
Marsha, that will be actually great. It was so funny because we just sent an email out today. We are putting together or trying to put together a task force addressing the land patents because many of us own or have real estate, and this is very important that we secure our land. So possibly you can contribute some of your expertise, and we can possibly have volunteers that we send directly to the offices during working hours. For example, I definitely can allocate some time to go and look up some of these records. So if we may, we would like to possibly put you on the team and see how we can put this all together, because I think that's very important, because that would free up a lot of resources, and securing our land is crucial.
Yeah, that's a great idea. If we collaborate on it, that I do what I can from here and send somebody else out to take care of stuff that I don't always have time for, that would be awesome.
Yeah, just using your expertise and maybe helping them to direct them what they need to be looking for, because it's a new area, even for me, right? We are all learning. So why don't we put our amazing brains together, create this fantastic brain power, and then we create basically, this pool for everyone that they can utilize.
I love that. I love that. Yeah.
May I want to add something else to Marcia.
Okay, yes, Deb.
There are some parts of the land patent research, the chain of title, that I did online. So for instance, there's newspapers in my area, it's the Oakland Tribune, that had deed of title exchanges that go all the way back to the late 1800s that you can find online through the county library.
Wow.
So if people can figure out those things that could be searched online, maybe you could help with those.
Absolutely. Well, I lost a house down in Newport Beach in the 2008 recession to foreclosure. And I think I'm going to start on that one, even though it's probably too late to do anything about it now. It will be good experience for me to see how different it is from doing the prior art search on utility patents, so that I have a little bit of experience in it from that perspective and see what is different about it. So yeah, that all sounds really good. Thank you.
It does sound very good. Thank you, Lenka. And I love the energy where you guys, now you're on the team. Marcia, you're on the team. So that's
I've
cool.
wanted to be on the team for so long. I listen to these things every week. My son Anton is on them until you guys all go, I don't know how you stay up all night and do this. And I don't know how Michelle does what she does. I know my limits, and I don't want to be a disappointment. I want to be able to keep my promise, and everybody seems to be doing what they need to do. I just know my limits. And
well, you showed up, and that's what's most important. And thank you for that.
Yeah.
So Marsha, I direct messaged you my email address. So if you could please shoot me an email, and we will put you on the team.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. Have a good night, everybody. I yield.
Okay, thank you, Marcia. I see Timothy Charles.
Yes, thank you, Thomas, for stepping up.
Well, thank you
You're doing a
for,
great job.
excellent.
Anyway, I've been waiting quite a time since Juanita was on earlier talking about sending notice to the district attorney.
Probably thought that was directed at her.
What?
Okay, we'll just have to work through that, Timothy. Go ahead and keep talking. I'll try to,
No, I said I just don't know how she does so much.
okay, here we
Oh,
go.
sorry.
All right,
Some
so
people need
I
to
went
be-
ahead and, okay, so hang on a sec. Okay. Okay, so Timothy, can you unmute yourself? I just had to mute everybody.
Yes, in my experience about sending letters, whether it's to the mayor or the sheriff or the DA, if you just send it to their personal name, they're most likely to ignore it because they're going to consider it unsolicited mail. What the
Okay, so if you send it,
you actually have to do to address it to the office, because these actors in office come and go with every election. And they may even take your letter as consider it personal property and vacate office and take it with them. You have to address it to the office of district attorney, so-and-so, like Governor Newsom. If you want to send him a letter, you have to offer the office of Governor, State of California, attention Governor, attention Newsom, acting as governor. And that way it becomes an official record in the office. It has to be maintained in the office. And that way, if it's 10, 20 years ago, this issue comes up again, it's in the record of the office, okay? Then when you send it registered mail, that little sticker you put on the outside of the envelope, it has a tiny little strip about 2 inches long and 1/8 of an inch wide. That strip has to go on the letter that you're sending. So it gives notice that it's a registered mail. And that way, any copies they make are going to show that it's registered mail. Because they'll have 101 little details that you get lost on, so that they can ignore you, take advantage of you. And the thing between certified mail and registered mail, certified mail is just guarantee of delivery. It doesn't have to be opened and read. There's no assumption that it was ever opened and read by the person it was addressed to. Certified mail is legally, lawfully indicated that this letter was delivered and is supposed to be opened on delivery and read on delivery. So that's the main reason you want to do registered mail, other than it's also got a chain of custody. It's kept in a lockbox every step of the way until it's delivered to the recipient. And I just hope that gives some clarification, point of clarification to people when you're sending letters to these acting in the official capacity as occupant to the office of DA or sheriff or mayor. And even if it's an issue with a dog catcher, the office of the county dog catcher, you know.
Timothy, would you say it's most important to keep your receipts and have like a nice notebook of dated everything that you've sent, when you send it, the receipt for when you send it, and have?
Yes, and the I forget what they call it. You can also put a green sticker that goes on the back that the post office will send it back to you as proof of delivery. So you keep all of that and the receipts from the post office. For every letter you send, you need all the paperwork involved with it.
All right, well, thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that and breaking it down in such an understandable way. So thank you.
All righty. Otherwise, I think just sending a letter to so-and-so as a mayor or Governor Newsom as a governor, it's just going to be ignored.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you, Timothy.
God
Appreciate you.
bless everybody.
Okay.
I yield.
Okay, Savannah? Savannah?
Yep, Silvana.
Obama. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no worries, no worries.
I know James hacks it up too. I mean, we're learning.
I mean, sometimes I pronounce it wrong. Okay. So I put in the chat a couple of photos of our letters to the IRS, and we spoke about it already. But I've reached out to a few people that have actually been doing this a long time. And Ron Kelly said that we sent it registered, we did all that stuff. We got it insured, and we actually put our IRS letter that my husband unknowingly opened saying like we owe X amount of dollars. And I wrote fraudulent and frivolous in red on each paper, and I sent it back to the Secretary of State. If anyone's listening, they can scroll up in the chat and look at the pictures that I shared so they can see the actual it's just a draft effectively of what we sent. And I was told, and I'm quoting, letters like this rarely, if ever, work, as they just ignore them. What is needed is the administrative process, which presents them with a declaration in the form of an affidavit that they are required to respond to by rebutting with evidence in support of their rebuttal, every averment thereupon. And this they can just never do, at least not in my declarations, which they've used successfully for 30 years. That's Ron Kelly did. They comply in all ways to the rules of law, and the administrative process came originally from the scriptures, wherein once they are faulted after 20 days and then defaulted after 30, you can stick a fork in them. Okay. No second chances. Send them their true bill in commerce for their damages. If they don't pay timely, they get another 3 times penalty for non-payment, and this becomes all the more enforceable when one follows their side of the administrative process and gets their notary verified at the county clerk and the apostles the document with their Secretary of State, where it is then internationally recognized as a verified judgment, and there are even more remedies, blah, 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 blah. I'm lost.
I'm lost too after hearing all that. Anybody else want to touch on that?
Yeah, I put the pictures of the letters that we sent up in the chat. You might want to scroll for like half a minute. They're in there. There's 2 pictures. They're JPEGs.
What time was it?
8:22. So scroll up to 8:22. You'll see the letters that it's just like a template, not the actual letters of the docs that my husband and I sent to the Secretary of State of California, franchise tax board, blah, 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 blah. And then, so I just, okay, we kind of want to get this done, and we want to put a pin in it. So if they are most likely going to ignore them, so it says I have to put a declaration in the form of an affidavit. Anyone have a template for a form of an affidavit that I would send to them, or can speak on this at all?
Only thing I see in the chat is the best forms are the IRS that I've ever seen come from the sdm.org. Was that referring to your question? Maybe it wasn't.
Yes, yes, it was actually. The CDM group does the best IRS forms, and they're voluminous, and they have affidavits. SEDM.org, surf over there, and you can search by category. Some of their better forms, you actually have to become a member, but it's probably one of the best research groups I've ever seen, especially on the IRS. They're amazing. In fact, they were so good, the guy that hosted the website had to move to Canada because he's being harassed by our agents here.
Oh, well, that's not good.
No, he's helping people out. You're just a person.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
right.
You're a on the land and a single person.
Okay, so SEDM.org. So I'll just go to their website, and then they have the affidavits and the rebuttals.
They have so much stuff. They have so much stuff. You'll get lost. It's amazing what they have. Okay.
All right. Is there one? Do you have a template that you've used?
I don't.
That they actually have been successful?
No, what I've always done with the IRS is called conditional acceptance. I'll pay the tax upon proof, and then I lay things out, and then I do affidavits, and I haven't done one in years, but an affidavit of negative averment, which is that I have not been shown any proof that demonstrates, or I have not been shown any evidence that demonstrates or proves blah, 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 whatever it is that you're fighting, and you believe that none exists. And that's the most powerful type of affidavit that I've seen, and it's worked. But with the IRS, I have just simply refused for cause without dishonor and send it back to them.
That's what you put on the actual letter?
Yeah, I write it across the letter in red, refuse for cause without dishonor. I think it's UCC 3501, I think, or 503, I forget it. It's an Article 3, UCC Article 3. It's been a while. I haven't filed since 1997.
How nice for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so refuse for cause without dishonor.
Dishonor, yeah.
Okay. And did you take a look at the letter? In the
No.
chat? Did you see
No.
the actual letter?
No,
Okay.
when I heard you read it last week, and the only thing that came to my mind was that there's a lot of positive statements that were being made. And the problem with positive statements is that they can just say, oh yeah, prove it. When you come at them with conditional acceptance, you're turning the tables on them, and you're saying, sure, I'll believe that I owe you a tax upon proof. And then you lay out what, that this applies to me, that this applies to me, that this applies to me. You have to kind of turn it around on them, because when we're making positive statements, we now have to provide the proof of those positive statements. And you see, the IRS, they can't quote Supreme Court law. So if you're using Supreme Court law or case law, which is still a bunch of dead men's opinion, they can't quote it, but they'll quote district court, Ninth Circuit, Eighth Circuit, but never Supreme Court circuit law. But go over to the CEDM group and just look around. They've got and just type in IRS in the search bar, and you'll be surprised. You'll see a lot of great stuff, and they have supporting documentation like points of authorities and things of that nature that will be helpful for you to actually read and understand. It always sucks to be in the battle and have to do your homework. I know. I've been there. It really stinks. And you feel like you're under the gun, but the reality is that you're not, especially if you're sending conditional acceptance letters, because then they have to come back at you, or they'll come back at you with another offer. But, every time that you write to them, like with positive stuff, you're creating a controversy, and what you're trying to do is settle the controversy. So you're more than willing to settle it upon proof. And then you kind of lay it out. That's been my approach. For me, when writing, less words are better than more words.
Okay.
And I know that the zeal of being involved in letter writing and stuff, you want to just kind of barf all over them. But the reality is the less that you say, the better off you are.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Just like when you're in court.
Exactly. Yeah. Or trying to talk to a revenue agent who's pulled you over and, wants to hand you a ticket.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyways, that's my 2 cents. Check out CEDM. They're great.
Okay. I'll check it out.
All right.
And then it's specifically the franchise tax board, right? So I'm assuming they have stuff for the California Franchise Tax Board.
I think they have dealt primarily with the Fed, but as I'm coming to understand, the Franchise Tax Board is exactly what James has said. It's a franchise, and they're still all part of the same beast.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just put the draft of the letter in the chat so people can look at it. And you said that there's a lot of positive statements, obviously.
Well, you're, when,
Not negative ones.
right, when you were reading it, I just noticed there was just a lot of verbiage, and with the franchise tax board, they're really rabid, they're almost worse than the IRS.
How nice.
But no, from the standpoint that they'll send you letters, but they're unsigned. You don't know who you're writing to.
Right, yeah.
So I always like to say, well, I'll answer this, but I want to know who I'm talking to. In the event that you damage me, somebody's going to take personal liability. That kind of stuff scares them, and they'll kick it up to the next person and to the next person.
Okay, yeah, so basically I could literally just write a letter. I wouldn't even necessarily need to have it registered and be like, I need to know who I'm speaking to.
Yeah, you'd like to get the name of the person who's writing you, because you're confused. You think that this is a fraud, and that somebody's trying to get into your bank account and take advantage of you, identity theft, or you're concerned about it, or that kind of thing.
Okay. That makes sense. I would like to get the name of the person.
Hey, Silvana?
I'm like taking notes. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Betty T. Lee, it's in the chat. She is the controller of the California Franchise Tax Board. You could direct your letters to her if you want.
Yeah, I saw that.
Mhm.
I saw that when I was doing my research, and then someone who already who I got the template from basically said, no, I didn't go from there. I just went to the head honcho.
Well, from my understanding, the controller is like the CEO of the Franchise Tax Board. So she is the top dog, top woman, if you will.
Okay.
Or you could write to her and you can say, there's somebody that's writing to me and I don't understand it.
Okay.
The other thing is the Secretary of State does not have any direct affiliation with the Franchise Tax Board. They're different divisions.
Yeah, that's what I figured, but I just went by my friend Dr. Deb. That's who she sent her stuff to, and they didn't bother her, so I don't know.
I mean, the Secretary of State is the agency, is the person that would be dealing with all foreign nationals, or what do they call it? Non-resident aliens, which is what we are. Right. And so I think what you're doing is you're telling her that basically you do not, you're not within her jurisdiction. Then you're kind of CCing the Franchise Tax Board and say, notify the underlings, even though the Franchise Tax Board is not directly under the Secretary of State. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like a offshoot. But yeah.
Just as a note as well, Silvana, Dana just posted exactly the refuse for cause.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, the language is.
Wait, you cut out.
Yes, he did.
Okay, so the language, I'm assuming the language is the language that we would use. I do not accept your offer.
Okay, so you're coming a long ways with this, Silvana. Where's Alex tonight?
Oh, he's watching TV.
Oh, he's taking some.
He's long day at work and has no space for learning.
Yes, we all get there sometimes, I think.
He's referring to me to do the legwork.
Well, that's why you guys are just really doing so well. You're collaborating forces, husband and wife. Just
exactly.
Love it. I love seeing that, and I think you're doing wonderful. I admire watching your growth in this, and just keep in mind that I believe someday we'll be past all this learning and filing and stuff as more.
I know.
Isn't that going to be so nice? Like when we just get to the top of the mountain already, it's like we're trudging up the mountain. We're having to learn all this stuff and paperwork and this and that. But when we do get to our destination, the promised land, that's going to be just really wonderful. Just to, we'll all be just chilling. Me and Alex will just be chilling on some mountaintop somewhere, just hanging out. But I don't see Jeremiah. I think he left us. Are you out there, Jeremiah? I see your empty chair. I do see Susan James' hands. Were you done with that, Savette? Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. And if you want to share your screen and actually go through the paperwork, we only have a couple hands up, and I'm not sure how long we're going to keep this going today, but I'm open. And for all you guys out there, there's like 19 people on the call here. There are no dumb questions, and you could interact. And I mean, gosh, you can see how much I know about things, and we could just hang out and talk. It's a little early for that, but you know,
Yeah,
I'm open-minded.
if people are okay with it, I can share screen. I don't have any issues with that.
Okay,
And then we could just pick it apart.
yeah, there's enough of us. I see enough of people on there that know about the stuff, and it could be fun. We did that with that citation last week, and that was kind of cool with Mila. But okay, so I don't see Jeremiah, but I do see Susan James. Can you?
Hi. Yeah. Hi. Are you there?
I am here. Thank you, Susan. This is my coordinator for San Bernardino County.
All right.
So
Can you hear me? All right.
I can.
I just
Yes.
wanted to go back to the land patent, and I wanted to just tell people about the land patent. Once you finish all your chain of title, if you do, you have to do a notice of certificate of acceptance and declaration of land patent, and that is the purpose of it is so you can, if anybody challenges or tries to discredit your document, you have that's your insurance, and you have to publish it for 60 days. And Anna said you could publish it because instead of doing it at a library where you have to go check it every once in a while, take pictures of it and hope nobody takes it down, you can do it at the LRS. So you can publish it for 60 days in the LRS, and that's just as good. You could record it there or publish it. So I just wanted to let you know about that. And also, I have a question regarding the we're on YouTube right now, and if I send it a private comment to somebody, is that going to be on YouTube? My comment?
No.
Does anybody know?
That would be
Well, only if you send it to
No.
Robert, who's the host.
Okay, but if I send it privately, no.
As long as it's not Robert.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
the private comments are not visible.
Oh, okay, good. I thought kind of was concerning me because I put my phone number, my information there, and I didn't want everybody on YouTube to see it. Okay, so that's about it. Also, Thomas, you're smoking, so you lost your bet.
No, wait a minute. You still got to lose 7 pounds. We extended it till next month. You did good. You
Okay,
dropped 3.
I yelled.
Okay,
Bye. Good night.
I'm holding you to that. I want to quit. Okay, so there goes Susan. She's gone. I see Jeremiah still not there, and I see Ellen on Los Angeles. How you doing, Ellen? You're almost there. You'll get there.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
You are unmuted.
All right, yeah, I had a question. I've been looking at the passport application this week, and I've been looking at 3 different schools of thought, I guess. One, of course, is the copper moonshine stills. They seem to advocate no affidavit at all. And then there's Kelby, who has a very elaborate affidavit, but I think Copper Moonshine still says no affidavit of citizenship. And then there's another guy named Roger Sales, who has an affidavit, that about the 14th Amendment. Well, they all concern the 14th Amendment, but Roger Sales has, I don't know. Copper Moonshine still says do not submit an affidavit of citizenship or they'll reject your application. But I'm not sure if the Kelby and Roger Sales, if their affidavit is an affidavit of citizenship. It's just an affidavit that states, it asserts various things that you want to make clear. But anyway, I'm kind of, copper moonshine still seems the simplest way to do it, but on the other hand, you could really, assert a lot more things with the other two. But then, like someone was saying, maybe it's better, the less you say, the better. I don't know. So I just wanted to get some reactions on that. Sorry, my dog's barking out there. But
Oh, that's fine. Savannah had put some stuff in the chat. Would you like to expound on that a little bit, Savannah?
Yeah, sure. So Ed on Riverside said that, he didn't say his name. He just said like his advocates or whatever their website, they will do your passport for you and do all the special steps, and it costs $600 for him to do your passport, right? And then so I went to like call and ask more information about it, just to like, get, just a little Q&A and see what this $600 I'm actually getting. And then it turned into watch these videos and he's doing a Q&A. And then so I watched the Q&A, and then his secretary or whomever called me and was like, yeah, we offer this is 600, this other thing we do is $2,000. This other thing we do is $6,000. And I was like, whoa, okay. I already thought the passport thing was really expensive. So I just wanted to see his like Q&A and see what he was saying. He was talking about trusts and churches, and he said some not so nice things about AVR, and his secretary texted me and said some really inflammatory things, and how he has proof about how she's not, just things I actually don't, they're really inflammatory, so I don't even want to repeat it. And it's just kind of like, I don't know. It feels like he's just trying to make money. And
well, yeah, that's true. But we weren't going to I wasn't going to hire him.
Right.
I had in the past going along with his some of his things, and just I had a monthly membership for a while. But anyway, but I was able to download his the way he approaches the affidavit. It just seemed very detailed, without, regardless of his his
was it helpful?
Yeah, it was helpful.
As long as it was helpful.
Yeah, no, it was very it's like it's very detailed, that's all. But there's the copper moonshine still, which has no affidavit, then and I just wondered if yeah, and they also say to put, the copper moonshine still advocate put the social security number in there, whereas I think Kelby says don't put it in, and I'm not sure what Roger Sales says, but he says there's no harm in putting it in. In fact, it's more likely they will accept your application if you put it in. It doesn't hurt you to put it in. So I guess I'll put it in there, but I just wondered if anyone else had any input on that.
Sorry, what part do you put in that you shouldn't?
Your social security number. They ask for your social security number in the passport application. I think Copper Moonshine still said there. The most important thing is answer no when you're asked if you're a U.S. citizen. You do not want to be a U.S. citizen. That's what they said the most important thing is. But and it does not hurt you to put your social security number in there. So
or your parents. You don't want to say they were citizens either.
Right, exactly. You don't want, nobody, your wife, your parents, your aunt, your uncle, nobody should be a U.S. citizen, and you particularly. So, but okay, I was just looking for a little more input on that from whoever might have, undergone this process.
So
Also,
if I may.
Sure, you may.
I've just done it, and I've done it exactly like that. I put my social security number, but everything US citizen checked off. And I just done it actually a couple of days ago.
Oh, okay. Did you have an appointment when you did it?
Yes, yes. Oh, and this is, guys, you know, the appointments are pretty far in advance, but what I found out is that many people are actually skipping the appointments for whatever reason. So if, for example, you don't see appointment for like a month on their calendar, book it anyway, but then try to go there even like just on a random time because they are open, because many people are not showing up and they are not canceling. So that's what the officer told me in Orange
Okay.
County.
Well, what I did, I had to, that you to get an expedited appointment, you have to have some kind of a ticket, international travel ticket. So I booked a hotel in Rosarito Beach, and then that's my and I'm going to show my my reservation at this hotel, the Rosarito Beach Hotel, and then hopefully that yeah, they said that would work. So that's what I'm going to do.
Yes,
To
and
expedite.
it's extra $60 for the expedited service, which I strongly recommend. So he told me that it's up to 12 weeks, but that to expect it probably around 8-week time frame.
Oh, 8 weeks before they get back. Okay. All right.
May I, Alan?
And
Sure,
you can
yeah.
get everything online as well. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I think it's really important to say it's a new passport.
New. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you know, when I was on the I called them, and then you had to wait about 45, no, I had to wait an hour and a half to get through to the guy. And then I said, they asked if it was was this a new passport application or a renewal? And I wasn't sure what to say. Now I know I should have said new, but I said renewal. But I mean, that's what I just said. I mean, when I get in there, I'm gonna say, well, that was wrong. This is a new passport.
Yeah.
But
I made the mistake of saying that I was replacing an old passport, like mine was lost.
right.
And I followed all the moonshine tips, noted all the citizen questions, you know, did the CO for my address, you know, care of all that stuff. And I just recently received it back, and in the comments, like in the page 27 of the booklet, it states that this is replaces a lost passport, which means the passport is still my straw man passport. So, so now I don't know how to correct this. Like, am I gonna like send off red flags if I now go in and do a new one right off the bat? Anyway.
But that's because you stated that it was a replacement, or because because my appointment that I have is based on me stating it was a replacement, and I should have stated it was a new one. So maybe I should just cancel the appointment or something. I don't know.
Just put it on your application. Because there is a box that you basically never had a passport before.
Right.
And I believe that you will have to bring your birth certificate with you, and they will take it from you. I don't have American one, so I had to give them my naturalization papers, and you have to give them the original, and that's what they will be returning back.
Yeah, so I'll just, regardless of what I said, it's what I check on the box and what
That's correct. And don't bring any of your passports. Like, don't just like, you've never had passport before, because remember, you are no longer that person. You are a man on the land, and you never had passport like that before. So it's a brand new passport.
Okay, all right. But then I'm still a little up in the air about whether to put these affidavits with it. But I guess I'll just have to keep thinking about that, because anyway.
Point of information.
Yes.
Hey,
Thomas.
I know that Kelby does attach those, and certainly can't hurt.
Yeah.
If you're going to do the FOIA for certified copies, that'd be kind of cool. But wait, if you're going to like a post office and taking your birth certificate, they have this habit of taking that birth certificate and stapling it to your package. Do not let them staple it. You cannot let anything happen to the birth certificate, no holes punched in it, no corners torn off, or all that kind of stuff, because it makes the bond null and void.
Oh, but let's see. So my birth certificate, I'm not even, I better check and see if I mean, do you have to get a copy, like a printed copy?
Original. That's the original. Yeah, probably a certified copy.
Well, I mean, what if you can't find your original? You get it from, I think I have it, but I'm not sure.
You can get a one from your county, probably fastest certified. Of course, the best copy to get is from the state of California, California Vital Statistics Public Health Office, because they put the state file number on it.
Okay, how long does that
county
take?
ones don't have a state file number, and when you get that back, they will send it back to you. You could use it for many other things. But
okay. All right, and then if they try to staple it, I should physically
stop them.
prevent
Take a
them.
nice clip with you and say, would you please use this instead?
Okay, all right.
I yield.
Okay, I'm ready to yield too, but I did have one other question about the land patent, which is a completely different subject, but is that okay if I ask that too?
You know, Jeremiah's been waiting for a long time. Are you going to
Okay,
hang out for a
I'll
little bit?
yield. I'll yield. I'll ask it later.
Yeah, put your hand
Okay.
back up.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes.
Hey, before we get done with this is pretty much my area of expertise, so I wanted to weigh in on it.
For sure. Go for it.
So I've done this 3 times. I did this years ago before I knew any of this stuff. I just did a regular passport. Then I found out all this stuff. I did the copper moonshine way that they say to do it.
Right.
Nothing changed when I did the copper moonshine. I still had issues. I still had problems. And then I did the Kelby process. And I just did the Kelby process this past year. It took 6 months for me to get this passport, but hear me out here. So Sylvia, I've been talking to them about the process, and Kelby charges, it's around $500 to do it, or you can sign up for his deal for a year. It's like $49 a month, but there's a lot of other things you get out of that. So when I went through this with Kelby, the packet that I sent to the Secretary of State was literally an inch thick. It's a Declaration of Independence that you sign, because we're not a party to that document until you sign it. There's affidavits. There's literally, it was an inch thick that I sent to the Secretary of State. You do not put the social on it, and they're not going to give you the passport until you give them the social. But they're gonna contact you, and they're going to say, before we can go forward with this, we need the social. And there's another letter that you send back to them, and you make them acknowledge that the social is only for the birth certificate registered organization and not for the living man. Once I did this process, and I don't mind sharing it with anybody else, $500-600 is a lot of money. That's why I've been working with Sylvia and Alex down there, trying to help them out. Once I did this, everything changed. The copper moonshine stills is great, but everything changed the minute I did this. I came across the border, and I told the story a couple of times. I came across the border back in March, and they pulled me into secondary, and I sat there for about 20 or 30 minutes, and I started to get upset. So I got out and I went over to a border agent, and I had my son with me, and all around me, they're running drug dogs through cars, and they're, people in handcuffs. And I went up to him. I said, listen, I don't want to be here anymore. Here's my passport. Go run it. And I don't want to be here anymore. He was gone for about 10 minutes. He came back, handed me my passport, and said, get out of here. Have a nice day. No car search, no nothing.
Wow.
So Kelby's process does work. It costs a few bucks, but literally it does work. And the most important part of the process really isn't everything that you send them. It's getting a certified copy of the application, because that's your proof that they issued you a passport under the conditions that you put down in that application. So it takes a little bit longer, but I will tell you, I've done it 3 times and I did not notice a difference until I did it this way. And so I just got my certified copy back from the Secretary of State, put that in my safe, and yeah, I had to do the same thing with the Copper Moonshine one. I had to get a hotel reservation down in Baja. I had to do the whole rigmarole. I would never go to the passport office ever again, because they're behind 2 inches of bulletproof glass there. They can do whatever they want. They can make you cross stuff out. They don't have to accept your application. I went to the post office, and that was actually an opportunity for me to educate the person at the post office. And she didn't care what I put in there. She didn't care, how I signed it, how I did anything. And so I went back about a month ago when I got my passport, and I showed it to her. I said, remember all the paperwork I sent to him? Here's my passport. So it is, I know he sells other things like foundations and ministries and other stuff. You don't need to mess with any of that.
Yeah.
But the process that he does, he's gotten well over 2,000 passports done this way, and it works. I'm a walking.
You're proselytizing. That's good. Okay.
I've done it. I've done all 3 of them. So I know, and I've personally seen a change.
All right. I appreciate that. No, I was with him for about a year, and now I kind of lapsed, but maybe I got no problem. Yeah. Okay. That was only it was $500. So that's not really that much. So,
yeah. And the other thing about him and Anna, that Sylvia was talking about, he has his own thing that he says that he did with another group where he served the U.S. government paperwork, and him and Anna kind of go back and forth. At this point, I've been in both circles. I've seen both of them. I trust Anna 100% more than I trust him. But when it comes to the passport, his process is the right process to do.
all right.
Website, Jeremiah.
That's good to know. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate that.
Website for Calvi.
It's his advocates.
His advocates, yeah.
Okay, so I think they unpacked that really good for you there, Ellen. Are you?
I
okay
sure
with that?
did. Yeah,
Yeah,
I got a lot there. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. That's Ellen does so much for us with hosting the LA events and stuff. And I know Jeremiah's been waiting for a while, but it was just time well spent. And thank you for everybody who contributed to that. And yes, Ed is a living testimony that he's done it every which way, so that's cool. That's really great. So, okay, Jeremiah, please.
I yield, by the way.
It was worth it. The wait.
Thank
it was
you
worth
for
it. Thank you, Ed.
Yes.
One of the things that I want to share with you guys before I forget, it's for those that have a mortgage can be also do a rescission to the mortgage. And for Herman, I don't know if he's still there. I encourage you to study as much as you can with Anna's website. Don't be afraid. I've done so many things since 2003 that I've begun to search into the commercial law. And I've done so many things that I don't regret. Sometimes you're going to see things that you don't expect, but still don't give up. I never give up. The other thing is,
yes, please.
The other thing is that I want to share or ask Caesar if he's still there, or somebody like Dana or Ed about the Washington, the Mandian Nation. And this is especially for Caesar because he mentioned me in an email that with the Washington, the Mandian nationality, we are citizens of the United States, but we have no allegiance to the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs in Washington, D.C. And it appears that some believe that once we leave the reservation, we become citizens of the United States. But that thing doesn't work because the Washington, the do not have reservations. Okay. And I wanted to clarify that, and these documents, including the 928, had been sent to Anna. Okay. If there's anyone that is more familiar with this process, I will be more than happy to hear you guys. I yield.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. I know Michelle's there. Maybe she's busy, but somebody could.
Point of information, I'll try.
Sure. Go for it. Thank you,
Yeah,
Dana.
Jeremiah, we talked about this. We have, out here in Riverside, we have tons of natives. And we need clarification on this. You would think, boy, if you're part of a tribal nation out here, that, they would be considered, sovereign in their own right. But some of the tribes, as we know, have signed up for federal, that was not me, federal recognition versus federal acknowledgement. And which there's one that's they stay out of the United States, out of the federal zone, and there's one that they're actually in and they're dependent. They have welfare, their courts are merged somehow, their police forces to some degree. And it's kind of like the same situation we're in as US citizens. You give up something and let them. So yeah, we need clarity on this. You said if you're Washita, you are also considered a US citizen. Did you mean American, Jeremiah, or US citizen when you're on the res?
Well, that's what Caesar says. And I don't know where these came from. And since some of you guys may be more impact or direct communication with Anna, that with that information can be clarified.
Right. Well, we know Anna is working somewhat with some of these nations. I think she was talking about even putting the bank, the American States and Nations Bank, on a res. And I would assume that would be one that's federally, I don't know if it's acknowledged or recognized, which one's out or which one's in. I'm not sure. But yeah, to give it more sovereignty, where they may put a physical bank, although I believe she's talking about doing an online presence at first. They may have a brick and mortar building at some point, and I believe she was talking about on some native sovereign land. So yeah, we have tons of people that I could bring in if I just had the answer to this. But if you look at the 1779 Declaration, it's singular allegiance, and it says, I'm not a member of this or that or this or that. And what about tribes? And you have to look at what type of tribes. So this is really a sensitive issue to these people. So it'd be wonderful to get more clarity on it. That's about all I know. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you for that, Dana. Did that help you a little bit more, Jeremiah?
Yeah, well, I think that Anna is going to clarify that.
Yes, we're all putting it together here. It's just going to take time. We're all working it out. As you can see, just like that topic with like the land patent thing, probably another 6 months from now, it could be like a just papering up, like we'll all know how to do it. And I hope my real estate office turns into a land patent office myself. I would love to see people. I was telling my broker the other day, I thought we were selling real estate, like properties. I want to sell properties. I don't want to sell documents and, stuff like that, but whatever, it all work itself out. We're all learning. So what do you do? I have an iPhone here. With that, you yield, Jeremiah?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and lower your hand. And then I see an iPhone here. Please speak up.
Yes, this is Roy from Glendale.
Welcome, Roy.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions here for you. If you get a 928 form and it's approved, you're a nationalist, I want to know what is your viewpoint about getting a right to carry a firearm if you live in Los Angeles County?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, a nationalist I think that's not a good thing. I think it's just national. So, in this, we learn our words, especially with like firearm. We don't use firearm, we use arms. Because
Okay.
they restrict you with firearms and stuff. And we get your credential card. I got a credential card right here. And for what it's worth, I mean, it'll take some time, but right on the back of it, it says you're able to bear arms. So I'm sure there's somebody willing to talk about this and expound on it. I see Michelle lighting up.
Yeah, hi.
Hello?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Perfect.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, so you're spot on, Thomas. First of all, just a little bit of semantics about the word nationalist. Nationalist is a political ideology. And here, when we get our status corrected, we become American nationals. And more specifically, we're on California. So we're Californians. And then in terms of the arms, so everyone who does a proper status correction automatically is protected by our constitutional right to carry, and both concealed and open. However, my disclaimer is that we are not yet assembled. And so I just caution people, don't go crazy, don't go brandishing your arms once you're properly status corrected, because as far as I'm concerned, you don't want to cause great alarm. We're not assembled totally yet. We're working on it very quickly. But until we've got our courts up, you're putting yourself at potentially undue harm and trespass against yourself, and having to deal with the de facto court. But yeah, you automatically have the right to your arms, and you have a credential card to prove it.
Okay, one of my main questions here for you. When I go to the gun store to purchase ammo, they want you to either have a gun card, or they want you to also fill a application out, not only for the caliber that you are getting, but also the manufacturer. And you have to supply the application to them. So would I still have to apply that?
Well, if you're going to do business with arms dealers on California, you're essentially contracting with them. So, you have a choice to do business elsewhere in order to avoid all of that. And that's what I would recommend. Because those arms dealers are following their orders just the same way that restaurants are telling you that you can't come in without a mask, right? They're doing what they need to do to continue to have their licenses to be able to be dealers. So you don't have to get your arms here on California. So I recommend you get them out of state.
Okay. So in other words, you would have to obey what the state says by carrying either your gun unloaded in a vehicle, in the ammunition in the trunk. You would still have to obey that. You could not have a loaded gun inside of a vehicle.
Well, again, we're not assembled. So when you're a free American man on the land, you can do whatever you want, as long as it's in honor. However, I just personally don't recommend doing anything that's going to cause undue relations with the LEOs that may harass you when you don't deserve to be harassed. So, but it's a personal choice. Again, you're a grown man, and if you're walking in honor, then you can choose to live a life of honor and do whatever you want within that. Just don't harm anybody and don't harm their stuff.
Right. Okay, that sounds good. I just got one more quick question, and I'll let you go. And it's about filing taxes. If a person is lower income and you never have to actually pay taxes at the end of the year, you always get the money back why wouldn't you want to file for your taxes if you get a refund every year, not only from the federal, but also from the state?
Thomas, can I jump in on that?
Sure, Ed,
Oh,
go for it.
Oh, go ahead, Michelle. I didn't know you were, go ahead.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is when you're a free American man on the land, you don't have to file taxes whatsoever. But obviously it's up to you. Doing a revocation of your election to pay taxes is optional. And, you know, that's what I was going to say. Maybe Ed has something else to add.
Yeah, I actually wanted to jump in on both of those. I'll address the tax question first because there's probably a lot of people that are wondering that same thing. And what you have to realize is you're giving the government a no interest loan every week by giving them money out of your paycheck, and then they're giving it back to you a year later, and you're having to file that. So why even give it to them in the first place? Just keep that money and never give them the money that they're going to give back to you with no interest anyways. As far as the firearms go, and I spoke to the sheriff, Mark. He would never ever right now in this environment walk around with a gun on his hip. He would never do that, and I would never do that either. You're putting yourself at risk by doing any of that because you're going to have law enforcement or any other ninny walking down the road that sees that gun, and it's going to cause you a lot of problems. So as far as if you're going to drive around with something in your car, if you don't want to separate the ammo from the have it in the trunk, have it somewhere where no one's going to see it, no one's going to bother you with it. So at least you have it in case of an emergency, but don't ever in this environment go walking around with any kind of a gun that's loaded on your hip or anything else. And as far as the ammo and the firearms go, the best thing you can do is not have anything registered in their system. You can buy 80% or kits that you can build for yourself, and that's 100% lawful. You can build your own firearm that does not have to be registered in their system. So you don't have to go and buy anything in their system. As far as ammo, you can load your own ammo. It just depends on how much you want to put into this process. But I can't express enough. Do not walk around with a gun on your hip or anything loaded or anything. You're going to have a lot of problems if you do that.
Well, yeah, briefly, the concern is like what is going on in Seattle, Washington? What is going on in Portland? Why is the majority of people want to get rid or no, not get rid of, defund the police department? The latest news over there in Portland was that the police department didn't even want to get involved. So if we have these other quote unquote people who are against the law-abiding citizens going against us, and the police are way outnumbered, how do we defend ourselves?
Let me address that real quick, because I travel a lot for business, and I go to Seattle, I go to Portland a lot, and I also go to Spokane, which is on the other side of the mountain, where there's a huge divide on politics. And every time I've gone to Portland or Seattle, I've never ever once had an issue, unless you go looking for a problem and it's very localized. It's a very small area where those problems exist. You just don't go there. Every time that I've gone to Spokane, it's a whole different story. They walk around with their guns. Idaho, they walk around the guns. It's a whole different world between on the other side of that mountain. But I've even talked to people who live in Portland, and they all have their firearms. They all have guns at home, but they don't go to those areas where that's a problem. And I know that's not a total solution right now, but you just avoid those areas, and they're very small. The news shows you all this violence and all these protests and all these things going on. It's very localized up there. It's not something that the whole state's involved in.
Okay, you answered all my questions. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Well,
May-
that was
may I-
just wonderful. Yes,
may
Michelle,
I-
please.
May I add one more thing?
Yes, who is
Blanca.
this? Oh, Linka, yeah, go for it.
Yes. So when I reclaimed my right to travel with our de facto sheriff here in Orange, in my notice to him, to Don Barnes, I also included the fact that I'm invoking my Second Amendment to carry, open or concealed. And if he has any problem, basically to rebut it with me, and he has not. I am not exercising any of that because I don't really need violence. I know how to handle it with them, but I also want them to know that, we have that right. And so, if other people want to follow, just to let them know, that's fine. But yeah, because I know how that sometimes can feel, when they are basically just trying to constantly to trespass on our rights. And I know how it felt when I was sitting peacefully in my automobile and they basically told me, if you don't step out, I'm going to break this window and grab you out of it. So with that, I just wanted to clarify it with our de facto sheriff, who we are. And so that's on their desk, and I yield.
Hey, Thomas, can I talk to Linka real quick about
Go
that?
for it. Yeah.
Hey, so Linka, I would really like to get together and talk with you, either in person or over the phone, because I just accepted the sheriff position in Riverside, and I've talked to Mark in San Diego, and I talked to the new LA sheriff about this, because I really wanted to know what I was getting into when I did this, and Mark made me feel really, really positive about it. So if you have the time, if you want to talk on the phone or in person, I would love to sit down and talk to you about this a little bit more.
Absolutely great. Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, well, put it in the direct message in Lenka. And Lenka, real quick, I'd like to ask you, you've been through backseat of cop cars and, being harassed and stuff, but how do you feel now? Do you feel like a queen yet? Or are you getting?
Yeah, I do. I'm total queen. Yes, I'm total queen. They know who I am, and I constantly advertise because I'm not a criminal. I'm law-abiding American, and I'm very I know my position, I know my standing, I know my jurisdiction, and I know that they've been miseducated, they've been misled, and it's basically, and I work with them as trying to educate them. And so it's always very peaceful. Many times they come back to me and they ask me for more information, where they can, go to research more stuff. But they know who I am. And I make it very clear that they know who I am. I am not hiding. I am not running.
I love it. I just absolutely love it. I hope to be there one day as a man on the land with such confidence. I'll get there.
We have to remember that exercise makes the master, right? And so not to be afraid. There are only people behind those uniforms, and we just have to see them like that. And when we connect with their hearts, and we show them that we are actually fighting also for their freedom. And when I say fighting, I mean in non-violent way, they hear to that, because they're also unhappy many times what's going on. They just don't know how to approach it.
Yeah, no, you're educating them. It's wonderful, and educating us at the same time. It's a beautiful thing. So thank you. With you okay with that, Lenka? You
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I see Julie E on LA.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, Julie.
And I'm on my phone, so I can't really see everyone's names, but if that's Lenka from the Free to Breathe agency, I wanted to thank you, because we have hundreds of the mask exemption cards in our clinic that we've been giving out all across LA for months. So thank you very much.
That's fantastic. And that's great to hear. Thank you so much.
I wear it as a like a badge, like a necklace when I go in anywhere. And I just, when they ask me if I have a mask, I'm like, no, I have an exemption, and I just keep walking. And
Right.
yeah, so I printed out about 1,000 of them at one point, and I just started giving them out. I'm like, the more people that do this, the better. And I made them pretty large. They're almost like the size of your chest. So like they're like, 8 inches long, so that they can't be missed. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I have a meeting with Michelle tomorrow, so I'm not going to do my paperwork for myself and hopefully the baby deed for my kid. But I just have a couple of questions because I'm a business owner also. I worked with Jackie Figgs, so I've done a bunch of things. I have a 928 number for me and my son. And I was mostly focused on my personal self at first, but because people were talking about the Secretary of State, the one thing, and I was usually following all the quote unquote rules as far as my business. I have a business license. I have a merchant account with, I have a credit card. We accept credit cards. So I was just wondering, the only thing I didn't do, and it was by accident, was to pay the secretary, the statement of intent to the Secretary of State. And I just never did it this year. And then now they're like, they sent me like 8 months later after, or I was supposed to pay it in March. And I used to be like nervous about this stuff. It's only like $25, but I'm like, in terms of taking the steps, do I want to just not pay that, or do I need to pay that? And then I have a couple of other short questions as well.
Well, that's a good
May I?
pause. Yes, please.
Hey, Julie, I'm looking forward to our meeting tomorrow. So really quick, is your business in your name as a woman?
Yeah,
or-
well, I'm considered the president. It's an incorporation, which, that'll be the next step after I take care of my personal stuff, is to figure out how to change that. But yes, it is. My personal regular name is the president and owner of the business, but it is an incorporation in a different name.
Okay, so here's, the good news and the bad news. So the good news is, Julie E is about to be a free woman on the land, but your corporation is still a dead entity and still needs to follow the, edicts set forth by the contract that you have with the state. So hopefully what will happen is this will be a motivation for you to get your business out of that fiction, or put it into a business trust or something like that, where it's there's other regulations that are much more fruitful for sole proprietors or otherwise individual. Sorry, I'm using all the wrong words.
It's late.
Otherwise, a business that's operated by a free woman. So
would it? Oh, go ahead.
So I was just going to say that as much of a pain in the butt as it is, I don't know how much time you have or if there's any sort of a waiting period, but you want to keep your corporation in honor until you undo all of these little contracts that you're in.
Okay,
But
so then is it realistic to think, like, if we're gonna do my paperwork tomorrow and take care of whatever I need to for me and my kid, by the end of this year, I will be a non-tax paying, are we calling, is it American or a national? I'm still not clear on that term yet of what it is, but for my personal, and then could I possibly get my business done by the end of this year too, to the place where I want it to be?
Oh, I'm sure that you could do that. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. That sounds good. So, I don't want to waste everyone's time. So we can talk more about that tomorrow. And then just one other quick question. So I opened up a PMA when I was working with Jackie, and we got like the private mailbox and the bank account. And now the next step that I would want to do is to have the corporation pay the new person the money instead of paying the money. Is that something I should wait and talk about tomorrow, or is it helpful to answer for everyone else right now? And like, could I pay it to that bank account?
Can you re-ask the question, Julian?
Go ahead, Julian.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I didn't miss it. Can you rephrase the
Repeat?
question?
Yeah, so my business runs through QuickBooks, and I have a very tightwad bookkeeper who does everything by the book. And so I'm wondering, once is the next step, when I want to take a paycheck, which is monthly, can I have the business pay the new me? And would it go to that new bank account that's made in the title of, like, the name of the bank account is my ministry? So could I do that? Because QuickBooks operates usually through social security numbers. Like, I just don't know. I want to know what the next step would be with that. Like, I wanted to know, can the corporation stop paying me and start paying the new me that's on the land and with this new bank account? Or, and am I going to run into issues with that because of the social security number? And maybe it's a more complicated question than I'm thinking.
Well, it's not. You're making it more so potentially. So the me and the new me, you have the woman and you have the fiction. So you're removing yourself and creating this thing for the woman that exists.
The
and you
woman.
can't trust any other things that exist. So no, it's not wrong for you to do it, or should it be difficult? Now, tying in the aspects of the Social Security or the IRS comes into place. No, that's not really a problem either. The accountant is probably going to be really a stickler for some stuff, but some of the things, and perhaps Michelle will actually have better detail on it, is just it's some simple aspects to it that they just need to actually do, and they will see that it actually is law altogether.
Okay, so I can work on that with Michelle through the process or however I need to do that. But that's something that could be my next step before I get the corporation to where I want it to be. I could at least have the corporation pay the woman, the new me, the woman on the land person, instead of paying the fictional person.
That's right. You see, the person is a fiction, a word, a persona, and it has to do with the sound. So yeah, that's the fiction, and so that's who's been being paid, and you're just changing it so that now it's the woman. Or more appropriately, it sounds like you have a trust. I would pay the trust.
Yeah, it's the trust. Okay.
Right. There, which
okay.
is kind of a fiction in its own, but in that aspect, you probably have it for you or something else as the beneficiary, which just does the same thing. So yeah, and that, where you're kind of making this part of removing yourself from having any of the liabilities. Yeah, no, make it be the trust, not the woman.
So it would be the trust, right? Okay. And then just one other, maybe also simple question, is that, like, we're all talking about passports and getting a passport the right way for all of our, our woman or man selves. What's the world passport and where does that fit in?
Okay, world passport is something that we don't necessarily ourselves go into as much at the moment because of the clout. I'm not sure if there's anyone else actually on the call that's even heard of it altogether besides you and I. There probably are some folks, but we're generally just sticking with as much of what is similar to de facto that actually shows and indicates that we are actually our nationals. So whenever there's some aspect that says citizen, nope, we're not that, or parents, nope, not that. The world passport does some great stuff that it just doesn't. I mean, it is recognized and accepted by certain countries in certain aspects, and some aren't. But I'm not sure it'd be something that might be your expertise or something to bring back to us, even. Unless there's someone else that has anything to do that. Talk about that.
Thomas, may I?
Yeah. Yes, Ed, go for it. Jump in.
Oh wait, I think I got beat by someone else. Who else wanted to jump in?
No, go ahead, Ed. I could go after you.
I've heard of the world passport too, but it's one of those things. It's like there's a world driver's license too, and some countries accept it, some countries don't. I would stick with the United States of America passport and just do it the right way. You can't go wrong that way, because if you have if you try to get a world passport, you're going to run into issues. I don't know how much you travel or not, but you're going to run into issues probably mostly in the United States of America. I don't think they recognize any of that. But what I really wanted to jump.
That's enough. It's just all these terms as I'm learning. I just wanted to make sure I want to know what I need to accomplish. So if I don't need to deal with that right now, then we don't need to talk about it. I really appreciate that.
Keep it simple. But what I really wanted to jump in on was what you were talking about earlier. A lot of us here still have jobs in the de facto, and we have to deal with this issue. So you said that you have a trust. Are your personal bank accounts now, have you closed them and opened them under your trust?
No, I have not.
That's a huge factor, that you have to close every personal bank account that you have under your de facto name, and you open new bank accounts under your trust. And then when you have money that's deposited into that trust, you have to sign your checks or your direct deposit stubs or whatever they give you as lawful money, for credit deposit on account for lawful money. I think it's 12 USC 12411. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head, but that converts your that fiat money into lawful money. And as long as it's going into a trust account, then you're okay. But if you have any accounts that are still in your de facto name, you gotta change that.
Okay, and is that, what kind of ID do you need to do that? I think that was probably maybe where I was moving to with Jackie before she left.
Well, I did this a few years ago. So I have a trust for my all caps name, and I have a 98 number, which is a foreign number.
I have that too.
Okay, so you're on the right track. So my foreign number was out of Mexico, out of Baja, and there's an address tied to it. I had no issues with, well, there's certain banks that'll open them and certain banks that won't. But the bank that I deal with had no issue. They opened the trust account under my 98 number and never looked back. They didn't care one way or the other. Some banks won't deal with it. Some banks won't do it. I tried to open a brokerage with Fidelity, and Fidelity said, we don't deal with common law trust. But then you go to TD Ameritrade, and they opened it without barely any paperwork. So it just depends on where you go. But you have to get all those de facto accounts out of your personal name, and they have to be opened under your trust.
Okay, so what kind of personal ID do you use when they ask for that? Like your regular business, your driver's license, or, I have the international driver's license.
I personally used my passport and my driver's license, but I've done what you heard earlier. I've done my passport a particular way, but I've also done my driver's license that particular way too. I've removed my driver's license, and it's a non-US citizen driver's license now because I don't have a choice. I have a commercial license that I have to keep, but it's just the way it's contracted. But they really didn't care. They could care less. All they wanted was just to prove who you were.
Right. I think Jackie was always saying they just want to open accounts. They get bonuses as long as they could do the account. Was it Bank of America, or did you use another bank?
You know what? I've heard Bank of America actually will do it, but I was never successful with them. I actually use BBVA, and BBVA is a Spanish bank that just got bought by PNC, but the company I work for is out of Missouri, where PNC is at. And I was going to do the account through PNC. I could just never get back there with my trust to actually do it with them. But yeah, BBVA will do it. PNC will do it. There's credit unions that'll do it. If you want to get a like I was saying, Fidelity, if you want to account with Fidelity,
brokerage, right?
They won't do
I
it.
have an account with Fidelity as the fake person, I guess. So I need to swap it out. And a 529. So okay.
And they won't. They literally they sent me a letter back saying I wasted a month trying to get an account with Fidelity, and they sent me a letter back saying we don't do common law trust. But then TD Ameritrade, they did it within a week. They didn't care.
Okay.
Okay, wonderful. Sounds like you guys got a lot ironed out there. So are you
Thank you
okay
so
with
much.
it?
I can't see who's talking, so if you could just tell me your name so I
Oh,
can.
my name's Thomas. I'm just moderating for the evening here. Thomas Messina.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe we could expound on that a little later. But next up, we just dropped off. You see, what happens, Julie, is a lot of hands go up and we try to keep it rolling and we try to, but we want to give everybody, you know, so we're trying to balance things out. There's no right or wrong way of doing this, but we want to keep it, you know, everybody informed and add value to everybody. So if you could put something about your vaccine exemption in the chat, that would be wonderful. Or maybe say if it's a religious affidavit or something, I mean, what it's based off of. But with that, I want to go with Sylvania from San Diego. Sylvana.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, he said it right. Yeah, I was
good, thank you.
I was just gonna do the screen share if we wanted to do that.
Yeah, I want to do that. You waited in line. We had one between you and Julie, but he dropped off. Shane, I'm sorry, but he just couldn't wait. But yeah, let's go for it. I'm open for it. I'm sure Adriana and BG don't mind.
Sure. Okay, perfect. Let's do this one first. Screen share. Oops. I am screen sharing. Okay, that's the one page.
There you go. That's better.
The first page. Sort of, kind of. All right. There we go.
So who do we know
Okay.
who knows how to read this stuff? Maybe Brian, Dozy, and Dana, probably Ken, probably Ed, Michelle. Oh my gosh, there's a number of people on here that could probably help you. So let's go ahead and unpack it for us. What are you doing? What's your goal with this?
Okay, well, this is what we sent off, right? That's already been sent. So if we were to redo this, how would we want to change the wording? Because someone was saying that, you know, we have too many positive statements and not enough negative sort of statements. Although previously, due to the ignorant of facts, I'd signed a 1040, as well as opted in unnecessarily to withhold monies made through my labor. I am now correcting my true business and personal status on the public record, having discovered through research, never lawfully obligated to pay the franchise tax board, presumed volunteer, withholding agent, franchisee, or other employee of the state. Hold on.
Silvana,
Yep, go for it.
my suggestion would be is why don't you start with the one that either comes off the LRO, the LRS, or Max Taylor, because they have one that's relatively short, it's relatively tight. And if you have it in a doc file, then we could edit it and improve it just as we talk.
Do you have that handy?
I can pull it up. So give me a second.
Okay.
So
We'll just pop it in the chat.
All right, maybe you want to try to grab Adriana?
Yeah, we'll grab it and then we'll
back to you.
answer Julie's or Adriana's question. I guess.
Yeah, I think Julie just, let me lower Julie's hand. She's just, okay, so let's go on with Adriana from Santa Clara.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, good evening. My question is, hopefully you can answer it quickly. So recently there was an article in the Chronicle, and I've discussed this with my Santa Clara County, at least through email. I alerted them. So there's, I guess, there's this commoner law group up in San Francisco, and I think because of those vaccine mandates, it just garnered a lot of, like, especially the unions, like from the article, I guess it was like 200, almost 200 firefighters. They filed like these documents against these vax mandates. And of course, the Chronicle is, you know, characterizing this as like conspiracy documents or something or whatever. I'm not sure what the status is for these individuals. It seems like because San Francisco had really cracked down on this mandate, you know, people are in somewhat of a desperation. If you file those documents and you haven't corrected your status, do they still stand to like win in the courtroom or so? And he has something like the multiplicity of suits. And there's like a YouTube video that he talks about it, where it's like almost like suing someone, but it's really individuals together filing, you know, these grievances or whatever they call. So yeah, that was my question, if that made sense. I can put the article on the chat so you guys have a reference.
Yeah, that's always wonderful reference. Personally, I think if you're not on the land and you get yourself into court, you're subject to, losing. That's just how it's the game is skewed for them to win. But I'm sure somebody else could really answer that in more detail.
Well, that's my hunch. But anyway, I'll let someone else respond.
Yeah, to back Thomas on there, Julian here on Humboldt. What we're doing, one of the things of populating our counties here is that we're creating our own, well, it's known as status and standing.
Mm-hmm.
So we really get our standing when we actually have a land patent. That's really one of the things. But the land, it's a little ambiguous too, because our bodies come from land, so we are land as well. But in the commercial world, or that admiralty court system, we don't have the status or standing there that actually could command it in a greater respect. But we're and so that's why we're trying, we stay out of it for the most part. We don't have that kind of status and standing there. But the land jurisdiction thing has a higher status. It's because it came first, because men and women came before that commercial law happened. And so that alone gives us a higher standing in a certain respect too, as well. I don't know if that helps to reinforce what Thomas said. I hope it does.
I like it.
Okay. Would it make sense to, I don't know, collaborate and it looks like you guys wanted to expand the assemblies and whatnot. Would this be an opportunity?
Everything's an opportunity.
May I? May I?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So Adriana, anyone can claim their proper jurisdiction because they've always been and are what they are. So they've been always born, the living, breathing men and women on the land, right? So right now, I give you an example. I'm working with management from Southern California, Edison, with the same situation. And so what I told them is gather the people who are against the vaccinations, against the mask. And I'm helping them to basically we are filing personal affidavits against the CEO, basically putting him on the spot to rebut that he has jurisdiction over these people. And we will be giving him 10 days to do that because he might or he might not have taken an oath, but in either case, he has to uphold and support the Constitution that secures the unalienable rights of all these people, all these employees. And so we are putting him on the spot that he is trespassing on all these people's unalienable rights and to rebut it back to us, which he won't be able to do that. In which document we are letting him know that his unrebutted affidavit stands as his tacit agreement and admission without objection in any court of America. And once he receives these documents from, right now we have 20 people, we are basically building coalition, he will rethink his strategy. Because then we can take it further and we can basically go for declaratory judgment. And I know that he won't want to go there. So this is how we will stop it at its very own tracks. So this is one way how they can approach it. And I'm actually helping people to do that. So if you want my contact information, I can put it in the chat there, and I can
Sure.
we can help people if they can get together with their colleagues and other employees that basically do not want to go through this route.
Okay. Yeah, I'd appreciate if you can share me your contact.
Okay, I'm putting it right now. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I? This is Dawn.
Hey, sure, Dawn.
The reason I want to come in on this instead of waiting for my hand, it's pertinent to this conversation. And I guess I'm going to put this to the whole assembly because I really am so new. But I ran the multiplicity of suits that this company did for everyone, where they wrote out all the paperwork and had it all turned in. And those are all San Francisco and government employees. They're all either municipal or federal government employees. And the counselor at law that I ran it by said that every single one of those people that filed those documents has an emolument violation, and all of them could go to prison. So I'd love for anyone else to chime in on this. They basically use the same types of things that we would use as people on the land. They used, things that would work for us, but these are employees of the governments. So I yield, and I'd love to hear some more information on this.
Okay, is that Anders saying something? Okay, all right, so Don, I don't know what to say about any of that. Is anybody else could follow up on what Don's saying or expound on that? Okay, we'll come back. Maybe you could put a question in the chat on that, Don,
Hey.
something that's.
Hey, Thomas, real quick, let me jump in. Has she watched the David Straight videos? It's like 8.5, 9 hours of David Straight videos, and he talks about the emoluments violations. That is true. That they are committing emoluments violations, and I just finished all the David Straight stuff, and that's one thing that I'm gonna start putting into my affidavits and my filings when I deal with courts or anyone else, that there are emoluments violations. I haven't done it yet, so I don't know how it's going to work out, but that is a good strategy.
Amen. Right on, Ed. Thank you. Is that okay with you, Don?
Oh, is that okay with me? I don't know. I just, I thought it was such a great thing, the multiplicity of suits, and I followed along with and I signed up to get emails and updates, and I watched the paperwork, and then because I thought it was so great, I ran it by this counselor at law, and he said, those people the people that did that advice and started the whole program for those government employees, put every one of them in very serious danger. They could have many years in prison for what they've done if any of them actually followed through with the paperwork and served it and all the things that they did with it. So anyway, I just wanted to bring it up and see if anyone else knew anything or thought anything about that. And I yield. I just wanted that part of the discussion. Thank you for letting me speak.
Can a source be provided for that information to read, to research?
To research the multiplicity of suits that one company did?
Yeah.
Oh boy, I wrote them off my email because I thought I don't want to be involved with anyone that's so reckless that they would put other people in danger of going to prison.
Right, of course.
But I will see if I can go back in my email and see if I can find some of the things they sent me and put it in the chat.
Okay, thanks.
Yield.
Okay, thank you. Adriana, were you okay with that? Do you yield?
Yes, I yield. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think Savannah's gonna pick up on where she left off with Ken B.
Okay, got it. Let's share the screens.
Okay.
Do we all see this?
Yes, what are we looking at?
This looks like just some templates that our friends put in the chat. You can see the revocation New York template. It's really simple. This looks familiar. I think this is the same one that I got when I did the Maxie Taylor when we first were doing our paperwork to get our 928'd. This looks like the exact letter he sent to us to send to this Rettig character. So I guess that's it. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, it looks pretty clear. Just basically revoke my election and pay federal income taxes. I mean, you're not a federal agent, so why are you paying federal income tax? So I guess you're just making a statement to them with this. Doesn't, but, don't you have to personalize it a little bit so it doesn't look boilerplate?
I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. I mean, I just found out about this process like the beginning of June, late May. So
Yeah, may I?
Go for it.
Michelle.
Yeah, it's totally fine if it's boilerplate.
Okay.
That's not going to be a problem. But what you do want to do is, everywhere that it has red ink on there, you want to just change that so that the ink is the same throughout, black ink. And then you're going to autograph it in blue ink.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you're going to autograph in proper upper and lowercase fashion, and then you're going to send it registered, return receipt requested.
Okay. So send registered, return receipt requested.
Yeah. And you're going to want to put the registered mail number on the document somewhere. So you'll get that from the little green card that you get at the post office.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, we did that with the first letter. We got we've never sent registered return mail or registered mail ever before in our lives. And so we literally were just like, I don't know what to do. Do you know what to do? I'm like, I don't know what to do. Yeah, it was a little the blind leading the blind situation. The poor chick at the post office was just like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's to my understanding, it depends on what post office you go into. I went to the one in Claremont, California, and I got bold and asked them for my what do you call those, registered labels with the little notes on the side, the little white paper or whatever. And he just handed me off like 10 or 15 of them and gave me all the things, and it was so easy. I was shocked.
Yeah, they were like, how much are you going to insure it for? How much is this document insured for? And we're like, $10, $6,000. Like, I don't know. So we just kind of made up a large number, and if the mail gets lost, we'd get the large number. We basically did the amount of money that was on the bill that they say that we owe.
Oh, there you go. Put it back.
So it's
$50.
Yeah, it was more than that.
One thing I think that somebody was talking about in earlier in the call is that where we would have we would put Commissioner Reddick's name, I believe above where it says Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, and then we would say DBA, and then put their name in all caps. I would say so right above where it says Commissioner on the address block,
okay,
right up there, you would get the commissioner's full name. So let's say it's Bob. I don't actually know what it is, but it would say Bob Reddick, upper lowercase. Then you would say DBA, Bob Reddick in all caps.
Yeah.
And then
all caps. Oh, okay.
No. Keep it just the way it is.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No.
Normal.
So do it first, upper lower.
Yeah.
And then you say DBA.
DBA. That stands for
doing business as.
Okay, perfect.
And then give his corporate name, which would be Bob Reddick in all caps.
Uh-huh.
And then I believe the terminology is something like acting as commissioner.
Acting sometimes as commissioner, acting sometimes as
yeah. We put that in my other letter.
Okay.
For the Secretary of State, the Dr. Weber, I think her name was.
Yeah. This is the commissioner of the IRS, and then the other, that's right, the other one, Shirley Weber, was Franchise Tax Board. But I think basically it's the same format. And then the other thing is Caesar was talking about needing to go do this at every change of the administration.
Right.
And then somebody else had a comment that said, I forget the actual terminology. If Dana or Michelle are here, maybe you can fill me in on that. But there's a terminology where it says, where you make it consistent to whoever that office is assigned to when this particular person leaves. Do you remember that statement?
Yeah, successors and or assigns.
Successors and Michelle, where would you put that?
I would put it in the address field. So I would say, I'm looking at the cursor where Sylvan is modifying the page right now. So I would say Bob Reddick, DBA, Bob Reddick acting sometimes as commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service and or assigns, successors and or assigns.
Right at the revenue service part?
Uh-huh.
Successors and slash or assigns. That's right for you guys? Okay,
Yep.
Cool. And then
Perfect.
no spaces on this bad boy? All one blockchain? Looks good to everybody?
Looks good to me.
All right.
Of course, I'm looking at it on my cell phone trying to zoom in.
Oh. How about, yeah, anyone else, don't be afraid.
Yeah, where's Mike McGee with he's great at grammar and stuff, so he might catch that.
Well, I would capitalize, there you go, capitalize the R in Reddick.
Yeah.
And then I would connect all caps Bob Reddick to the DBA. So backspace all caps Bob, so it's one line.
So Bob DBA, then Bob thing.
Yeah, I mean this is just minor. This is very minor, but
yeah,
you don't need to put a comma there. Just doing business as. Most of the time it's lowercase. I don't think it matters if it's all caps, but
okay, yeah, that looks good.
And did you remove the note that you put in about the registered number? Oh, and there it is up top.
That's my note. Yeah, for me. Send register return receipt requested.
And then this looks like the document that's on the LRS. It's very similar to the LRS document. And I believe you can go back 10 years. The document in the LRS goes back 10 years. So you can probably change the date, October 1st, 2015, to whenever, 10 years from wherever you send this out. So if you send it out tomorrow, I would put August 12th, 2011.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. Anna brought up you could do it reversionary up to 10 years, probably even more. And I went, darn, I wish I knew that at the time. Supposedly, if you file before the tax filing date, which usually was April 14th, that it goes back 1 year. It has also been said that the revocation of election, some believe that it's only for 1 year. So I like to make clear that it's in perpetuity, that it's forever. Once you elect, and I was told it's a once in a lifetime election. So once you're out, you stay out. I was told you cannot go back in and get out again. Now I haven't found the backup for that, but it's really important you don't file after you do this.
Oh, no, we're not going to be filing again.
Right. And preferably that when you do this, you're getting out with clean hands, that there's nothing owed. Yeah, nothing owed and all that. And
where would you put that in perpetuity?
So Dana, my question would be is if you wanted to make the claim that you wanted it for perpetuity, what would be the best way that you could phrase that as a negative avertment to basically put the onus on them to show that if they can't, that they have to tell you?
I don't know. I'm kind of a fan of Avid Misho Nuke Protunkin in perpetuity, but in a lot of my letters. But I have a 12-page one, and it's pretty comprehensive. It gives all of the law sites out of their own IRS code manual, and as well as the USC codes and all that. But I don't know. Somehow saying that you're making this election reversionary is one word to use, back to the date of the 2011 date. And this is a permanent, I would say something like this is permanent.
Okay, I'm making this reversionary.
This is a reversionary election. This election is reversionary to October 1st, 2011.
There we go.
And permanently and in perpetuity.
Excuse me, can somebody let Dee Yates on the call? She's waiting.
I made this mistake that I needed to do. So this election is reversionary permanently and in perpetuity. There we go. That's how you spell it. Look good, everyone?
Do you think there's any possibility to go back further than 10 years? So at which point you could effectively reclaim whatever money was paid on in?
Well, possibly.
10 years is the max.
Possibly, but I went and did the US tax court thing for no jurisdiction back 20 years. And I got the chief judge of the top Washington, DC headquarters US tax court that the chief judge signed it. And the IRS attorneys for the commissioner gave me a 5-page motion saying, we've looked everywhere. We can't find a notice of determination that you're a taxpayer or a notice of deficiency that was ever given you at all. They went back to, I think it was 2000 I went to at the time. And I made them go look it all up and include that in their motion in order to agree for them to do a motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. Whose lack of jurisdiction? The IRS's lack of jurisdiction. Because technically they're supposed to send you a letter that says that you are determined to be a taxpayer. Now they usually don't. Notice of deficiency means you're deficient in paying taxes of some sort. But the letter of determination that you're not a taxpayer, there's only one way in their code they can send it to you. It must come to you certified or registered mail. And the man I learned this from was in a tax court holding up a notice of determination and a notice of deficiency he had received from the IRS through regular mail, held him up in front of the judge and said, Judge, I never got these. He looked at him and he said, you know what? I agree with you. Because it's the only way they can send it, which was just an amazing win for him.
Okay, so I wouldn't have to put any of that in this letter or
no, that's a different process.
Yeah.
You know, I did my revocation election back in 2017, but I was concerned, you know, if there was anything out there. So I went ahead and did the US tax court petition thing. That's going and poking the bear in the eye, and it came back exactly as I needed it. It is a Carrie Zolman process.
All right, cool.
Could you scroll up just a little bit, and show the top? I want to see if I can screen save it. Thanks.
No problem.
I really appreciate everybody coming together on this. I believe this is the way we just need to move forward and proceed, you know, just hanging out and assisting each other. And it's a beautiful thing. Love it.
I think the only other thing I would add is that at least by your name in the signature block, I would say John Mark Doe, authorized representative for, and then have your all caps name.
Ooh, good one. Obviously in black, authorized representative for.
And then the all caps name.
John Mark Doe. Okay, yeah, that
copyright symbol.
With the John Mark Doe as well.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Did you do 928s?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you claimed all those names. Plus, just putting a copyright symbol on it immediately is your immediate common law copyright claim.
Okay. Cerrone. There we go.
Right, but we know that IRS always goes by the transmitting utility name, which is the middle initial. It probably wouldn't hurt to add behind that, including all derivatives thereof, comma, including all derivatives thereof.
Okay. Look at this, you guys. Everyone's learning so much, right? All derivatives.
Yeah.
And then why blue ink?
Put your copyright symbol immediately after your name without a space so that it is clear that it's the name is the copyright.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not copyrighting the space.
Yeah, I'm copyrighting the blank. Yeah.
Okay.
Why blue ink?
Business.
Commercial.
Commerce, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can add a red thumbprint if you want.
But not necessary.
I would assume you definitely want to have that if you're copying as a living man, writing as a living man,
Yeah. And
separating
then,
the trust.
it probably wouldn't hurt to do semicolons throughout your document, your periods at the end of without prejudice.
Wait, hold on. Okay, semicolons where?
End of each paragraph. Instead of a period.
Oh, okay.
That means your statement is ongoing and doesn't end till you have a full stop at the end.
Okay, so literally I'm not putting any commas except for this one right here.
Oh yeah, those are fine. End of your paragraph. Yeah.
He means wherever you have a period, go ahead and put a semicolon in. This is how we.
Like after perpetuity?
Okay.
Yeah, put a space
So
after
this
perpetuity.
comment's fine. Okay, so I made so this guy also all periods is a semicolon. Damn, this is really arduous. Okay, having this clean confusion, withholding agent. Now that I'm not a withholding, I've never been one, and I signed previous 1040 forms. That comma's fine.
Yeah.
And then that's a full
Semicolon. And period after without prejudice. And space your paragraphs. That's okay.
Hey, Dana, what?
Hold on,
Dana,
hold on. Where would what do I do with this? You said
period after prejudice.
Okay. Period after prejudice. Okay.
That's the end of your statement.
Damn.
Well, wait a minute. Where's your signature?
Well,
oh, it's okay. It's just you haven't made the line on it. And
Yeah.
try to have your signature on the right, side when you finish this. Private people do their autographs and signatures on the right side, de facto corporation on the left. It's the general rule.
hey, Dana, I got a question for you. If you generally want the signature to be the last thing on the page, so that you're basically signing to everything above the page, then does that basically mean that where all rights reserved without prejudice is right now, that it would not be formally recognized?
Well, I'm a fan of, I don't like all rights reserved without prejudice below my signature. I put it above and I put all rights explicitly retained and reserved, comma, without prejudice, colon, then, you got your signature below that by. And the reason for the word explicitly, that word is actually in UCC 1308 for reservation of rights, for one who explicitly reserves his rights without prejudice. So it kind of comes out of that, and IRS is bankers, and bankers are supposed to go by UCC, even though we're not quoting UCC in here. It's sufficient to do this, but they use the word explicitly. So I like to say all rights explicitly retained and reserved, comma, without prejudice. And I like to do it above my signature, but I know.
But why do you like to do it above your signature?
I want it more near the body of my document. Some of my documents I'll put all rights and freedoms explicitly retained and reserved. You don't need that for the IRS here, but and sometimes I'll add others. It depends on what I'm signing. Non-assumpsit, meaning no liability, or I'll go into my non-assumpsit per idem sonens persona ficta, which is not assumpsit for any name that sounds the same that is a fictional person. But you don't have to do all that here either. These things work pretty well. And of course, you're sending the two different addresses, correct? There's the IRS, just the alphabet letters, and the Internal Revenue Service
are two different
Private corporations.
entities. And the IRS commissioner is a different entity from the commissioner of the IRS. These are the games they play. Nothing new. Everything Anna's told us about our names, names of the state, everything they do is a shell game. So we make sure we send this to both and they get it. That information wasn't out when I sent mine. When I sent mine, I sent it to the IRS Commissioner, 1111 Constitution Avenue, and then I sent one to the Director of International Operations, O'Donnell at the time. And I never did get my acknowledgement letter back. But what I did, it was bothering me. About 3 years later, I got a hold of the IRS FOIA office.
Oh,
and
nice.
I asked for, I want my acknowledgement letter. And I gave a copy of what they generally look like. And he was so nice. FOIA Disclosure Office. They act as a kind of almost like an ombudsman between the people and the agency. And he says, you know what? If you just resend those things to me, you mail them to me, and the date that you sent it in, and any proof of the date you sent it in, I'll make it reversionary. And I will stamp IRS received on every single page, and I will forward it to the proper office to ask for that acknowledgement letter for you. And I said, yippee. So I got it back, IRS received, which is really cool. It'd be great if you could walk this into your local IRS office and with 2 copies.
So you just called them? You just gave them a call then, the FOIA office?
Well, I actually started a FOIA case, through the IRS FOIA office. And then he put his phone number, so I gave him a call. And he'd never seen anything like this before. It was kind of funny. But so I had the next best thing. I'm happy with it. I had proof, they got it. And the cover letter that went with it showed my original registered mail receipts, green card. And I said, this is reversionary to the time that I sent it. They stamped it. So.
Okay, yeah, so you just, you sent your stuff, you never got anything back, it bothered you, and then, so you started a FOIA request and you just went through the IRS website to the FOIA request?
Yeah, they give it a case number.
Yeah.
And then they have somebody get back to you. He signed it, he put his phone number, everything else, and so, and he said, we can't find it. And I said, well, I'd sent him a copy of the green card signed by them. Well, they definitely got it. He says, I've been through the system, can't find it. One of the reasons for that is what we're doing is on the private side.
Oh.
That is one reason their agents may not be able to see it. But I wanted to make sure this thing was clinched. And so he offered to do that for me. He said, if you send it, I'll stamp it and I'll forward it where it needs to go. I think he forwarded it to Fresno, which I believe was open at the time. And of course, never heard anything back. That's typical. But I have prima facie evidence and proof with me, and they didn't rebut anything. So okay. I'm happy with it.
So just to put a pin in it and help me sleep at night, so like we got that letter saying we owe taxes for 2020 from the Franchise Tax Board. We sent it off to the thing. So we still got to send, because I have this, when I did my 928s, Maxie Taylor gave us 2 letters that look pretty much identical to this.
I've seen them, huh?
Right. So you've seen the ones that Max does. So we just got to send these bad boys off via registered return receipt mail, and then just wait, I guess, and nothing's going to happen.
Well, rarely do they answer back. This letter is basically that Max is using is from Anna. Wouldn't you agree, Ken? Basically, yes. For basic letters, yeah. So yeah, so I don't know if maybe could consider adding another line that says, please extend. What's the wording I've used on documents? Your receipt hereof constitutes your acceptance and acknowledgement hereof. However, please send me a formal acknowledgement letter for my files, from the IRS for my files, something like that.
Will you want to give them a 30-day time period of rebut?
Oh yeah, we could throw that, make it an administrative process. We could do all that too.
I think
but then again, you know what? You know what I would do? Something different here. I would notarize this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and use your de facto.
Notarized is a sworn statement.
I don't know. Well, I don't.
Okay, so
I think an acknowledgement would be good enough. It's just proving that you are you. You know, as best we can in de facto. An acknowledgement is not swearing or affirming. However, Anna said, if you take a look at the California, it has to be the California one with the box. When you use an acknowledgement, it still says the word subscribed.
Oh.
If she says subscribed, it's basically the same thing as swearing or affirming. So she's got a good point there. So I'd use an acknowledgement, California acknowledgement. Make sure it's got the box on it and exact wording, and that your name, go ahead and fill it out with your name in upper lower. So the notary goes, oh, you filled it out. So she doesn't put it in all caps and yeah.
Okay. So your receipt here of
constitutes your
tacit acquiescence.
Gosh, I can't, I don't have the document in front of me. Constitutes your
Agreement?
Acknowledgement and acceptance of this notice.
Yeah, my nails are getting long. Okay.
Please send, what would you say? Please send an IRS acknowledgement of this, of my election or something back to me. I don't know what I would say. Anybody got an idea?
Your confirmation to
Please
this.
send, yeah, please send IRS confirmation letter
Of this notice back to me within 10 days.
No, not of this notice back to me, of, please send IRS confirmation that you have updated my master file. There you go.
Perfect.
Oh, I like
And
that.
I wouldn't say my master file, updated
See?
master
Yes.
file related to this account.
Perfect. But this would be a notice. I mean, would this be considered an order?
Yeah, your word, changed master file. Yeah.
Is it 2 words? Yeah. Related to this account. Yeah, and you're gonna have a return address on it. So they know how to get a hold of you. You can put that underneath your name if you want, with your care of address.
She's got it up top, return address.
Okay.
Yeah. So they can send a check for the last 10 years.
Right.
Can you drop this in the chat,
That's
Silvana?
that's the next step.
Has anyone that piece?
Yeah.
Are you gonna drop this edited letter in the chat?
I mean,
What I would suggest, Silvana, is if you get this stuff cleaned up and then you and I correspond with it a few times, because I actually updated a little bit of the text in mine too to make it a little bit clearer.
Cool.
You and I can go back and forth during the course of the week, and we can present it next week.
That sounds good. I like that
Okay.
idea. And then we can answer other people's chats and we can all go to bed.
Yep.
Okay.
The other thing, Dana, is that wouldn't this, if you're basically ordering them to update their master file, which is effectively what you're doing, this isn't just a notice. So would it be considered an order or it's not, it's more than a declaration. So what would be the actual class of this letter that we're sending?
Well, I'm not looking at it anymore, but it basically is a notice. It is a notice.
You call it an instruction notice.
It's an instruction.
Constructive notice.
Constructive notice, because
Yeah.
it's more than just notifying them.
Because when you elect, they don't have a right to say, oh, we don't agree, or this or that. Although I'm one of the ones that got the Dear Lucretia letter that Anna has on her website. I got a response about 3.5 months later from the IRS, which was the frivolous letter response.
Yeah.
This is frivolous and blah, 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 which Anna on Dear Lucretia or Lucretia on Anna Von Wright's website, she tells you this is one of their ploys where they try to act like it's no good what you've done. They're bluffing you. And they give you a pamphlet in there saying there's a lot of people that go by basically sovereign citizen stuff and blah, 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 blah. However, you know you are successful because in that letter, at the bottom of it is the voucher from the IRS. Had the all caps name address, and on the right between 2 asterisks was my exemption number, which is an acknowledgement, meaning the social security number with no dashes, the credit side of your account, because nationals have access to the national credit side. So when you get that back and you get that coveted voucher with your exemption number between 2 asterisks, I don't care if it's frivolous or not, you're gonna have to answer. But you make several copies of that because you can use that voucher, make it into money orders.
Wait, I'm confused. You get a voucher?
Yeah, the first page, when you open an IRS letter, so usually a window envelope, and the first page has your name and address at the top, and then it was a letter, something C.
Take a look
It was
at
a
Anna's.
frivolous letter, but you read Anna's instruction. Anna says, for those that have not gotten out with clean hands, so to speak, where IRS, of course, they're going to go look and see if there's anything you owe.
Yeah.
You can take that voucher, convert it into a money order. You have to know how to properly endorse it as the national, front and back, and you send it back into them, and you leave the amount blank, and you put a pre-authorization of use of my exemption number letter in there, and tell them, go ahead, fill out, if there's anything owed, fill out whatever you want, fees, penalties, interest, have at it, because you're the accountants, and I don't know what's correct. And so you just gave them something, and the authority, kind of like a fiduciary, kind of like a Form 56, but the authority to go ahead and fill it out. Anna has instructions for that as well on the Anna Von Wright site.
So I think that's Article 607 or 609.
Oh.
And it's titled Dear Lucretia, and it's very easy to find. As a matter of fact, I believe, let me go post my document.
It goes to a file site, kind of like you set up, Ken, where it shows all the pages of it.
Yeah. And so what I will do is I've got an article called Assembly Resources, and I'm just about to post that in the chat here. And if you look under the section of Anna's articles, I've got it stuck in there. So you can just pull up directly from there. There's a lot of other good information in it. But Dana, from your standpoint, everything that Anna had in the format of using the voucher and the endorsement and everything in that Dear Lucretia thing, that seems to be valid as it stands.
Well, she did a second article on that later because other people were getting it too, where she gives more instruction on how to fill out the voucher. I don't know if the voucher is filled out on that one letter, but it's related to it. So she has a search thing on her site now.
Yeah.
So I would look up for that. But I got to tell an interesting, I call it a victory story. 3 months after I got the frivolous letter, I wanted to go back and get all the transcripts from when I had filed. And so I called the IRS, and they go, what's your name? What's your social security number? And I will never admit it's mine. I said, oh, that account name is, and I give the name. And then I said that account number, and I gave that, and I was recording this. And they kept typing it. I think you misspelled your name. We went over that 3 times, got the name right. Something's wrong with the number. I can't find it. Put the number in right. They said, you're not in our system. I went, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Oh, that's impressive.
And that's about all the acknowledgement you're going to get that you were successful with that. Now,
wow.
Regarding Kerry Zollman talking about this stuff, he said for the California FTB, they're the Nazis. They have the good accounting people working for them, where IRS I guess they aren't as on top of things.
They got the
accounting-wise.
minimum wagers.
Well, I don't want to put anybody down, but anyway, one of the processes he said, I said, I got an FTB issue, but I've done my revocation election and I got my 20 years back from the US tax court. They have no jurisdiction and blah, blah, blah. How do I handle FTB? He says, well, they actually don't have any rules for handling taxes. They use the federal code. Same thing IRS uses. So he said, write him a letter, write FTB a letter and play dumb and say, hey, could you play? I don't know how to file state taxes. How do I file the state taxes? How do I fill it out and get them to respond and say, oh, be happy to help you. You get it off of your federal 1040 form. Line this, line that. Well, guess what? If you don't have, you're not required to file the 1040, how could you be required to file the state? But you get a response letter like that. It's just another thing to add to your files. It's kind of cool. That could help you in cases with that.
Well, that is all just fascinating information you guys are just sharing. And thank you so much for answering these questions. And I believe we all learned a lot on that. We do have a lot of hands up. You guys want to shift gears on this? Okay. I think that was yes. Teresa in Los Angeles, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hi. Thanks. Thanks,
Hello.
Thomas. Can you hear me?
Yes, 5 and 5.
Okay. Great. So my question is, my letters to the IRS don't look anything like what you guys just went over. So what does that mean? What will that mean to me in my regarding my paperwork, regarding the letters that I sent? Would that affect me in any way?
I think it kind of depends on what you sent. I would say that if the basic, I think the important parts of that letter is, number one, it's done by registered mail. The second thing is it gets notarized. And my guess is everything else is kind of, shall we say, a little bit more, it's not essential, but it kind of puts a little bit, it kind of puts an edge on the teeth. I think that the only thing that really makes a difference, the key things are that it's registered and notarized.
Okay, it was notarized by Caesar.
Okay, so that's a public notary, or that's a, whatever it is. That's a de jure notary, but it's not de facto. And so they won't recognize a de jure notary. So I think in the worst case situation, all you'd have to go do is, when we get done working on this letter, take it and resend it.
Oh, so I can resend.
You can resend anything.
All right, that's excellent. Thank you for
now,
that.
Now you're probably ready for your baby steps of submitting into de facto now that we're all learning this as we go. And I didn't hear about it when I was first papering up, but sounds like we have to make a public notice to de facto directly. So yeah, and a lot of that's going around. So everyone's sharing and helping. And I think that's the direction we all are going to inevitably need to go in.
And you know what else? I was never told to have it notarized by the de facto at all. They just told me, okay, mail this. It's ready to go. So I mailed it. I mailed it. Mm-hmm. And that was it. So
now this is the next step. Yes.
Yeah.
So just redo it. Okay.
Well, point of information on that. I mean, I know Anna doesn't say notarize it. You really shouldn't have to, but it just gets rid of, you've just closed every argument door they have. They can't say, we don't know who really sent it to us. For us to update a master file is a big deal. And if you didn't notarize, mine was notarized, it was 12 pages long. In my case, I sent a bond in it with it to get out with clean hands. And I did all the IRS forms and everything with it to get out with clean hands. And of course they kept it all. but never got my acknowledgement letter, got the dumb frivolous thing. But I'm not concerned about it because I understand the way they operate. They said, if you file frivolous, it's up to a $5,000, if they call it frivolous, it's up to a $5,000 fine. Guess what was on the voucher? Amount due, 0. It was just a bluff.
Good for you. That's awesome. Well, Teresa, that's gonna look good in your woman portfolio.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your help.
You're welcome. With that,
I
do you
yield.
yield?
Yes, thanks.
Oh, can you put your hand down on, or I could probably do it. Dawn, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I do have a question. I just want to thank everybody, by the way, before my question for this. This has been wonderful. Ever since James mentioned on about maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago on town hall that this was the most important thing in the whole package, was the letter to the IRS and the letter to the Attorney General. I've been on a hunt. And I tell you, until tonight, despite all my research and work I didn't get anything like this. This is great. Thank you. So now my question, I thought that originally we were all shown that letter to the Franchise Tax Board. And then when it was brought up as a sample, all of a sudden it's to the IRS. And I do remember James talking about doing something where you get a letter from the IRS saying that the Franchise Tax Board is a franchise. And then if you have problems from them, you give them a copy of that. But I don't have enough information from listening to James talk about it to be able to take any action. What should be done in California with the Franchise Tax Board? Should we be sending them a separate letter? Do we just wait for them to attack us first? What do we do?
I would love to know the answer to that one. They're tough. I think we had somebody on an assembly call that said they sent FTB a copy of their revocation of election and FTB went away. I'd love to know who that was and really get that confirmed. If it were that easy, it'd be great.
Yes, that's what some of the stuff that Anna's talking about on her Monday night call. If you heard her, she was saying that the FBI building that she drove by all the time is vacant now. I mean, that was pretty cool. I like that. She was even thinking about
everything's empty. The White House is empty. The Queen's Castle is empty. The Vatican is basically empty. All of them. We are entering into a whole new world. Keep your hopes up. Other countries are doing amazing stuff with their protests. We stay peaceful, but to have our voices be heard, the point is to get them on the run. So
I would suspect the answer for the FTB is that you could request a voucher form in the same way that you would request it from the IRS, and basically say, something like that. Me as the lawful person, I have no ability to be able to pay the bills that you are looking for. Please send me an appropriate voucher so that I may be able to discharge them for you, and see what they do.
Well, first they start with a notice of proposed assessment. You don't answer. You don't answer properly within a certain amount of time. Notice to proposed assessment turns into notice of assessment. Then they go looking for any property you own. They put their notice of liens recorded in your county. They'll rob your bank accounts. They'll do, they terrorize people. So it's best that you do get back to them. I know some people refuse for cause and turn it back. I sent one back to them once that I put return to sender, decedent not here. And then what they did was send another one, and they switched my name around backwards. Did the same thing. They did another one, and they put my first name, an old married name from like 4 years prior. I haven't had that name, with my middle name and with my current name. What it's called is a fishing expedition. They're trying to find any entity they can that they properly address regarding courts. You must properly name the party for there to be any case. You have to properly name the party. So it's kind of the same thing. It's law. Maybe it's UCC. I'm not sure, but it's definitely law. You got to properly name the parties. Now, IRS has always sent stuff to us with a middle initial, all caps with a middle initial. Is that what your mama named you? But we pay the taxes. We did in the past. So when you pay it and you sign that check, guess what? You just agreed to be the all caps name, to be the surety for it. This is why it's so important that we put by on everything. We reserve your rights above it, put by. It separates the entities, the living man you from the all caps. And you can put your copyright claim on both of them. But it's the separation that's important. And of course, we all know the story about, our checkbooks. Always has the all caps name and the address in the upper left corner. It has a line to sign on. It's not a line. If you get a magnifying glass, it says authorized representative, authorized representative, authorized representative, micro print. Because banks understand it takes a living man to give its energy and labor to anything to animate that all caps name. But use the by. That's why she's a stickler on that. Keep yourself separated from it, where you're not admitting that you are it, or that you are the debtor, or that you are the surety for the debtor. You are an agent, and you adding the authorized representative, you can put for the ens legis all caps name. I try to get the derivatives in there too, because IRS does so many fishing expeditions on the name. They always want you to put just the middle initial, and then we would just sign it without a by, and we agree to be it. Same with our court cases. They convert everything to the all caps name, and they say, "Are you John Henry Doe?" And the moment you say yes, and the paper he's looking at is all caps. The moment you say yes, you just agreed to be the surety and the debtor. So if that debtor owes and it doesn't pay, they put your body in the cage until you pay the uttermost farthing, so to speak. So always you want that separation. It's important.
I really like the by and the way you explained that. I knew you had to put by before your signature, but I didn't really know why and when, but the way you expressed that right now, explained it, was just really painted a clear picture for me. So thank you for that.
Right. This is the first thing people need to learn after they correct their status, is how to then maintain it. Every government form put in front of us has check the US citizen box. That's where you can go right back in the system. You've got to be careful to maintain it. And there's just basic education on that. How you sign is number one. Reserving your rights every single time is extremely important. The by, copyright symbols, but every document is different. Depends on what you want to do, whether you want to be assumpsit or not. You want to be the agent. When you put by, you're an agent. And in law, even UCC law, agents are never liable. Same as a president of a corporation signs. He always signs his name as president. He's got a title after it. That separated him from the name of ABC Corporation. He's an agent. He's not it, he's an agent by signing by.
Dana, real quick before we go on to, we got to finish up with Don, but Nassim from Alameda. But real quick, Dana, do you feel like you're a queen on the land walking around?
Oh, that's a stickler question with me. Well,
you sound pretty confident.
I'm one of the, okay. Everybody loves to push, we're the little G gods. We're the kings and the queens. And biblically speaking, yes, we are. However, it's a becoming process. I'm not going to walk around like I'm a king or a queen. Yes, God has called me a king and priest when I'm in him. But there's a process of becoming. And a quick story to that is the story of little King David, when the prophet Samuel went and anointed him as king of Israel. He was a little shepherd in a field. His family, his brothers, everybody turned against him. How can that little sport be a king? But that's the one that was anointed. And after he was anointed is when all hell broke loose. He was running for his life from King Saul, from every nation. He had to go through the processing of becoming the king. He didn't become the king until many years later, after he had passed the test of the process. They really are tests of your heart. They're tests of your heart. He had to pass the test until that being anointed king earlier, he had to go through the process of becoming. And I'll tell you, when he finally became, he well earned it.
Yes.
And
Okay, that's great.
Thomas.
And it's a
Yes.
lifetime.
Thomas, like
Yes.
the other gentleman just pointed out, like she has an amazing way of explaining things. You're recording this. Are you marking the timer so that for later editing or using for a montage once we get better organized on
Well, Max, I am recording it, and I was going to ask you guys. This is my first time recording a Zoom meeting. At the end, when I am the host, and when I do log off, do I have to save the recording or do anything, or can I just log off?
May I? This is Deep.
Yes.
Yes. I just actually wanted to speak to Max. Max, are you interested in doing the sort of thing you just mentioned?
Yes, I am. As some of you know, I actually own the URL makeamericagreatagain.com, which is why I got into a really bad situation in America. And I started posting your content, and you're raising awareness on that website last week after the meeting with Thomas. Do you remember Thomas Gold in Los Angeles about the bees?
Oh, yes,
beekeeper?
yes. Yes. How did it go? Anybody look at it?
Got a few hands up.
People are very skeptic, the people that are reading it. So I do like to get organized. I also have like 200 acres in the Antelope Valley that I manage, and some in Malibu and in LA City that I agreed with the owner that I can put it available for organizing. And in I have an office where I would like to do kind of a drive-through, correct your status here concept that we can copy. And I would like to create it live streaming on makeamericagreatagain.com to teach people and guide them the way and kind of do what you guys are doing on Wednesdays, but make it more spectacular and
I think
attractive.
that's wonderful. That is so wonderful. And you know, being the moderator tonight, and we're gonna go with the hands because there's a lot of hands. But you know, I try to balance it, like what's too long on the topic, what's not. You know, I'm just here to add value, and I know, we've spent a lot of time on these answers here, and I've heard Herman or German Herman, he commented on the 101 common law class, and that starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. Michelle's class, and he said on that class that he really appreciated everybody participating. He just felt, you know, and I feel the sense of that tonight. So that's why I like the energy that's here right now. Everyone's coming together and helping. But yeah, we need to keep things going. But you know, I don't have nowhere to be till 9 a.m. So we could keep this thing going.
Listen, Thomas, just in short, so because this was kind of more about marking the timer on it, because I'm not wearing my glasses. So because these meetings are long, and if you can all think about it and maybe put some comments in the chat, if you're okay if I start streaming live on makeamericagreatagain.com your meetings and the common law meetings to go more.
I think that would have to be discussed. I think that would have to be agreed.
To go more public. No, I mean aren't you streaming this on YouTube right now?
Yeah, there is some conversations about that, and as I understand it, we're putting an awareness thing, like these are getting streamed, and you know, if you don't want your content out there on blast, don't bring it up.
Yeah, but are you streaming this on YouTube?
Max,
right
are you papered up?
I have a complicated situation, which I discussed a couple meetings ago with James. I'm born Dutch, and I'm a resident of Spain, and I am a nationalized citizen, and my two kids are also dual citizens. So I'm very confused right now about myself.
I don't think it would be appropriate unless you're either 1779 or 928 of paper up.
To
for
be
you to stream.
For it to stream? Sorry?
I think you would need to bring that up at the business part of the meeting, not here. We can talk
No.
about it here, but I think to
No, no,
actually
no.
get
But
approval
what?
to go do it. But I think
No.
there's also hands raised.
No, but I'm not understanding what you just said, the sentence. You say it's not appropriate to stream for me because of my paper status?
From my standpoint, that we cannot say whether it's right or wrong at this part because it's not part of the business part of the meeting. So
Okay, well, anyway, I'm offering you this because you understand I have a lot of other people who want to be on that channel, and everybody knows how to reach me. Right now, I'm just asking you to mark the timer of ladies like Dana who just explained something so beautifully, because that would be important. And then somebody asked me if I would offer myself to edit that and do that. Yeah, I have a crew that can do that. So, but it needs to be prepared. So if you guys want to start taking notes, somebody, of what are important, these meetings are long. I've been trying to spend a lot of time with you, but to start taking notes, or anybody who made screenshots or remembered it, put it in a hub so that if you guys decide to take me up on my offer, you can forward it there. And that was it. And my personal situation aside, just to help you prepare for August 30th. Okay.
I love your offer.
I think your offer is terrific. All I'm simply saying is that I think it would be something at least certainly to bring up to Nancy, and so that we can bring it up in the business part of the meeting, and then kind of put you in contact with the right folks to be able to do so. So that you're
Okay,
not
it's
putting
just
it.
that I'm
Right.
in about
So,
I'm
right.
in about
So
20 meetings a day because we're launching and I'm running for mayor of LA and I'm announcing them in September.
wow.
So everybody can reach me on we the people at makeamericagreatagain.com. My name is Rosa Goldmax and you can Google me. And there was an article in the LA Times about me 4 years ago. Some of you read it. Okay, so I gotta go. I'm really touched. My heart is touched, especially by the last Bible story. Thank you all, and I hope I can help you.
And thank you for everything you're offering, and
Right.
we'll take it up. But yeah, these things have been in discussion, and yes, it probably is best that we have full transparency and bring it in front of the business. And I'm sure it's going to be fine. But you know, we have to do.
I wish I had more time to understand who's who. I just know you. I just heard about Nancy. Everybody knows where to reach me, but I have to shift to the other meetings, and I've seen enough. I've been following you for 2 weeks, and I think you are all marvelous. I really want to thank you. It was a good experience to follow you for a while.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you as well.
All right. Bye.
Okay, Donna, are you all wrapped up?
Well, I have a point of information for Thomas. Thomas, you were asking about what you had to do to save the recording, and are you talking about the Zoom recording?
Yes. Yes. Okay. At the end of the night, when I close it out, do I have to do anything special to not lose the recording?
Right. What will happen when you close it out is a box will show up on your computer screen and it'll ask if you want to save it to the cloud or to your own computer. And so you just pick one, whichever is appropriate, and then it will do it all for you. And then it will also serve you the chat up as a separate box as well.
I think actually that takes place when you start the recording. So when you close out the meeting, basically what will happen is that Nancy will get an email in probably like a half hour after the meeting closes and says the recording is available. And then when she goes to that link, she will see 3 files. One file is the video and audio. One file is the audio only, and the third file is the chat. And then those are the things that she would send on out to anybody who wants a link for this file. But I think, Thomas, when you close it out, you should just be able to close it out. Everything's already been defined. I think you'll be in good shape.
Okay,
whatever you need to do will be very obvious. Let's put it that way.
All right. I just don't want to lose anything and be that guy. You know what I mean? So I don't want to be that guy.
Okay. Well, you're already that guy, but in a good way.
No, well, you know what, Ken? I've been on this long enough to know who are the true troopers, and I would say you're one of them. So, you know, I mean, yeah, you go through a lot and you're still hanging out here with us, and I love it. So, okay, let's try to go forward. Nisin Alameda, you have your hand up?
Nice and Thomas. Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
5 and 5, you're coming in clear. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I'm Nice in the Nightfly. Hello, California. Won't you turn your radio down? Respect the 7-second delay we use. So you say there's a race of men in the trees? You're for tough legislation. Thanks for calling. I wait all night for calls like these. An independent station, KJAZ, with jazz and conversation from the foot of Mount Sutro. Sweet music. Tonight the night is mine. Late line till the sun comes through the skylight. This first question is for anybody who wants to answer it. I was looking on TASA, American States Assembly.net. I can't find any email lists. Have I missed something?
Depends on what you're looking for. Who are you looking for?
Email lists.
Email for who?
Email mailing lists for the community.
The email mailing lists are not on the TASA site. So the TASA site is primarily just to be able to get people connected up with their state coordinators. And so when you go to the section on the 50 states, there you will see obviously a single state for every state out there. And
Right, but what I'm looking for is a national oriented set of mailing lists. But my takeaway is that since you didn't say, oh yeah, it's right, A, B, C, D, there must not be such a thing yet. Am I correct?
That there will never be something like that, because that would be putting, let's say, 15,000 people or 100,000 people out available for the public, which is not what we're doing. We're basically, we can't put that information out. So what we do is we get people in contact with 50 state coordinators, and then as you get involved with whatever state you want, then you slowly kind of can get access to people within that assembly. But it's not, no way.
Great, Ken, thanks for that answer. I got that. My third, just a heads up to Michelle Ford, my third question is going to be to you and to anybody who is law oriented. But my second question is for everyone, and I'm now forgetting my second question. I asked about the email lists. I guess my second question is this. A couple weeks ago, Anna posted about, hey, heads up, state assemblies. I was hoping you guys would come up with this idea on your own, but since you didn't, I'm going to put it out there for you. It would be good if each of the states had a group to assist people with their legal matters, because the new people coming on have a bunch of legal matters. And what I'm wondering is, here in California, I'm native born and raised here, love California, love Californians. We've got so many wonderful, knowledgeable, intelligent people here. And I'm wondering where Anna's idea is in the community of people here who are in the California Assembly. I could see that there could be 2 or 3 subtopic lists, like, let's say, business legal questions, or DMV legal questions, or family law legal questions. Does anybody have any idea how far along, if there's been discussion about this idea that Anna put forward here in the California Assembly, and when something like this might happen?
May I address his question?
Sure, Don.
So I want to tell you that we are forming a committee to do that. But do you know that every single one of us that you see as the officers on the assembly are run off our feet with hours and hours and hours per week of work? Most of us are very frazzled. We wear several hats because we don't have enough volunteers. And I would like to invite you to educate yourself in common law and then volunteer to be a person on such a committee. Because, it's one thing to make a suggestion like that. It's another to make a suggestion when so many volunteers are needed and are wearing several hats to be able to accomplish all that we do now in the assembly. So kind of the general rule in the assembly is, if you think something needs to be done, then step forward and do it. Offer yourself.
Yes, Messina, you could start by papering up with us too. That would be wonderful. Have you
Dawn,
considered that?
Dawn, thank you so much for that answer. And by the way, I heard you commenting, Dawn, earlier tonight about the San Francisco firefighters and how, you know, you had spoken with a counselor at law and gotten some significant points of input about that. And I really appreciate your effort on that. My dad was a fireman. That's one of the reasons I'm taking the time to ask this question about if the California Assembly is how progress they're making about this idea of ANAs, because you know, that's another topic. You know, how people can deal with employer mandates. With that wraps up that question. Let me see, is Michelle Ford listening right now?
She's not on the call. She's probably getting some sleep for tomorrow's show.
Okay, great. Well, then this will be for anyone who wants to try to answer it. I was going to say, hey, Michelle, thank you so much for your Thursday morning calls. I've listened to several of them, and I was wondering if you, Michelle, who's not here right now, we're working with people like yourself in other states, obviously big states, New York or Texas, whatever. Got a lot of people. There must be people like Michelle in these other states, and I just was wondering if they're kind of working together, and especially on sort of like Michelle does a Law 101 class. And I'm wondering if any place in the United States is doing sort of like a 201 class, or if, like, you know, Michelle and the other people, the law specialists, could do a 201 class. So
Michelle's working on a 20. Yeah, Michelle's working on a 201 class, and Alameda, I'm curious. I mean, it's about joining the assembly and really engaging, like Don said. And are you almost there yet? I mean,
oh no, I'm a long ways away.
Okay, all right. So you're just kind of putting the fillers out there. Yeah, we have a total open line of communication with Anna as of last Tuesday. She had a special meeting with the California Assembly.
I caught the very tail end of it.
Oh, excellent.
I think if you're interested in more common law education, there was, or probably is still going on, that Terry Somm of Washington was hosting a common law class with a longtime expert in common law by the name of Brett Allen Winters. And if you go onto Brett's site, which is just commonlawlawyer.com, he has a whole series of videos. He has like a 40 classes of common law stuff that he's done that is totally accessible. You can just go in there and listen to it. And so that might be a really good place to start if you're interested in that type of thing. To answer the general question, I think that there's lots of people. I mean, you know, Michelle does a great job in terms of just doing her recording, doing the co-coordinator for California, for being the deputy recorder for the state, for doing our common law class. I think that everybody we try to collaborate with other states as best that we can, but, you know, as Thomas is saying, it's limited, the number of hours that we can put into it. But if you're specifically interested in the common law, I would say go to the commonlawlawyer.com, and I think you'll be satisfied.
Ken, thanks for that wonderful answer. And would you please, if you may, put that link in the text chat?
Yes, for sure.
Because I'm thinking extemporaneously here and don't have a pen in front of me, but everybody would probably like to make a note of that excellent resource you've just provided us there. This is my final question. You know, I read Anna's blog on Paul Strammer's website, and I read the comments. And several days ago, within the past week, she made some post. I can't remember what it was about, but someone made a comment that comes up a couple times a week, I think. And that's like, Anna, where is this stuff you're talking about documented? Where can we read about it? You say like, I think one of the things she was talking about in this article, although I might be misremembering and conflating two articles, is she was talking about how there were 3 significant things that were done by all of the states together. One of them is that they admitted all the states that hadn't been admitted that have been admitted since the Civil War or something like that. There was some kind of thing, because the proper government wasn't in session for 150 years. And so, okay, my question is, someone asked, where's this documented? And I'd like to know the same question. Where is this document? Where did this meeting occur? How did this meeting happen with all the 50 states? And I'm doubly concerned because, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, I caught the tail end of that meeting with Anna and the people here from California. And I was like really surprised. I'm thinking like, oh my God, what? This is the first time that the people from California are actually getting together on an interactive meeting with California. I'm thinking there's got to be, at least should be like a once or twice meeting with Anna, but with all the state leaders. And it should be, obviously, low-level people like me shouldn't be able to speak on it, but it should be like a public meeting where, like you can watch C-SPAN or something. You can watch what all the legislators, in the federal government are doing. There ought to be some kind of call like this. So I'm wondering, I haven't seen it on TASA, American States Assembly. Have I missed this someplace, or just does it not exist? Or can anybody answer this? Where's the national kind of multi-state meeting where Anna says that they're deciding these big things and voting on
it? They have that. That's, if you're trying to get information on the California or on the 50 states coordinator call, you would have to be a California coordinator to get in on that.
But I mean, this is a very fundamental thing. We're talking about stuff that affects people in all 50 states. I mean, this should be something like a C-SPAN kind of thing. I don't want to get in on it and participate. I'm just a low-level guy. I'm not the person who the call is relevant for. But I mean, there should be, like a public viewing, so people can follow what's going on. Am I right or am I wrong?
What's your name?
Nyson.
Nyson, okay. Nyson, I agree with you. There should be lots of things. I think that, I feel like that everybody here in California probably wears 10 to 15 hats that's active within the assembly.
Yes.
The people like Anna, she's wearing like 40 or 50 hats. And so, everything that you're saying is important. Everything you're saying should be out there in very big ways, but it's not. We're still.
But you see, Ken, this creates a huge legitimacy.
Nyson, I'm not arguing with you. Okay.
Right. And so I'm not the leader in the California group, but I mean, if I was, this would be one of the top things on my mind. I would be like, hey, this is exciting and great stuff and fantastic for us in California, people in the United States and people all over the world. And we want people to be aware of it. And I would be, talking to Anna about it. And I was just flabbergasted that there was, this was apparently, about a week ago, the first time that the California people and Anna had gotten together. I mean, I can't understand. It's just like two puzzle pieces that just don't fit together. How can there be a coordinated thing for the whole 50 states and not a quorum that's got together and decided something? But there hasn't even been a group between a meeting between California and Anna.
That is called grassroots. That's why they're taking me up on my offer, and they might use makeamericagreatagain.com where you can see everything come together. You just need the media crew for that. That takes professionals.
Okay.
That's what they're doing. They're organizing.
Right. We've been around, this assembly really kind of got cranking in, let's say, May or June of last year. And we've had some organizational ups and downs. okay? And only really probably in the last 4 or 5 months have we started to get enough people and enough traction to have dedicated people doing marketing, dedicated people doing education, dedicated people that are, working on the business side of what we're doing. And so, from a startup standpoint, we're probably only like 4, 5, 6 months old. And that's just California. I agree that the Federation, Anna's been doing, she's been working on this system of the Federation for probably the last 3 or 4 years at least. All I can say is that when I started a year ago, I was asking a lot of the same questions that you're asking right now, Nyson. And it was very difficult and very frustrating because I felt like I was pulling teeth trying to get people to organize together to get a comprehensive IT plan, try to get comprehensive educational curriculum, to try to get a sales-oriented minded pipeline, all of these different things. And it's there's not a solid answer other than we really appreciate and have to be incredibly thankful for where we are and for all of the talent that we currently have, and not really kind of worry about what we don't have. And
It's a great answer, Ken. Thank you very much. That wraps up everything, and I'm about to yield. The only other kind of response I would make to that is, obviously thanks to everybody for, I know in volunteer organizations, everybody's short on time, and we're all should be thankful for whatever people can contribute. And there's always much more that people would like to have done than people have time to do on a volunteer basis. So all I would like to do is suggest to you, Ken, since you've been kind of answering this last question, is that maybe you, because I'm sure you're in contact with the top level people here in California and throughout the United States, much more than I am. Maybe you, as your time permits, raise that issue with them. Say, hey, we should. People are interested. At least one guy is. In following what the Federation is doing, and how can we do this? Can we get some recordings? Can we get some live meeting streams on WebEx? Can we get some mailing lists? I yield. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening and week, and hope I'll talk to y'all and listen to y'all next week.
thank you for your participation and your good comments, Nyson. Very much appreciated.
Yep, appreciate it, Alameda. That was nice. And I think we all have our expectations of how things should look, but this is something that no one's seen in 160 years. So we're just kind of keeping an open mind. We're trying to culminate together. We do have rails to run on, but we're just putting it together as we go here. And it takes people. So the more people that wake up and, see that there's nowhere else to be than at the American Assembly, because we're reconstructing America and we got a strong foundation, till the people come, we'll just be putting it together as we're going, maybe slower than some want, but at the same time, we're not overwhelmed. We're all working. I mean, we're all putting in hours, and it's, it's a new hobby for me, and I enjoy it. And so, with that, you want to go with Lindsay? Lindsay, I'm going to lower Alameda's hand here. Okay,
Oh,
Lindsay,
wow.
can you unmute?
Yes. Hi, can you?
We hear something. I don't know what that is, but yeah, we hear something, Lindsay.
Yeah. Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can, yes. Thank God.
Okay. Sorry. I wasn't sure that I thought I was lower down on the hand raising list. Okay.
Well,
So I got to,
you want to take some time? Brian's been waiting.
What's that?
Do you need some more time to gather your thoughts?
Nope. I'm walking up to. Okay. So my question tonight is, it's different. So it's about it's gun questions.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try to purchase. Well, I want to purchase a gun, and excuse me. And I found out that I can't do that with a California license. I don't know if anybody's aware of this. But
Well, there's a lot of gun guys on the the call tonight. First thing that comes to my mind is I'm hearing that you could buy them from out of state, disassembled, meaning that they just come in 2 boxes and you open up both boxes, you put them together and you got yourself a gun. But I'm sure there's ways of doing that. I can't see why you couldn't purchase a arm, but maybe someone
so,
else.
sorry, let me regroup myself. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be called up so soon. I've just been waiting for a while. Anyways, so I went to a shop today to take the gun test. It's like 30 minutes. You pay $25, and you have to provide your California DMV license. And at the top of your license, I don't know if anybody is aware of this, but it says federal limits apply.
Yes.
Has anybody ever?
Yeah, well, that's related to the new licenses. You have to renew your license. And I think you have to show a passport or some form of identification to get the new kind of license. And with the new kind, it's sufficient, but with the old kind, it's not sufficient.
Yeah, so you have to, so basically you have to provide, so the current California license that I have, I cannot buy a firearm without providing my birth certificate, because my DMV license up in the top right-hand corner says federal limits apply. I guess the California state ID has a different code on the top. I just learned this all today. I had no idea that this even existed on my license. So I guess the state ID has a golden bear where you don't have to provide your birth certificate. So here's my question. So these people that I spoke with today, they had no idea about the state assembly, and they're all, Second Amendment rights, gun rights, whatever. Oh shit. They knew nothing about the American Assembly. So my question is, sorry, I keep repeating myself. I said, well, do you guys accept the American, the credential card? They're like, oh, we don't know what that is. Yeah, so
Are you trying to find a valid ID that maybe that they will accept?
oops. Well, what I was trying to ask them is if would they accept a credential card, and they didn't know what that was about.
How about a passport?
What's that?
Passport. If you get your American national passport, then that's generally a valid ID. And if they ran it, they would see that you are listed as an American national.
Okay, so if let's say I'm papered up and I go back to purchase a firearm, and I say, oh, I'm not going to present you with my birth certificate. I'm going to present you with my credential card. They didn't seem to understand what that was.
Now,
So,
do you have a passport?
I do not have a passport.
Okay, because you could use a passport as well. But I don't think they would recognize that.
So I think the answer you're looking for is that it's very unlikely that any gun shop in California would recognize a credential card unless those people themselves are American nationals and understand who we are. The reason for that is because they're state licensed gun stores, and so they take state license IDs, and basically any identification that's recognized in the de facto, which is why a credential card is, a credential card is valid for, let's say, a law enforcement agent, so that when they actually pull up the QR code on that, that's on that identification, they can actually see your information. Or when they, let's say, go to the website that's on that identifier, it'll take them to the LRO or the LRS where they can go and see it. Now, they may know how to make sense of it, or they may not, which is why when you look at Anna's articles, most of them she'll say, at least recently, don't throw away your driver's license, because quite frankly, it's used in too many situations that if you don't know how to use it, it's going to cause you more trouble than it will if you just know how to use it. And go get a passport. And so if you fill out the passport in accordance with the Copper Moonshine Stills, instructions, and you do not check U.S. citizen, then effectively, when somebody pulls up that identification on their system, it says do not detain. And so they recognize is that you're in a different status than, let's say, somebody else who is just acting as a U.S. citizen. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I think that that's kind of like the best framework that I can see might make sense for you.
Yeah, I was just really surprised that these folks had no idea what the state assembly was. They didn't, and I was trying to kind of jokingly, well, can I use my credential card? And they're like, we don't know what you're talking about.
Did you think it might be a good opportunity that these people would be interested to learn about it? At which point, then you could be an educator for them.
Yes, and I was kind of leaning towards that, but I'm learning. These calls are my school.
What county are you in?
Oh, I'm on Santa Cruz County.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So are you linked up with everybody, all the other groups down in Santa Cruz?
Oh yeah, but we don't really discuss the purchasing of firearms, and this was kind of a new thing for my little family tonight about what the roadblocks are for purchasing a firearm, how difficult the state makes that. You can't just, you gotta. So
again, if you don't mind being on Humboldt here, Linz. Some of it is the terminology again. Firearm is the legal terminology. And so another way we can do it is that they're defensive implements. And I think I missed some of the discussion. I'm sorry, but I do believe that if there's a manufacturer of the defensive implements on the state, it's not crossing international borders, so to speak. And so that's not subject to anything federal that exists. And I believe there's at least one on this state, as well as where Thomas did point out, getting parts is not wrong either to do as well. But yeah, some of the terminology, noticing, using the license or using the ID to do it, and that's, to try and get one. I think that there's other ways. There's private folk and other things like that. And I do yield. Sorry about just the correction. Defensive implements.
And I'm sorry, did somebody answer that? I might have missed that, but can you purchase a firearm with your credential card and bypass the California state DMV?
You would never want to do those. If you were purchasing a firearm, that's a legal term. And so you would want to maintain within their entire system.
I'm sorry, but that answer cut out.
If you were purchasing a firearm, that term is a legal term. And so that you would want to maintain in that entire system. If you wanted a defensive implement or a gun, then that would not necessarily need to go through that entire system. The gun shops will have to, they're all incorporated. They have to follow certain rules. And there's certain aspects that you can get them to do it, but it's a little bit easier from my comprehension or understanding. And I don't have names of the companies, but I do believe there are some companies on the state on California state that can do that to nationals or to anyone that lives on the state directly. I do believe. So it's partly, it's not fixing their system. It's that there is another way that you can still do it that is more on, how do I put it? They're in public law. We deal with private law. We still have a public aspect to it, but there are other things in the private sector that are exempt from all of that stuff, that the regulations and such. Does that make sense?
Are you saying there are gun dealers that can sell guns to men and women on the land without having to comply with background checks?
In theory, that's pretty much, yes, that's true. In theory, I don't know completely, but I do believe, yeah, it would be a dealer, but more than that would be the manufacturer.
Because the real issue in this case is that they can't run the background check without the appropriate ID, I believe.
So,
yeah.
So let me just clarify one more time. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit scattered. I've been listening for hours and.
You're good, Lindsay, keep going.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure what was happening. So based on what I currently have, because I'm not currently papered up, I'm still working on it. And today was a great learning lesson, going to the gun shop and learning what I can and cannot do. And what I found out what I cannot do is I can't even take the gun certificate test because my license says federal limits apply. So do I need to have different language as far as asking to purchase a firearm?
May I?
If I heard that correctly.
Sure, Ryan.
You can. You're gonna need 3 forms of identification. There's no way around coming in with your birth certificate and then the ID you have, because it's not the real ID. That's why you need the birth certificate as well. And then they're gonna ask you for like a utility bill or your car registration. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
correct.
with those 3, you can take the test and purchase.
Okay. So thank you guys for bearing with me here. So if I was papered up and I had my credential card and I went there today and I slapped them, I'm like, here's my ID, state assembly credential card, they wouldn't know what to do with that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You have to realize they have no context for it.
Okay.
I mean, they're probably used to people not coming with a driver's license, and so they say, well, we have other forms of ID which are permissible, and a passport would be one of those. And they may or may not even recognize a witness testimony form. So I guess what Ryan was saying in terms of birth certificate and all the other things, yeah, they have acceptable forms of ID. The other thing is that just in the chat, there is a company called Statesman's Arms, which I believe is run by an American state national, not in California. I don't know where they are, but they're maybe Idaho or South Dakota someplace. And from what I understand, you can go and buy stuff from them. And I think they would be perfectly amenable to a papered up person and your credential card.
Right. Thank you. Now, when we correct our status, we're correcting our birth certificate, if I'm understanding that correctly.
You're correcting your relationship to your birth certificate. Your birth certificate is a wonderful certificate for a dead thing, which is not you. Right now, that dead thing is associated to be you. But what you need to go do is to correctly separate yourself from the dead thing so that you can be the living thing, which is you.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, all of your identification and all of your cognitive understanding says, I am this dead thing because I don't know how to separate myself from it. So when you look at your driver's license and you say, and somebody says, is that you? You say, no, that's a piece of plastic. That's representing something. It's not me. It's not me. I'm here. You want to talk to me? You talk to me. You don't talk to that because that thing won't respond.
Right. I guess, yeah. So I guess my question is, why do I have to present them with a corrected California DMV non-federal limits apply license?
Because you're in their system.
I am the said entity on this card. I'm trying to figure out the questions as I go. It's also
How long have you been listening to what we've been doing here?
a while. I know, guys. I know, but I'm trying to apply. I'm taking everything that I'm learning on these calls and I'm applying them in my everyday life, and that's where the questions come up. Like,
Oh, totally. I mean,
may I?
It's going to take you a while to put all the pieces together and to have it be intrinsic.
Oh yeah, it's such a process. I just what I want to do is walk into the gun shop tomorrow and go, let's say I'm papered up, which I'm almost there, and be like, here's my credential card.
But see, even if you're not papered up, it doesn't really make any difference. It's you're trying to find an appropriate identification that they will accept that is not going to limit you to what your driver's license is currently restricting you to. Does that make sense? Lindsay?
So that last part what you said cut out.
Yeah. So your driver's license right now is restricting you.
Correct.
Because it's limiting you to federal statutes. So if you throw that away and you say, what other identifications would be acceptable to you? Start there. And if they're not going to recognize your credential card, which they probably won't, then the question is it in their mind, is there a different level of, shall we say, enforcement that they have to go do with somebody with the drivers versus somebody not with the drivers? So if you don't come in with the drivers, does that put you in a different classification in their mind that they will be able to accept? I don't know the answer to that. But if the question is yes, and maybe your next visit is not going to be to buy a gun, but it's to be able to understand who they see you as.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an educational relationship. You're going to tell them about what you know. They're going to tell them about what they know. And so your goal is not necessarily to get a gun. That may be the good outcome. But your goal is to find out what's the best way that the two of you or group of you can cooperate to understand. You understand them and them understand you. That's the way I would look at it.
Yeah, that's exactly what the experience was today. And even you guys know that I have a 12-year-old. He was like, we gotta ask this question tonight, Mom. I'm like, yeah, we sure do, because they didn't know anything about the state assembly. They wanted, I mean, it was basically, if you don't have the identification, you're not going to be able to purchase a firearm. And that was kind of scary. I shouldn't use the word scary. It was alarming, the amount of restrictions that they're putting on, let's just say, citizens to purchase firearms. You got to really jump through the hoops. And so that's what our question was tonight, was if you're a state national, do you have to jump through these hoops, and how far do you have to jump through these hoops? Because I've been hearing on the calls that you can open carry in airports. So that's the next level of this that I'm diving into, is I guess firearms. If you're papered up, where's the, I don't want to say upper hand, but yeah, maybe that is the word.
I think if you're papered up and you know who you are and you go out and buy an arm and you bring it in, it's an arm, it's something that you're just going to defend yourself with. And, you know, it's not part of the US citizen rules, because it's not a, you know, they have legal rules for firearms. If you know who you are, you're on the land, you buy an arm, it's a different jurisdiction than if you were to buy a firearm within their jurisdiction. So there's two different things going on, and you don't know, you won't know that until you know who you are and how to go about it. So yes, there are two different ways of doing it.
Can I just jump in for a quick second here? And the real ID, which was introduced by Obama a few years back, I don't know exactly how long, but it's been sort of emerging more. I guess there's a deadline of 2023, at which point you can't do anything without it. It used to be you can travel and board airplanes with red driver's licenses, but it's now the feds encroaching on the states' territories by connecting the state driver's licenses with federal identification, like passports. So one way to think about it, it's just another reason to get involved in the American state national movement to break away from that encroachment of the federal government. And you know, it's impacting a lot of different areas, not just arms.
Yes, it is. Even in real estate, gosh, try leasing a property. I mean, you know, heaven forbid if you have a pet, you know, I mean, these landlords are saying no pets. And you need, like, you know, you have to be within the FICO score and all that. Everything's based off of the FICO score and all these different things. You have to, all these hurdles just to, you know, put a roof over your head. It's just amazing. You got to make over $100 grand a year, you know, in, you know, LA here. It's just like, it's amazing. But yeah, Lindsay.
Hey, Thomas, man.
Sure. Yes, Mike.
Hey, so Lindsay, James every week says, you know, we can jump in and out of the de facto system and the de jure system anytime we want, as we please, if it benefits us. So I don't know if this is going to help you wrap your head around it, but if you need to, you know, submit a de facto ID or IDs to get your firearm, then so be it. Then once you get your firearm, you get papered up. Now you have the right as a American woman to carry it, you know, wherever you please, you know. So, you know, sometimes we got to put on that mask, so to speak, and abide by their rules, if you will, to get what we want, you know. And the other thing, you know, if you said earlier, you're not too comfortable kind of sharing or educating people. I run a few social media sites for us. And if you look in the chat at 12:06, I posted a bunch of links to Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. If you want to, you know, just forward those to people, have them follow or look at some of the content, you know, maybe that can help you, you know, gain exposure with other people. And that's all. I yield. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And I do have one more question. So in regards to firearms, we were informed that, of course, my 12-year-old cannot purchase a firearm. And I don't know if I do the baby deed and we become national, you know, we have the status of state national, does that no longer apply? Can he purchase a firearm under the age of 18? Or does it have to be through myself?
May I?
You may, yes, but personally, I don't see why you would want to buy a gun in de facto land if you knew the difference and you had a clear choice. But yes, please.
Oh, you just said it pretty much, Thomas. Yeah, that's where I was at. It's so much about, yeah, it's so much of this, but I'll go into more detail. So much of what we're doing here in our basic aspect of returning to the land is we're learning who we are and how to speak or how to read altogether. And what we thought we knew is different. We're realizing that there's a lot of different things that are happening in that aspect. So when I keep hearing you, Lindsay, saying firearms and purchasing, like those are all terms that are you use that have to do with legal aspects. Legal aspects are in the public law, and we're learning about, as we're coming onto the land, what private law is. And private laws don't use statutes, codes, and regulations. It has to do with you're innocent until proven guilty. So the public law says you're guilty until proven innocent, even though we hear it say something different. But if you really look at what's happening, really open your eyes up, that's not the case. That's if you go to court for something, they ask you how you plead. Like, why would you plead if you're innocent on anything? So much of this really has to do, and this for everybody, that what we're really learning about or what the differences are between public and private. So if you do something with someone else, I want to remove the guns part and aspect of it. Let's just say milk. You're going to go get some milk from your neighbor right there, right? It's not going through the Department of Agriculture, okay? It doesn't have all kinds of taxes and other things on it, but it's really good milk. And you get it from the man or woman that gets that. That's private law that you've done. That's private trade that you've done. You've excluded the government from that. You're both happy. So this is where I'm just sort of pointing out, or want to point out in terms of if you want defensive implements or other things like that, when you start thinking about it, that aspect, and start thinking about yourself as a private man or woman, this is where you are seeing where your rights are, where they begin. And then you see where the de factos or other things, where theirs are too. And you also start to see how much yours stretch even farther than theirs. I'm about to lose power here. I live way out in the mountains. I have solar power and I'm losing it altogether. So I got my last little bit in. And for you all, hopefully, thank you all so much. All of your talents are so good that you're all bringing here. All your questions are so great. I so appreciate this. When I started, it was such a tiny group of people, but to see so many of your faces, so many of your voices that can just help and answer questions for yourself and things for myself too. I really appreciate it. Good night, all.
Thank you, Julian. I really appreciate you as well. Lindsay, I'm about to put Anna's book in the chat. I don't know if you saw that yet, but it's on YouTube, cut up in 14 different versions. Very neat to read. The one that's you know something's wrong when, you know, and it's a really neat little link. So anybody, it's on a YouTube. Someone took the time, packaged it all up, and it's very you get little nuggets, bite-sized cartoon characteristic thing. It's really fun to watch. So with that, Lindsay, do you yield?
I yield. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys answering my question. I'm sorry I was a little bit scattered. I'm learning all of this. It's a whole nother world. And I'm so great. It really is. And I'm so grateful to be able to have this call every Wednesday. It's my school and I love it.
Well, whatever you're doing with your line is working. This is like the first week that you just come across so clear and uninterrupted. And thank you so much for telling us about the federal limits apply. I did not know that. I know.
I didn't know it either. I was shocked to learn that tonight. And like I said, I was kind of shocked that this store that is very pro, I'll just say Second Amendment, had no idea what nationals were. I thought they like would totally know what I was talking about, and they had no idea. I'm like, you guys know about the assembly, right? They're like, no, we don't.
You know, just for you going in there, you're changing that one day at a time. So they all know now. So good for you, Lindsay.
Baby steps, baby steps. Thank you guys so much. I love you all.
Okay. All right. Brian Dozy.
Hey, guys.
Hello, hello.
When we were talking about taxes, I had written this thing down a long time ago. My late wife, she passed over, but she got papered up through Shirley Pickle. Now, regarding taxation, now that she's passed over, can I go back And like I want to, revoke my, I'm not going to pay taxes anymore. Now, can I do that for my late wife? Can I go back and say, okay, now, as we saw in that letter, I want all the taxes she paid since she worked for the United States Postal Service. Can I go back and ask for all that money back now that she's passed over?
Has anybody told you you couldn't?
No, I just was asking, has anybody done that, or is that,
Right.
it seems to be legal to me, not legal. It seems lawful that I can do that. Is that, it just seems if I can do it, I'm papered up. She was papered up. I think I can do it. What do you think?
Brian, I don't think there's anything that would limit you for doing it for your wife. The only question I would have is I'm not sure if the Postal Service is considered genuine taxable income or not. It is, if the Postal Service is considered part of the federal government, then it is taxable.
Yes. She got taxes off every 2 weeks for all the time she worked there.
Taxes off meaning what?
They took money out of her pay.
No, of course. But I mean, if you work for the federal government, then your income is taxable.
Right.
And so I don't.
I'm going with that. That's where I, it's whether or not I could do it.
Well, of course, the Postal Service is different than the post office and the postal, and she's not actually working. Did her check come from the U.S. Treasury?
No, it came from the United States Postal Service. I should go. I still have all the stubs.
So if her check did not come from the U.S. Treasury, then yes, you can go and reclaim that tax money. In regards to exactly how you do that,
yeah, that's what I got to find out. Yeah,
that would be a Dana question. Yeah. And I know that there are people out there that are all over YouTube and they talk to be able to go do all this stuff. There's one guy by the name of Robert Simmons, okay, and he runs a website called Radiant Clone. And what he does is he's a young guy and he studied all of the files of a longtime patriot by the name of Patrick Devine. And so if you do a search for Patrick Devine on the web, okay, I'm sure you'll find a dozen or so sites that probably have archives of his calls, because he used to have like 2 and 3 hour telephone calls, Skype calls once a week, probably for years. And so he's kind of been one of the primary researchers that's been around, one of the many people similar to Anna. Anna kind of has her forte in terms of dealing with jurisdictions. His forte was understanding commerce, 1099s, using the IRS, the banking system, bonds, all of the financial side of it. So he basically has this huge archive of calls out there, which you will be able to find. And then various people have been studying that, namely this one fellow, Robert Simmons of Radiant Clone. And so if you go on to Radiant Clone on YouTube, you'll see all of Robert's files. And he's got lots of things about the IRS and 1099-Cs and 1099-As and Form 56s and birth certificates and all this kind of stuff. And that's where I would send you to start.
Okay.
And I think after you listen to a few calls, you're going to start seeing a basic theme. And from what I remember of listening to a bunch of these different things, there was, like, again, 1099-A, 1099-C, Form 56, 1099 OID, and there's probably 3 or 4 other things that fit in there. And then you have to have the correct discharge number and the correct bond number and know who's the payee and know who the bondholder is, know how to fill out these forms correctly. But the basic answer is yes, there is a way to be able to get the money back Do I know it exactly? No. Do I kind of know generally the direction to go? I just gave it to you.
Okay, thank you. No, that's what I figured. I know, because I had, it was in the back of my mind, and I remember written it down. We were asking, maybe 2 months ago, 3, I'd written it down somewhere. It came up again when we were talking about this tax. Hey, thanks, guys. I yield.
Hey, Brian, real quick, Mike McGee put a link in the chat, and
Yeah.
Okay, Mike,
Yeah,
you want to expound?
Yeah, Brian, I think several members of the assembly have mentioned this book. I haven't read it yet, but if you go to this site, Lost Horizons, Cracking the Code, it was a book that was written about beating the IRS, Internal Revenue Service. They have dozens of testimonies on their site. They have a running total of how much money people have reclaimed, I guess.
I got that book, and I used to be able to help people with that service in terms of exactly what they were doing. I did that years ago until it didn't work anymore. So that's a great service to get people out of, or to get it's a great service to allow people to basically fill out a zero tax return so you can get all of the money contributed back. So that is good for the active year, or any year that you have paid in up to 3 years back. You can go back 3 years using that system. I think what Brian's looking to do is a little bit different. He probably wants to go back maybe up to 8 or 9 years.
I want to go back 15.
Oh yeah, well, we all would. That particular system can kind of get you in trouble because they don't really understand the commercial side of how the IRS works. And so what Brian is trying to go do is basically telling the IRS, I don't necessarily want to give you a zero return, but what I do want to do is I want to pay that debt that's already been paid out of my credit account, so then you can pay me back all the money that I paid you out of my personal account. And so it's a little bit different. But yes, I'm very familiar with Pete Hendrickson. So yeah. So, but a little bit different. But thank you for bringing that one up.
All right. So are you good with that, Brian?
I'm you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not sure how to pronounce your first name, but Dewana?
That's Dewana. Thomas, I'm gonna have to call it a night. So
Oh, you're bouncing on me? Okay. Well, who else do we have here that knows some stuff? Let me see. I know
Me too,
Mike.
Thomas. I have to be up early.
All right. Okay. Well, that's fine. Well, we have Dave there and we have Mike still, so it's all good. Okay.
I'd stick on for a while, but usually around midnight's my limit.
It's all right. I mean, everyone knows I'm not answering questions here. I'm just trying to keep it going and, trying to search for that nugget for somebody. So
Thanks for everything you're doing, Thomas. Great job tonight.
Thanks, Thomas.
hey,
Thanks very much.
so happy you're back too, Ken. It's so great to hear and see and the activity and thoughts and prayers to you for everything you're going through. So
yep, much appreciated. So
awesome.
All right.
Okay, we'll see you. All right, I'm gonna
Night,
take
everybody.
Brian's hand down and then Dewana.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, please. Can you explain what that it says in the chat? UPU Freedom Texas School has UPUI.
Yeah, they have. I know David Strait refers to it also, but the UPU. They have a brochure on UPU Freedom. Also, I've seen it on the another group that uses the UPU law, and it addresses taxes in there and the jurat you have to use and the law you have to use.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that.
I'll try to find the exact link because I've used it before for issues for credit and different things.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
I sent it I did that procedure with 1099 tax collections my mom had, and I sent those forms to Congress with that jurat, and it was removed within 1 day.
Wow.
So
Sounds
it is pretty
effective.
powerful.
Yeah. And Duana, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Is this your first time on the call, or you've been hanging out with us and I haven't seen your
But
name
now
around?
is Dana still on?
Dana is not on.
Okay. I was hoping she would be on.
Me too.
I was arrested for human trafficking in 2013, and I didn't really understand the whole thing. But the Department of State in Hawaii came. I was in Arizona, Prescott, Arizona, when they had that big fire, and the 26 firemen died. And I was at the library looking for a job because my home had been pillaged. And I went to Arizona, and the only thing I got out of my home was a box of accounting by my ex-son-in-law, who was an Army captain in Hawaii prior to coming to California. And I was arrested, and they told me, Anna knows me also, and so does Terry. They told me that I was a federal crime victim, but they didn't tell me how, and I didn't really understand anything. And they told me it was an ongoing case. Well, the ongoing case was the Lance Larson case. And that's because my home was recorded on the Lieber Code tax records in Hawaii. It was the same thing that happened to Lance Larson. So anyways, recently I had, not too long ago, I started talking to the group for guardians for, because what that means is actually you're denationalized. And so my mom in 2000, what year was it? I think it was 2017 or 18. Somebody tried to attach her Social Security. And because I had seen a lot of the stuff, I knew how to respond to it. So what I did, I took I ran I got her credit report, and then I did a FTC report. I turned the second page of the FTC into a jurat. And then I used that, the rules on that postal document to fight that attachment onto her Social Security account. So what I didn't realize, just putting this all together, is that that debt, what happened is when I took that to the sheriff, because you have to have the sheriff sign it. And I found the law that says that once a debt is taken off of your credit, it can never be put back on if a law officer had signed that document. The claim, the FTC claim, and you got a case number. So I did all of those procedures, and I got that lien off of her Social Security account. But also what happened is the sheriff, Chad Bianco in Riverside, his office sent me to the bank. And then the bank gave, he told me to tell them to close that line of credit. So when I did that, the bank gave me documents to show that my mom's account was in the federal zone, not in the California Republic. So I didn't really understand all of this stuff when all of this was going on. So what's
Okay.
happened?
Go ahead.
What's happened is my case is also on the internet, but I'll pass on that for now because of to protect some people, because there's been loss of life. But so I spoke not too long ago, maybe I don't know, maybe 8 months ago, to the people who had become under guardianship, because what happened is I'm the stepdaughter of Craig Breedlove, a member of BlackRock. And when I went, after I left Arizona, I came back to California. I went to the IRS in Bakersfield and I went to visit my aunt. And I told them that the Hawaii Department of State told me I was a victim of human trafficking. So when I was there, they pulled it up, and that was true, that I had been pulled into a political corporation. My ID had been used for a Delaware corporation, the Social Security. So I didn't understand all of this stuff. I know Anna has reported my case to the State Department too. So I talked to a group that did that movie, The Guardian, for all these guardianship cases. Because what the IRS and Social Security told me is my identity had been used by corporations since I was 9 years old. And the Social Security number had been used for the Delaware Corporation since I was 9. So I talked to the group, the Guardians, and I had them read, because that case, it was a war crime case. It's actually a war crime. And it ended in 2018 with President Trump. So I got the paperwork from Ed Rivera. I started reading all these cases about the probate homicides on California, and the victims were all calling themselves US citizens. And in 2013, I wrote Ed Rivera. Dr. Ed Rivera, are you familiar with him?
No.
Okay, he's a Harvard professor, California Harvard professor, and he found out about the fraud that was going on, and he has a website called the Organic Law website. So I wrote Ed, and he told me there's 2 types of citizenship. There's a US citizen and there's an American state national.
Sounds like good advice.
Yeah, he has a very good website. So I wrote the people that were fighting all these guardianship cases. And what's happened now is those cases are now, they take them to the international law. I forgot the exact court, but it's going under arbitration under international law. And that's what's happened to, I'm not the only victim of this crime in California. This is a big crime in California that many children and adults, I don't know if you know this, that adult protective services, child protective services, hospices, elder homes are all under the jurisdiction of Congress. They're the federal zone.
Okay, let me ask you something real quick. You did some name dropping there. You know, you're in family, and then you know Anna and Terry personally. When you're interacting and as you understand the court system and stuff, are you coming at it from a perspective of a woman on the land, or from like a U.S. citizen?
Well, I was chemically tortured for 10 years, so it's taken me time to recover
Mhm.
from all of this. And in Banning, California, the private prison that was built there, they call the American citizens POWs of the Middle East and the Philippines. And they change them to US citizens. They call them US citizens. It's called forced denationalization. So they're having to go through the International Crime Court with arbitration. That's what that whole case about when President Trump hired that first Supreme Court Justice Kallenbach, was his name. They kept asking him, does he know the difference between a federal crime and a war crime? And they asked him that several times because that was the issue. And then the first case he tried, it was stated that these cases will have to go through arbitration. And that's what David Straight has perfected, is that arbitration. It's human trafficking, bonding and human trafficking. So in the court case, if you go to the Lance Larson case on the Hawaii War Crime blog, and there's several cases going on right now, and they're suing Biden right now also. You'll see that they use the UPU laws and the stamp. And recently, you can't buy a $1 stamp from the post office.
They play all kinds of tricks, and you mentioned David Straight. I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about him. What we do here is we're reconstructing America, as you know, through and Terry. And we have some very knowledgeable people that are familiar with how to handle it, but we come from the common law perspective. But yes, we need to know what's going on and what they're doing. And I got to tell you, we speak with families that have been wrapped up in the whole MK Ultra thing, and it sounds like you've been just identity. I mean, how many times can they do identity theft on you? I mean, oh my gosh, sounds like
it says
just why do they do that?
The corporation they did using my identity was a perpetual California corporation. And
I'm just saying
I can't say everything I know right now here.
No, it's okay. I'm just making the point. They do it from birth, and then they do it to you again, and then they do it to your mom. And it's like how greedy are these?
Generational until they genocide the whole family.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's genocide is what it is.
Yes.
But the UPU law that is in that brochure, it who knows about that brochure is Selective, the girl Evangeline, she knows about that. The UPU laws, but it's very, very effective for it addresses the tax issues in it. But what I did for my mom, it was interesting because I had seen my brother was a FBI informant and set up these FBI sting sites with this federal zone. And then they were recording it in the Lieber Code. I've had firsthand, I found a lot of documents, and I've seen a lot of stuff I wish I never had seen. But
we're not here to pull it out of you either. We want you to be as discreet as possible because we don't want anything coming back at you. But we do want you to know that we are a family over here, and we are on the land, and we do have hope. And yes, we all are tired of the de facto ways. That's their way. And if they want to continue to do that, despite how they're doing all these dark things out wide in the open now, I mean, I'm not sure how long that's even going to last because they're exposed completely. and they're being flanked from all kinds of angles. So I personally don't like to spend too much time on what they're doing. I think it's horrible for what they've done to you, and it's horrible for what they're doing to the masses. But some of us are just trying to think with common sense and know that there's a different way, and the way that they've been treating us, it's like slavery, but we're not slaves. We're free inside. And something's not sitting with us. So what you're feeling right now is all this is just like, all I could say is like, it's okay over here. You know, you're
Well,
amongst,
it's peonage. It's a debt bondage. And that's what Congress has done.
yeah, and it's all out in the open. It's all out in the open now. I mean, it's out in the open. You can see it. That $5 trillion thing that just, those guys exposed them wide open, you know, more so than we've ever done. And it was nice to see them exposed. And how long is that going to last? How long could they do those little dirty, dark deeds in the open?
Yeah.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Like, how long is that going to last, really?
Well, after I contacted Sam for that, he's running the Guardians, the one for the elders that California have been human trafficked into the federal zone. They because I wrote him, I sent the United Nations also after that case. Now they have a special law. I'll send you the document, the United Nations document.
Sure, put it in.
And I don't have it right now handy with me, but I will send it to you, and it's very good. So anyways, they recently, one of the Guardians, because California, if you look up on the internet, probate homicide mill, it's CARE Inc. That's the Adult Protective Services. That's who it is CARE Inc. And also the probate department. Anyways, after I wrote Sam, I sent him Ed's documents and I sent him the UN documents. Now judges are stepping down, and one of the Guardians got, I think, 46 or 50 years prison term. And then there's compensation getting back to the people like victims like myself. So these are new events.
Yeah, but you know, you're coming over here, you're hanging out with the common law folks, and none of us are victims over here. We're just, you know, we're washing it off our back like water off a duck. You know, you got to move forward, you know, and yes, you've been through a lot, and we hear a lot of stories here. A lot. I mean, everything that you've said, I've heard it in another story. We're not fazed by what, I mean, they have no limits to what they do to persons and human beings, and now transhumans. Okay, but we're people over here, and as people on the land, we look at things from a different perspective, and it's a brighter perspective, and there's a lot of energy picking up over here, and we're feeling pretty positive about what we're doing. And yes, there's a bunch of craziness out there, and yes, there's a bunch of uncertainty and all this, but when you're on good common sense, common ground, and back on the land, and it just feels right, you know, that's where you want to be. You don't want to be spending time and energy on them people. I mean, just whatever. I mean, I get it, you have to function and stuff, but life is good. Oh my gosh, we have so much to look forward to over here.
Well,
I mean,
I'm hoping that I get a remedy.
Yes.
It's been very tough. Anyways, the girl that was on tonight, the one that does the utility patents. David Straight has developed a procedure with that. And if you watch the YouTube he did in June, he did a YouTube, and it's free. You can go on the internet and watch the YouTube. And he's used that procedure to retrieve children and people from this. the human trafficking, and I really want to be able to contact that woman. And anyways, he talks about this procedure that she was talking about. And that one of the things that I just did, I did the mandatory notice. I forget the exact name of it, but the beginning of the document is mandatory notice. And being a vessel, put your name and used as a vessel. And I went ahead, I had my birth certificate authenticated in 2016. I went to a Kirk Kallenbach seminar. And then after I went to that, I went and I visited Richard McDonald, who taught state citizenship in California. Have you heard of him before?
You know what? You'll find out a lot of people on the land like myself. I don't watch TV and I don't do a whole lot of interaction because I have 2 jobs, a wife and 2 daughters and 3 grandkids and a house. And, you know, I spend about 20 hours a week doing this on my free time. So, you know, it's not who you know and what you know. It's like,
I know.
It's kind of like we're here in the moment.
Yeah.
The moment is good. We can come over here and just kind of take refuge outside of de facto land, just if it's just for one Wednesday night or a Monday night or a Thursday morning. Yeah, a lot of stuff's going on. And we welcome you, and we just I love your passion and your draw to, you know, want to what's right for yourself. And hey, you're in the right place.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Anyways, I just wanted to share that those elders, those cases are now under international law, and they're winning the cases, and these probate judges and guardians of our children are being arrested now, finally.
That's great. And one of the things I did like, I don't know the facts of all this, but I hear one of the things that Trump did when he was in office on the de facto side there is he assisted with a lot of the human trafficking and put like, just really squashed it. And I really, I think that's the most beautiful thing. If we could, you know, our children are so precious, and, you know, for these animals to be doing what they've been doing to them, and for people to be able to finally speak up for them and know how to engage de facto and save our youth. And, you know, I mean, I think that's a beautiful thing. I think Anton wants to expound off of that. And then we do have a couple other hands up too.
Okay.
But I think Teresa's fine. But Anton, you want to expound off of?
I wanted to ask her what the website was that she mentioned, the organic something.com.
Organic Law with Dr. Ed Rivera. He has a really nice letter too that encouraged me. It's called something, a letter to all captives. And
it's organiclaw.com.
Organiclaw.com. Yeah, Dr. Ed Rivera.
All right. And where is there any like YouTube or anything like about the case you're talking about? It sounds like a really creepy, in-depth thing that
it's the Lance Larson case on the Hawaii War Crime blog, and President Trump inherited that case. I was arrested for human trafficking, and what happened is when you because my house got pillaged, and the only thing I got was that box of accounting by my ex-son-in-law. And when you're at a Red Cross, to go into a Red Cross, you have to be a renter or live in the area that they're serving for the fire. I wasn't either, but I had, in that box, I found a deed with my house on it. And there was 2 other houses my husband and I had bought in Hawaii. through my son-in-law process those loans. So when I went to the Red Cross and the next morning, they came and told me, you're being investigated for human trafficking. What happened to you? I was like shocked. And I told them, I said, well, I found a document that said all income to be paid to the Treasury. My husband had signed that document. I asked my husband, what does this mean? He was a foreigner. I took it to the CID criminal division in Santa Ana to the investigator, Brian Glover, and I asked him, what does this mean? My husband was executed in front of me 2 weeks later. And
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that.
anyways, the Department of State, I had to go through several hearings. But the Department of State told me this is an ongoing case. They didn't tell me that Department of State of Hawaii. So I started watching their war crime blog. And it describes exactly what a war crime is. And it's deporting everything that they describe as a war crime. I have all the documents to show that that's exactly what happened to me. I just don't know if I can submit it because I don't know if you can't be, when California let foreign countries build our court system and take over foster care, elder care, and our prisons. And it's considered military records. I don't know if I can give it out. I don't know what I can do with it without being considered
I would wait till
criminal.
next week and talk to James, ask him, because he would.
James knows me. He knows who I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a super interesting story. I'm so sorry about what happened to your husband. And
yeah, and then I was tortured. I was tortured and mutilated to the point where people who knew me 20 years don't recognize me.
You know, it sounds like you've just been through quite a bit. I mean, oh my gosh. And I don't, how do I relate to that? Only way I can relate to that is saying that life is but a vapor compared to eternity. At this point, I'd be having my eyes on, how the rest of my life is going to finish, and just
That's what I have.
It's a lot.
That's what I'm trying to get my situation all corrected.
Mm-hmm.
And so what Ed Rivera teaches is you're going to find the solution under God, not under men.
Yes.
And so when I started, I was reading all different kinds of trust, all different things. When I came across David Straight, I started. I realized after I called him and I wrote him and he gave me his trust. So I guess I'm considered a POW, a prisoner of war, here in the San Bernardino area.
Mm-hmm.
So the notaries wouldn't do anything for me. They wouldn't notarize my documents. When I went to them for my mom, I gave them Mac's document to show what an American state national is.
Mm-hmm.
The girl said, we're not going to notarize it because I took that 1099, that debt that was sent to my mom. And I told her, I said, you take this to the sheriff with my mom's birth certificate. And you show him, my mother was born in Riverside, California, and has a red seal on her birth certificate. And that this debt is not hers. She's an American state national. So that's when Chad Bianco sent me to the bank and showed that she in 2003, the same year I had been put in bondage, that she was made into a federal citizen. So Chad Bianco helped me with that, and that I use. So then with me, I wanted to do a trust, and they wouldn't do it because this in Banning, California, they served that prison, that private prison that was built under the War Power Act by Dianne Feinstein and Senator Rod Pacheco. And so they wouldn't help me. So then I looked up the prison laws. I said, what if a prisoner is on death row? Can they do a will? So I found out that yes, they can. So you have to use exactly the exact verbiage on the Department of Justice, that 2817 without the United States. If you miss any word in that verbiage, it won't work. But if you use exactly that, it's on the Department of Justice website, 281746, I think it is. It's also on that UPU law thing, that jurat that they use. And I kept telling David Straight, they don't want to do a jurat. They want to do an acknowledgement. And he told me, no, you cannot. He said, you have to do a jurat with that verbiage. And that's the verbiage he has on his trust. So when I looked up the laws for people on death row, it says you have to use that verbiage exactly. And that jurat.
Yes, they make up their own rules, and they make you, and they don't tell you what the rules are. They make you figure them out yourself, and that's how it is on, we call it de facto land. It's not a bad word. It's like de facto, we're de jure.
Yeah.
So that's why we're de jure. That's why we're over here, because we don't want to play their game. We don't want to play in their playground. We don't want to play by their rules.
They changed all my documents, but I got those documents recorded on in the counties. But they would always send back my checks and my or my money. I paid them with money orders and postage stamps. So they always keep putting on the strips, the UPU, the postage strips. They're not supposed to. I've been through really a lot. Teresa, the lady who wrote the sheriff or the marshal guideline for Anna, the marshal's book, she taught me how to tell if somebody's committing mail fraud at the post office a long time ago. So the postman, in fact, the postmaster, I ended up getting Sheriff Robert Doyle lost his job. I sued the county in Riverside and San Bernardino. A bunch of them lost their jobs over my lawsuit, and I got a whole courthouse shut down. So anyway, she taught me. So when the post office, they try to kick me out sometimes, but the postmaster told them, the clerk told me, you're trying to get me fired. I said, I'm not trying to get you fired. You're trying to do it yourself. You're doing it to yourself. I'm always respectful when I come in here. So it's corruption with the post office. They're very bad.
They're all tied in together. The game's skewed to favor them, not us. And we're starting to wake up to it. They're doing it all out in the open now, and it's just a matter of time before they're unable to do that, because you just don't do that kind of stuff in the day of light. So everything they've done to you is behind dark doors, back room kind of shenanigans, and it's unfair. And my heart goes out for you. It's like, I
Well,
don't.
what they're doing is money laundering through from California through to Hawaii.
They're doing it through all the back room court little deals with the bonds and all that. Yes, I mean, yes.
Yeah.
They're pirates.
Anyway,
act like
see,
that.
that's right. It's exactly what it is piracy. So the Hawaii war crime blog, that's where you will learn a lot about this. But the girl tonight with the utility,
she was willing to
patents,
help. Yeah. I don't,
she
did
needs
anybody
to
catch
watch. She needs to watch that David Strait video.
Oh, when you hang out around here long enough, David Strait's name comes up along, like Alfonso's, and all those guys are all out there making their way, but they're not reconstructing the government like we're doing. We're all assembling, coming together, assisting each other, adding value to each other, and we're moving forward in this movement to. We're taking care of the big picture, not this little picture, not little court cases here and there. We're like doing the big picture here. So we're playing the big game. All those guys are playing little game and stuff, and good for them for doing that. But until we all really assemble, and
I understand that. I want to be a part of the assembly.
Awesome.
I did I did a lot of the documents. I just because I was married to a man. I don't want to say because
you don't have to.
it's an international crime. And
it's ongoing. You don't want to do none of that.
I've already witnessed 4 executions. I don't want to.
Yeah, you see, people. I mean, look at our kids. Look how many executions they witnessed just before they're 10 years old. On TV and all this. I mean, it's just. I wish no one had to go through that, and I truly believe once people do realize that they have a choice, and I have a feeling they're going to choose to do good. There's so many things to be worked out.
That girl that called in tonight is a real gift because that's what David Strait explains how to prevent that human trafficking.
Yeah, and we're talking
I
about
hope you watched that video that he did in June 2021, and it's on YouTube.
Okay. Well, hopefully someone will know what you're talking about and put the link in. We share these real valuable resources by adding stuff to the link, and it's just hang out with us. Just hang out with us. Okay.
I do. I'm well known in the organization.
Good.
If you talk to James or Fergus or Teresa, they all know me.
Okay. All right. Well, we have Michael after. I know Anton's trying to say something too, but yeah. Okay, let's go with Michael. Michael in San Clara, and hang out with us. Duana, there's only one hand, and you can put your hand back up, and we could continue. But let's just.
I want to share that because the people, if you get that brochure on the UPU, and if you look on that war crime blog, they keep bringing up the UPU treaties. It's a very important thing, and David Strait takes the sticker, the registered mail sticker, and he puts it on his documents, and then he also insures it.
Yes, and we use notaries as well to deliver it. So yeah, no, we're all doing it. We're all, and you have so much valuable information. I wish that you could just hang out with us and just share your information, like the good, let's glean from the good of your life. There's been so much harm and hurt and pain. Let's glean from you got to admit there's been some good in your life. So let's glean from that and let's use that to
I'm considered a whistleblower.
That's fine. We like whistleblowers.
Yeah.
No, whistleblowers are cool.
Welcome. But I don't know what I can share and what I can't share because of it being military records. And that's the part that I don't know.
Yeah, and you know what? I was just reading Dana's message in the chat here at 11:51. I'm out. Good night, all. So she did go away. And yes, come on the call next
I
week a
will.
little
I
later, and
will.
we could because I mean, really, James wasn't here tonight. I mean, he's
Yes.
really like always the one answering all these questions, and he knows even
He knows my circumstance. He knows
yes.
it's hard.
Okay,
He knows
well,
it's
thanks
hard.
for putting it out there, because it
Yeah.
allows some of us just to like, oh my gosh, some people are actually going through this. Like, it's a real thing, you know. And I've
Well,
heard it.
that
So
lady that called tonight, I hope we can get her. I think that she'll have a conflict of interest of doing any of the documents for the assembly.
Mhm.
But maybe she can help to train or do
Oh.
something, because he tells that procedure, and he says that you can go right into court and get your kid out immediately. And that was a godsend that that lady called in tonight.
Oh, we just lost Michael. Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, I just you know, I mean, just yeah, we could. There's no hands up now. I mean, Teresa was up, but she put her hand down. But
Yeah.
you have the floor.
Well,
Go on.
anyways, that's what I wanted to share, and to be able to, I wanted to talk to Dana and that lady, and because if she watches what David Trump said, David Straight says, she could really help the assembly. And so
Yes.
many children have been taken, and he tells you how to do it, and just go right into court and get your kid or your parent.
Yes, you know, affirmation of a status or affidavit of status, and go in there and do your thing. Yeah, no, there's I don't know how to do it, but I know there's guys out there doing it and actually winning and even making money at doing it. But my point is, like, really, that's great, but we have some work to do over here. We need to get our you know, our our counties up and running.
Denny
And
George.
Joanna?
Yes.
I like David Straight, and I watched 3 of his videos, and I was quite aware that he is a very big part of rescuing the children and stuff like that. Is there a specific series or video? Can you post that?
He's in a he's going to be doing a show in Maui, and that what is that group, AMG, it's a group that promotes like Ron Gibson and David Straight, all the different speakers.
Austin Meeting Group.
Say it again.
Austin Meeting Group.
Yeah, if you go to their website, there's going to be a Maui meeting, and if you go on there, if you go to David Straight's thing, somehow you can get in where he has past. It says past shows, and you go on there, and he actually has some of his old shows and the documents on there. A link for his documents.
Okay, thank you.
So, but the June, I just found this yesterday. The June 2021. He shares on their stuff he's never shared before.
Well, that sounds very informative, and I'm sure it's very valuable for us to hear that.
Yeah, it's very good. And that lady that called in tonight, I was like, oh man, that lady is a godsend to California because of what's happened here.
Yes, I believe she even got on the team. She just put her voice out there and stated what she was concerned about and what she was into. And next you know, she linked up with, I believe, somebody else. And I mean, it's
Well,
like, this is how it happens.
Dana knows a lot of sophisticated procedures.
She sounds pretty sophisticated, actually.
Yeah, and she knows who I am and what I've been through, and she knows my situation.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the questions that came up tonight is you cannot, in the United Nations Human Declaration of Rights, it has on there that you cannot make public humiliation, especially against women, for these kinds of situations. And families, because these foreigners that have come here and inherited this kind of, my husband's culture, they denationalized the women and children in this country. And the United Nations rules under the Nuremberg, it says you cannot cause them to be humiliated in public. So the privacy issue, they need to read that document, because David Straight brings out that we're under UN, and he explains it completely.
Yeah, Anna explains a lot of things too. I think we're actually holding off the UN from coming in here, from what she said. So yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. Like, some of the pilgrims were British pilgrims, you know, and they came here just to, you know, pick up where they left off over there and deceive and do all this stuff. And yeah, it's absolutely nuts. We have Michael came back. Michael, we're gonna get you, but Anton is just eager to say something.
Have you looked up Justinian Deception, the YouTube channel?
Yes, yes.
He talks about this stuff. Sorry.
It's okay. All right. With that, we appreciate it, Anton. And yes, Justinian Deception. Deception. I was just watching that one today as well. But Michael, thank you so much. Can you? Yes, yes. Please,
Speaking
Michael.
to me, Thomas?
Yes, Michael's Clara.
Yeah, excuse me. I had to. I got a peculiar thing. You know, I'm familiar with Duana's story from previous meetings. It's really disheartening, heartbreaking, actually. I had to step out because I got this phenomenon where I live. I live in a section federal hotel, and I got this phenomena going on with these unusual people. I think they're part of a cult or something that like to kind of razz me. Anyways, I had to step out and talk to somebody that was working late night here. Anyways, I got a couple questions. The first one, just real brief. These are really simple questions, and I thought maybe somebody might have some answers for me. As far as, do we currently have a California State Assembly coordinator at this point in time?
I know that was leaning towards Nancy. However, I think she's just filling the shoes of that, but I'm not sure. I know Wayne was the coordinator. He stepped down, and there's a lot of moving parts in this all the time. You know, a couple months ago, I was coordinator myself, but now I'm co-coordinator, and Susan James is in. But does somebody else know that answer on the call? If anybody's awake still? I honestly don't think there is one, but
yeah, because I didn't think there was. Last time I checked, there wasn't. You know, about, I don't know, 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that.
James did it for a while, but he stepped down now too.
Who was it?
James was doing it for a while also.
Oh, James. Oh, wow. Yeah. But you know, I can tell you, don't threat. We have a real open line of communication, California, with Anna now. We had a Tuesday morning or Tuesday meeting last week, and it went really well. And we're all like resonating. There was a lot of uncertainty with all of this, really. I mean, oh my gosh, look what we're doing. It's crazy. but in a good way. But there is an open line of communication. So
I drove to Arizona and met Anna face to face. So she knows my story also.
that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't met Anna. I never talked to her.
Yeah.
I talked to Nancy, and Nancy talks to Anna. So
Yeah.
we're.
Well, I went there because my story is so unbelievable. And I thought I better drive there. And I was 65. I had an old car that was prior owned by enemies of the state. And they took my license away from me. And I drove there with bald tires. And I went and I met her.
Well, it sounds like you set your mind to do something and you make it happen, all tires and all. So good for you.
Honestly,
And-
you're an amazing woman, and we really appreciate your story, and you're a blessing to us.
Yeah, you don't sound like a victim. You sound like a very strong woman.
I am. I'm also the daughter. My bloodline is one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, and I think that might be why I got targeted.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
That'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, anything's possible. I mean, we don't
Yeah.
know what they're gonna do. We can never predict what they're gonna do. We never know what someone else is thinking. These are just things. So, we just all trying to navigate through this. We found out we're all in a big, huge mess. Yeah, some situations are far crazier than other situations, but honestly, we're all in the same situation. You mentioned prisoners of war. I kind of think we are all are prisoners of war if we stay on de facto side. Because you're bound by the system. Over here, you got to be careful, but at least you're outside of that jurisdiction.
What was it that you were saying? Why? What's preventing you from becoming a state national?
I don't know, because I guess I don't know. Anna just told me I have to go through the State Department, which I've been trying to, and because I was chemically tortured for 10 years to the point of not being able to walk. It's taken me time to recover from what happened to me. So
was this part of the MK Ultra type deal, or?
I guess, I don't know. It's
like it.
taken me a time to understand the whole thing, but I do know that my social's being used on a EDD Delaware corporation. And they're liquidating. It's genocide. It's perpetual debt under the Lieber Code.
Yes, and they do it on different scales. One is they target families. It sounds like that. No, I was talking to another gal, and her mom, and her, and now I think it's the daughter. I mean, they're all caught up in this. It's just a big,
Generational.
Yeah, it's an
is what
experiment. It's a huge
A lot of it's
experiment.
Khazarian mafia. It's an ancient evil. Goes back to ancient Egypt.
Yes.
My
brother set up the FBI sting sites, which are also the AA meetings and the EDD sites for prisoners. And that's why all these homeless people, they are bonding them and putting them in peonage. And you don't, like Rod Class, he didn't know that he was in the federal zone. I didn't know that I was either. I just happened to find that document. I asked my husband, what is this? And I got a really bad stomach ache, and I thought, oh, this looks like terrorism. So I could hardly walk, but I forced myself. I did real estate loans. I was an underwriter funder in all 50 states. And So I went and I did public employees loans, public employee IRS agents mostly. So I went to the CID criminal division in Santa Ana and I said, can you tell me what this means? Because it said all income to the treasury. Genocide. So, because I asked my husband, what is this? And he didn't say anything. So I thought I better clear this up and find out what this means. And I could hardly drive, but I forced myself to go there. I couldn't hardly walk at the time.
Dewana.
Yes.
I have a feeling that you're going to be a really instrumental in helping this assembly form by exposing these people and holding them accountable. And
California. I have all my affidavits to Dianne Feinstein when she's the one who set up this prison with Senator Rod Pacheco and Sheriff Robert, I forgot, I got him fired. And they're running all these probate homicides through the DMV in Cherry Valley under CARE, CARE Inc. And it's the Adult Protective Services. And when they set up the federal zone, before Senator Rod Pacheco left office, he appointed Piercy Anderson, federal judge Piercy Anderson, over the federal zone, over the CARE Inc. And they're the one, I know everyone. I'm a walking dead woman.
well, you know something, I think that, you're going to be, you stay with this and learn how to send notices and where we can send notice of claim where they've harmed you and they owe you so much. And, there's certain things at time heals, but there's certain things that'll never go away.
I just want to fix it before I die. I have 2 grandchildren.
Right. And you need to correct it for them. And I think, you're in the right place, and we are powerful. We are free. And you're still here for a reason.
I know. Well, the sheriff knows who I am. Congress knows who I am. Everyone in the Riverside area knows who I am.
Right. You need people on the land, more of our assembly, to make sure that they know what's going on too, to continue to protect you. That's just my opinion. I don't know how true that is, but
yeah,
I think
so.
the more people that know what's going on, the truth, the safer that you'll be. It sounds like they've already done everything to you that they could.
Yeah, I have David Straight's God Trust recorded on Riverside now.
Okay.
And then I took Anna's, her fixture lien when all that stuff happened, when that guy stole our assembly emblem and all that. Then within a few days from that, I took my God Trust and I did a non-UCC on it with a fixture lien on California. And it's recorded on California. It's also recorded in the Secretary of State on California.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've lost me, but I know that you're in the right place. That's all. And
yeah.
Anything that you can post. And you said that David Straight is on one of your county assemblies?
No. I just looked him up just on YouTube as a fluke, just to see if I saw anything new.
Right.
And things that he had never shared before is on a June 21 or June 2021 YouTube.
Okay.
And
I can find it.
it's very good. It's just so, it's very, very good. I went to one of his seminars, and I've been trying to be able, they keep arresting my family and executing them. And I've used my trust now for two habeas corpuses. And I got them released from prison within 10 minutes with the court, with my trust.
Okay.
But I've been, they just have arrested over and over different people.
You know what's interesting is as we go on here in the next 2 or 3 years, if they keep doing what they're doing so blatantly out in the open like they are, I think we're all going to be having these stories like, oh my gosh, you know, I knew that person and they died. You know, it's like, and you know, it's like, it seems like that's going to be the outcome.
I think it has, the Obamacare, just you think about it, Obamacare is collected through taxes.
Yes, or bonds or some mischievous kind of, you know.
Yeah, I think that's how they, this was the other thing is my stepdad was murdered and he was a famous race car builder. So my family, my mom was married to Craig Breedlove, the land speed record holder, a member of BlackRock. And and then my mom remarried to Gordon Nye Frank Jr. And the DA office sealed the homicide for 21 years. That's where they built this prison at. And so I did a mandamus. I was like, how can you seal a homicide not to investigate? Anyway, I didn't know how to protect people who helped me. This is where I think it's very, very important. We learn how to protect people, to bond them and help them, because I didn't know how. And the head of the Department of Justice told me, he came down and he said, Dewana, you caused the biggest case that the Department of Justice has ever had, and you got 12 very high officials arrested. And anyways, I kept going to the sheriffs and internal affairs. And finally, one day, they threw a book at me. I went there every day. And I said, my stepdad built, he was the crew chief on 6 World Land Speed Jet Car races. And he's on film because they said he was a hothead. I said he was not a hothead. And I said, and he's in the Drag Racing Hall of Fame, and all those drag racing things are on video. And then he also was the prototype builder of Mickey Thompson Stadium race off-road cars. And the reason I knew about the prison, and I watched Dianne Feinstein and Senator Rod Pacheco's talk, is because Mickey Thompson's sister was the sponsor of that event, of talking about the prison being built under the War Power Act. So I watched it because it was people, my mom and my stepdad were best friends with Mickey and his wife. And they were going to spend the night they were killed. So I told them all, my stepdad, he was on videotape all his life since he was 17 years old. he also built Indianapolis cars. I said, you can't be a crew chief and a hothead. You have to be somebody who will get a team leader and everybody work together, because you got to change those tires in seconds. Anyways, when I got the video, the stuff from the sheriff, the video was encrypted. And I got it unencrypted. And the guy who killed my stepdad, his dad ended up saying right on the video to the sheriff, you're going to get a call in the morning. The campaign manager for Rod Pacheco is going to give you a call, Brian Floyd. And this case is not going to be investigated. So they're using that private prison of foreign investors for campaign funding here in Riverside. And I had it on video and I published it. So that's probably where I got in a lot of trouble. And then they tried to make me go to court onto a Southern California Edison site, on a school site, with the military judge. And right before that, I had filed in Los Angeles. I had gone to 13 cases that the judges recused themselves. And the district attorney hired an attorney for himself. So then they tried to make me go into the military court. And I don't know, maybe I got in trouble there. And then also there was a lady I didn't know that was at my office and my home that I didn't know was involved with the FBI with my brother. And when I saw some paperwork she did, I hit her. And so I might have got prison time for that too. But anyways, the judge, they have what they call home rule. And the postman for all our court papers shows that they said my mom didn't live at the house. And they're registering our names as corporations into the Secretary of State and canceling court cases for people. I've seen a lot what they do. They put prisoners at people's houses and then they do a privacy act, and you have to have a privacy disclosure, a freedom of information from a congressman to even get your own information, or Freedom of Information Act.
Did you hear about this $500 trillion complaint that's going to basically the federal government? Did you see that video?
Ferg told me about it, yeah.
Yeah, but until you actually see it and you can hear this guy's clarity of everything he's accusing and all the accusations, after viewing that, it's only 30 minutes. After viewing that, you could very easily come to the understanding that something is definitely wrong out there. And those, I mean, it's evil.
Yeah, I just don't know because it's under military and military secrets. And because we gave over this is what the Hawaii war crime case was about. Because before, what they were doing is they were using foreign law in our probate courts, and they weren't using our own laws. And that's what that Lance Larson case.
You mentioned that a few times, the probate course. Anna was just talking, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I heard it straight. She said that some of her team there was doing some digging. They dig in all the constitutional stuff and all that stuff, as you know, but they found out that probate is not even a legit thing for the courts to be handling. It's like the courts aren't supposed to be, there shouldn't be a probate situation, you know, like the whole
Yeah.
probate thing is like unlawful.
Yeah. Well, and they're removing the wills of, well, if you go back in time, because I've been exposed to a lot of this stuff. If you think of KFI and you think about who was that attorney that did all these legal
Oh,
Zoom?
Bill Handel?
Bill Handel.
Yes, I remember him.
Those are statutory trusts, and they're done online. And then Jerry Brown, what he did, he said that the elders have a right to die. And so what they're doing is they're taking living trusts, which are statutory, and then they're condemning the elders to death.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do it
So
all the time. They do it all day, every day.
So when I heard the thing with my stepdad and that guy, that the stepfather, this was when Schwarzenegger was in office and he was selling the postal and federal buildings. And anyways, when I went down to court, I found out that that guy and his wife were working with Diana DiMaggio, who was a probate judge that Rod Pacheco nominated to the probate department. And then they were using the CARE Inc., the Adult Protective Services, who set up all of this stuff with Cheryl Brown. When she was in office, Assemblywoman Cheryl Brown, she set up the GPS remapping of the federal zone on California from San Bernardino is where she did it from, and the EDD. Anyway, I found.
Did you say you're from San Bernardino County?
My mom, I'm right now, I'm in San Bernardino. When Manny Pacheco, Manny, the boxer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I've heard of
Philippines,
him. Yeah.
the Philippines built these private prisons here in the Banning, California. And they're money laundering for Marcos. And they're, when Manny, I'm the one who got Imelda Marcos arrested for tax evasion.
Well, it sounds like you're stirring it up. I mean, you're out there.
And I reported Manny for tax fraud and evasion. That's why that boxing match with Foster, when Manny wasn't paid, they had to.
You might want to keep the names discreet because you may be sharing a little too much info.
Okay.
TMI, you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got ongoing cases and stuff. You don't want to go there.
That's how it's through sports teams that they're money laundering.
It's all of it. It's all of it. The whole thing is corrupt,
Yeah.
and they all network with each other. It's the doctors, the attorneys, the judges, the big corporations, even our governments. The next big move on the play right now, as I see it, and I'm looking at this thing and kind of seeing where it's going. If our men and women in our military don't stand up against getting vaxxed, that could be a problem. But I have a feeling they're going to stand up. And
well, they're using the Social Security number for the human trafficking. And I was reading an old article of Anna's about the doctors and the military, that the military is supposed to be over the doctors.
Yeah, there's a lot of sayings about who doctors are, and And how, yeah, no, I mean, they're licensed by the Brits, the attorneys are licensed by the bar, which is the Brits. Real estate agents are licensed by, Royal Estate. So that's the Brits, and everyone's playing in their yard, and they can have their own rules because it's their yard, of that air or sea jurisdiction that somehow has a big cloudy mist over America. But I see it dissipating every day. I see it dissipating, and I don't see
Well,
people running. I don't see clouds moving, but I just see it dissipating little by little.
yeah. Well, that's what these that Guardian, that group,
Mhm.
they just had one of the probate conservators, fiduciary for the federal zone. She got over, I think, over 50 years, and they just had a judge yesterday step down. So yeah, they're winning their
It's happening.
cases.
It's happening. Even Anna was saying the other day, and I mentioned this once before, that she drives by this big old building, on her or she travels by this big old building, and and it was FBI and something else, but it's abandoned now, and now she's considering buying it, for her banking office, or our banking
Oh,
office, or
that's
whatever.
good. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's funny.
Mhm.
It's kind of cool. I've heard something in the past, like I thought she was going to take over Wells Fargo banks, but I mean, I know I heard it, but who knows? Who knows? We're just going, one day at a time. And every week I check back in with Anna, though, and it sounds like she's making some pretty good strides. She's on and excited most of the time. Every now and again, you can tell she's just annoyed. She's doing all the right stuff, but they're just not listening.
Well,
So she's
it
annoyed.
just took her a couple of minutes after me. There's also a video online that was reported to President Trump about my story.
Mhm.
I had, because of family members, I don't want to say, but
Yeah, don't say
I
nothing
had
about that.
Anna play it, and right away she said, "This is genocide, Nazi genocide."
Yeah.
So
No,
she
it
was
is.
very,
I mean, it's the
yeah.
same players. It's the same players. It's just a different script, same denominator, different numerator. Now they're just
Well,
coming at us.
my ex son-in-law, the military guy that set this up in Hawaii,
Mhm.
is the son of a I didn't know this until all this stuff happened. He's an immigrant here, and his family were part of the Nazi military. So they immigrated to Canada, and then they came here.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
and how my family got involved is my brother, my stepdad welded aluminum. There was only 10 people in the whole world that could weld like he did. And my brother had a handicap, but he got a job at age 18 welding aluminum for nuclear weapons and got security clearance. And that's part of this whole thing of how this came about with my family too.
Isn't it going to be neat when you see it all unfold before your eyes? Everything that you were ever wronged by, you're going to actually see these people have their day. What comes around goes around, and it's coming around. And little by little, each day, these people are being exposed. Their shenanigans are being done in the day of light, where you're not supposed to do shenanigans because you can't get away with that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't understand what they're thinking. How do they think they're going to just, I mean, they're all in. So whatever's going to happen is probably going to happen within the next year or two anyway. So it doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Well, the Hawaii War Crime blog, if you follow it, you'll learn a lot. A lot of really good information.
I learned a lot just sitting here. You talked about team players and people, assisting each other, and just kind of like this call today at 7:30, Nancy tells me, "Hey Thomas, James's mic's not working, and get ready." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, get ready for what?" And so I kind of know where it was going, but I just stepped in, and I know I can't hold my own to anybody, but I was like, I don't know why it's me, but I could breathe and I could talk, and I'll step in. I used to be a mobile DJ, so I could kind of like bring things together, and keep a harmony going. It's kind of, that's the way I see it. And even at one time, I was a Christian mobile DJ for a number of years. I was all into the words, just like it's all about the words now. And I was providing a complete alternative to secular music with this. I had every style and genre of music, but it just had all this Christian stuff. So I did that for a while, and it really tuned me in, because all the names you're talking about of all these officials, I don't know none of them. I mean, I heard, I knew, the goofball on what's his name? There's on KFI.
Oh, Handle.
Handle, yeah. I mean, who doesn't know Handle if you're in LA? I mean, the guy's just a nut. But anyways, besides Handle and the boxer guy, I didn't know any of them people. But I do know a lot of things. So it's just like where I focus my attention on learning and knowing has helped me immensely. But if I kept my eyes on the world and on what all they're doing and all, it's like, what's the point? It's all nonsense anyway, right? I mean, it really is. And they're doing it out in the open now. It's like, oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. I mean, I thought they were, they just, it cannot continue. So I would encourage you, if anything, you say you had that friend with that video, the 500 trillion, it's everywhere. Just Google it. And gosh, watch that. It's only 30 minutes.
I signed up.
Oh, you signed the deck? Yeah, we're not promoting them with their complaints. I mean, you just signed a complaint, and that's from the land. I mean, that's not going to work, You know how frustrating it is to get anything done when you're playing in their playground. You got to go from a different approach. But hey, we commend them because they really exposed a lot. I mean, that was awesome. That was probably the best. Besides Anna getting together with California and really resonating now last week, I mean, that video was awesome. I mean, I saw that and I just I thought, oh my gosh, they really blew the cap right off of it and exposed the light on them. But they're not running.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh no, you gotta see it. I mean, it's gonna bring you that's why I'm telling you. I'm not telling you like, oh, I saw something that you didn't see, or I know something you don't know. It's not like that. It's just like, this will bring you peace, because just imagine whoever sees that video can apply common sense and see that that's not conspiracy theory stuff. This guy's these people, that's legit. I mean, there's no refuting it. This is what they're doing, and they're being called out on it. Of course, they're going to scramble and fight back or whatever. But the people that are the persons that are putting in these complaints, if they were coming at it from a common law perspective, which I thought they were common law anyway. But anyways, it just it's all about here, because we've had assembly members thinking, hey, we're going to go jump on that bandwagon. And I actually had a call. I get calls every now and again. People get to know me and stuff, and they want to pick my brain, and they have my number. They call me and spent some time with this gal that was on the land, and she was really considering hey, how's this going to affect our assembly? And it seems like that's where it's at, And so I explained to her, and it was before I heard Anna's perspective. I just heard, because I listened to that video 9 times. That's how I learned. And they're doing it. They're filing complaints. And if you sit next to James long enough, a complaint is not. It's not worth. It's not going to work. So. But anyways, not to. I'm just saying, there's so much radiating hope every day. And yes, you've been
She
through
says
so
it,
much.
she says things and does things in a very safe way. And I've talked to Bruce Doucette before he was arrested. Anna told them, don't do that, don't do that. I've met a lot of people, and Heather, because I was in the mortgage banking business.
You do know that this webinar gets simulcast out and it gets put all over the place. So
Oh.
I just got to tell you with the names, I'm just
Yeah.
really concerned because that's one of
Okay.
the biggest things about being a host. You never want to,
Yeah.
you never want to say something that could be read back to you in court, you know,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
that you don't want to hear. You know, I mean, everything
Yeah.
I've said, like, hey guys, de facto, whatever. I mean, they could read that to me all day long, and if they put me in
Yeah.
jail or whatever, I mean, it's just, it is what
No,
it is.
Anna warned these people. I'm just saying Anna does things very safe
Mhm.
and good. And she's very intuitive.
Mhm.
So I love her to death.
I'm happy to hear that because you have actually met her and it sounds like you've been around for a while. I haven't been around that long, and I just came through the Thrive On movement, and Foster Gamble mentioned something about Anna, and inevitably we'll have to go that way if we want our
Uh-huh.
freedom. And I thought, why aren't we going over there then now? You know, so that's how I
Yeah.
heard about Anna, and ever since then I haven't looked back. I'm no
Yeah.
longer dealing with the Thrive On stuff. And they had some pretty good information, but it seemed like they just had a lot of ideas. And over here, it seems like we had a foundation to stand on. Anna has really laid out a very strong foundation, stronger than any foundation I know of with any of these other freedom groups or anything. So, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
putting.
Thank goodness for her. I just,
Oh,
my
yes.
situation is, it's the Lieber code, and that makes it hard. I don't know what's going to happen. I hope. It sounds like David Strait has got some very good remedies for people like myself.
It does. Yes, I would agree with that. I don't know
Yeah.
anything about him, but everything I hear through this, you know, I only know
Yeah.
what I hear through the circles, and you know, I pass my you know, I visualize the world through my past experiences that allow me to color
Yeah.
how I perceive the world. So I try not to, you know, you've had a lot of heartache in your life, and one of the things I try to do is I try to suppress the my subconscious with the bad thoughts I had. I mean, we all
Yeah.
have bad stuff. You some obviously worse than others, but
Uh-huh.
I've had some stuff in my life. But I don't ponder those thoughts. I don't bring them forward. I try to bring forward the good thoughts, the positive thoughts, like, oh my gosh, I mean, what happens like if another year from now and everything that we're doing with the assembly actually pans out, you know, and
Yeah.
we don't have to do all this paperwork anymore. All the paperwork stuff is just for the de facto side. It's not for us. We don't need
Yeah.
paperwork. We're men on the land, women on the land. We don't need paperwork. We know who we are. The paperwork is just to, you know, hold them at bay, and that's
Yeah.
their world, you know. And it's kind of interesting how you know, that's just the way it is. You know, you're dealing with paper. It's like a fake, it's Mickey Mouse, it's cartoon land here. We're dealing with writing stuff on paper. Like, here, this is actually, here's how you communicate because you're not alive. You need me to take my God-given freedom of thinking and to put words down and sign and put it in your system, because there's no one on your side that could actually you know, like correspond, you know.
Because you know what they're
dead
doing
end.
is they're the only ones putting something on record because of the guardianship and conservatorship.
They had the monopoly on it for a long time, but a lot of excuse me, a lot
Yeah.
of people are waking up, and we're doing our own recording now, and we are filing the proper claims, not complaints. The assembly is starting to network every time now on the last couple, just up to recently. You know, that's how this thing evolves.
Yeah.
I've seen, since I've come on here, I've seen a lot of ideas. I've seen a lot of foundational truths. But now what you're starting to see is you're starting to see that people actually assemble. They're actually direct
Yeah.
messaging each other and hooking up. We have educational platforms being built. We have templates being built just to, you know, if someone gets in a
Yeah.
pitch, boom, there it is. Boom, use that, done, one and done. You know, Anna's assisting us with that on our level as well. There's so much vibrance and forward positive action in this assembly that we look around and there's nowhere else to be. I mean, there's a lot of people doing a lot of things out there, but they're not feeling the energy that we're feeling and the fellowship. It's
Yeah.
yeah, and it's just a matter of time because the truth does surface. So,
Yes.
no, so it's really refreshing. I mean, I don't want to give you a, I don't
Well,
know what
I'm
I want to do. I'm
hoping,
just, it's,
I was really excited when I heard that woman on the meeting, because if you watch that most recent video of David Straight on YouTube, it's just so good.
what excited you about it? She said that she did, was it municipal
Utility,
patents? Utility patents?
yes, because the guy he used to be affiliated with Anna, but he's not anymore. But Denny George,
Okay.
and he's the one who did the bond for all the 50 states with Anna. But Denny did utility lien against the Cesta QV Trust, and he called it a utility lien through the State Department. And so when I heard her starting to talk, I thought about that. And then
sounds like she's going to be around. She was getting involved.
I hope so, because it's the same thing that David Straight was talking about. And when I did that paperwork for my mom, I had a UCC utility lien on her Social Security account at the time. So I was just fortunate to have that. So what I recently did, I had my birth certificate, and I wanted Anna to look at it. I want to send it to her, because I got this document that's, I caused a little stink with Anna over this document. And anyways, this document is mandatory notice. And then I put my birth certificate authentication number on it as a copy, along with copyright. And I don't know if I'm doing something good or bad. So,
Yeah, a mandatory notice means really nothing.
it's
mandatory. I mean, it's like,
well,
it's a suggestion, isn't it?
There's a document Anna has, and also David Straight has, and I didn't know how to do the right. It's that we have immunity and they don't on that document.
Okay. Yeah.
And
I let me just say this real quick. I went to jury duty last week. I showed up in a courtroom trying to convince them that I was a man of the land, and here's the birth certificate, and just take this thing and do what you want, run it through the jury assembly or whatever you want. But I'm just dropping it off and I'm out of here, you know. But by the grace of God, I got out of there alive, and I probably shouldn't have done that. But anyways, no, really. So I don't know that much either, you know.
Yeah.
But we work it out as we go, you know. That's where I'm at with it. So I mean, yeah, mandatory. When you get something, I was like, here I am saying, oh, mandatory. That's not, you know. But really, I just got a jury summon, and I was like, oh gosh, you know. And but so.
Well, what happened to me is I started reading those war crime cases in Hawaii. And I wanted to give a notice to the district attorney in Riverside. And he sent it, he refused it. So I put a stamp on that salmon colored document the postmaster gave me.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her name was Patricia, the postmaster. I said, under FISA, the district attorney has zero immunity. And I'm an American state national. I have immunity. And I signed the stamp in front of her. And I said, I want this document served. And she looked at it and she just about fainted that I did that. And she said, Dwana, this will be hand carried and served on him personally.
Awesome. I love that. That's wonderful. Hey, Duana, can we take a hand?
I'll say
here?
goodnight.
Gideon, no, say goodnight. You're co-hosting with me. So it's Gideon on San Bernardino. Probably wants to add something or share something. Gideon, please unmute. There he comes.
This is Gideon,
Yes.
San Bernardino County. I've not
Hello,
been
welcome.
in the, thank you. I've not been in the calls lately because I'm also highly censored.
Okay, love it.
With the case of Duana, one thing, it seems like it's very sophisticated, and one thing we should notice is we go back and forth with the so-called government. One thing we should remember is what I've learned also is our capital letter name is U.S. citizen, and our capital small letter name are the living men and women.
Yes, I did a.
Yeah, we should always remember that. And
Yeah, I did a
I think,
picture lane like Anna did.
yeah, that's what it is. And sometimes many are saying that if we do fixture lane, we use UCC, we go back to their system, and that will pull us again to their system.
It's a non-UCC fixture lane though. If you look at it,
UCC or non-UCC, I did that too. I did a lot of things, and sometimes it's works, sometimes it's not. And in your case, have you ever met the ad hoc judge of the World Court, which is Dr. I.L. Henderson?
no, I haven't.
SOVCPR.com. They're located in Texas, and I had been in many troubles too, and they were able to help me with just paperwork.
Okay. World Court.
SOVCPR.com. He's the ad hoc judge of the Universal World Court. What it does is you will be indexed to one of the tribes of Israel. So they will you will be what do you call it?
No,
you
you're
will
doing
be
fine.
Yeah, you will be indexed to one of the tribes of Israel, so the government could never claim you as a fiction or what, or as a fiction again. So
okay.
You should try that.
Okay, say it's World Court and it's
SOVCPR.com.
SOC.
SOV as in sovereign. SOV.
Okay.
CPR as cardiopulmonary resuscitation. CPR.com.
Okay.
And they have some conference call too that you can listen to, and then you can.
Very good. Can you put that in the chat, please?
Yeah, I'll do.
Thank you.
I thought you went to bed, Anne Marie.
Oh, I got off a half of the call.
I saw you put that in the chat earlier.
I know, I'm
Yeah.
on my way, and then I get listening, and I hard
I
to go
know.
to sleep.
Gideon, I can't help but to look at your United States of America. It seems interesting that you would have that United States of America, knowing what you know.
Yeah, I've been so crazy. I've been using like the California state plate,
Mm-hmm.
and I got stopped too on that one, but it turned out well. And then this is one of the one that I stick to my car
Mm-hmm.
at the back, so it's retro reflective,
Yes.
and it shines good.
Okay. Well,
So
you
the
know,
United States of America.
yes. Well, it's when we start to wake up and we understand what, a lot of that means, it just kind of seems, yeah, it's a real eye opener when you understand what U.S. citizen is, and yeah, just the whole thing is just kind of amazing.
Debt, yeah, it's debt bondage and denationalization and forced denationalization. It's a war crime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
if you don't mind me asking, what do you guys think of what's going on in the world right now, just in current events? It sounds like you got your finger on the pulse of what everything's going on out there in the world. Do you actually see it like falling apart for the de facto government, or do you see them just getting more strength and gonna impose more problems on us, or do
Well,
you see them running? Or
the de jure people, they're not supposed to enforce these foreign laws on, and that's what they've been doing. If you look at what is the federal ID, it's forced denationalization.
so it's a de facto that's not supposed to be putting their laws on the de jure people.
Right.
Yes.
But like myself, I've been denationalized.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Denationalized.
Denationalized, I don't have a country.
Yeah, and that doesn't sound like a good thing. It almost sounds like something that people do that they don't know. Like Anna has helped people that were having problems when they did their paperwork years and years ago. Not Anna's paperwork, but they actually expatriate themselves out of everything, and they're not supposed to do that. That's like, it sounds almost like that's where you're at. You're just kind of.
Well, they put me under the Lieber Code. It's the military. So it's that's what the Lance Larson case was about. Because I was drugged for a long time, over 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then they wanted me to sign debt bondage, and I wouldn't do it. And I kept refusing until they tortured me and mutilated me. You can't recognize me anymore. So and they forced me to sign it. So I only have one parathyroid, and I don't absorb calcium. And they were going to give me Halidon, which I told them, I said, that's a death penalty without trial, because that's a bill of attainder, because I don't absorb calcium. I cramp up. You're going to kill me. I had a little black girl do a habeas corpus for me, and only black men, all the black men in they put me in a mental health place, prison thing, because that's what the foreigners own. And they circled me, and they did a habeas corpus to have me released.
May I again, Joanna?
Yes.
Yeah, I used to work for the state of California.
Yeah.
And what really is if you are a state employee, you are like a prisoner, like a prison.
Yeah.
So one time I write a bond, which is the 24, 25, 25A and SF28. Those are the Office of Management and Budget form. So I sent a bond to the Superior Court for $300 million, and I know that like after like 2 weeks that I sent, they monetize it, and they were saying that they receive like a prison bond.
Yeah.
$300 million. So they use it for infrastructure in California. So when you refuse to sign that bond, that's probably why they put you in prison. You should have signed it.
Yeah, that's what they kept telling me, and they arrested me twice.
Yeah,
because they
when you
wanted
are
me to sign it.
When you are in court case, actually, when you refuse and try to dishonor it, to give your signature, that's when they put you into prison. But when you say when you sign it, they need your signature for that, and it doesn't cost you anything. Actually, they will get it from your exemption number.
Yes.
So that's what they need.
Yeah, that's true. David Strait teaches that, and he said they'll kill you if you don't do it.
So what happens now if you are indexed in the SOBCPR, in the Universal World Court? They will extract your record, and it's like they will extract your name or social security number to the system, or to one of the tribes of Israel, and your it's like your assets or some trusts will be handled by them, and then and then they will protect you. They will issue you do not detain, do not arrest, do not collect, something like that. I got one of those two from them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me tell you a story. I was stopped. I was stopped by like a sheriff, and then they were looking for an ID, and then I refused to give them one. So when they tried to open my door, I tried to close it, and one of the sheriffs, I think he got his mask on the head, so they arrested me, and actually stayed in the prison for like about 17 days.
Yeah.
And they tried to convict me with a felony. And then when I on the first hearing, they just gave me like a bail for like a 50,000. So I signed my name, because I think it's in the record that I provided them 300 million bond already. So, and then during the like you see that they try to plea bargain you to accept the like, say for example, accept the default. Yeah, because they were trying to charge me with a felony. But during that time, I did an administrative process.
Yes.
So notice of claim, and then notice of fault opportunity to cure, and then notice of fault judgment. So they keep postponing the hearing, and then when I finish my administrative claim already, that's like 30 days.
Uh-huh.
That's 30 days. So I presented it to the judge, and then the judge said, this is for dismissal. You keep postponing, and you don't have any claim against this man. So they dismissed my case.
Oh, that's good.
But I used the letterhead for the Universal World Court, which is the SOPCPR, as the, instead of the like Superior Court, I use their like letterhead, and then I did the administrative. So it's on file right now, and then that kept me, that dismissed my case, and I'm free right now. I did different stuff too with the IRS, FTB, Superior Court, traffic ticket, and I've been using the 18 USC 1001, 1002, fictitious communication and criminal conspiracy, and then 18 USC 1692E, false and misleading information, something like that. And then the penalty is 15 USC 78 FF, which is 25 million and or 20 years in jail.
Yeah.
Yeah. So say for example, I get a traffic ticket, and then I do an administrative claim on them for 25 million or 20 years in jail, and then still they keep rejecting my papers, and then say for example they send a bill for or invoice for $800.
Yeah.
Which is actually I did. So that first one, that when I get that statement, I use a bill of exchange. I write like a bill of exchange. Paid order of the United States Treasury upon proof of lawful claim, charge it to the Superior Court, and or the judge or the city who where that policeman write the ticket.
Yes.
And then sign, capital letter, small letter, and then exception ID at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
The same red number at the back of your social security number. And then if they keep sending you that bill, what you do is give them an invoice. Invoice for 25 million, 18 USC 16, 18 USC 1002 fictitious communication.
Oh, yeah.
25 million, and then deduct the bill of exchange, which is $800. So they still owe you 24 million, about 24 million.
Yeah.
24,900,000, something like that. And it will just disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's there are so many ways to defeat them, and that's one of the methods that I use. I use it in the IRS, Franchise Tax Board, and this traffic tickets.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They've been sending me my money back when I pay the tickets.
Okay, so try to do an administrative process, and then when you have that collection letter. Just say bill of exchange, pay to the order of the United States Treasury upon proof of lawful claim. Charge it to whoever is giving you that one, say Superior Court or the city. And then and then credit to the memory of your name, your capital letter name.
Okay.
And then say creditor, and then sign it, and then put your exemption number at the,
Okay.
that's the red number at the back of your social security card.
Oh, okay. I have to get another card because I don't have one anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can actually collect three cards a year. To a maximum of 10 cards in your lifetime.
Yeah. Well, I think they've been using my, well, I know they've been using my social.
Yeah, just just feed them with this money.
Yeah. David Straight teaches you how to do that on his. I've seen it. I haven't had time because of all the stuff that's happened recently that I've been doing a lot of habeas corpuses. But I have to do that. He says to sign the bonds. He has some recent documents and then documents that are older because like they're talking about things are changing now. So I'm gonna go and review his new documents. But on that website, I forgot the name of it again, Austin, they David Straight's in a seminar in Maui and his documents are there in some of his old talks too. And he talks about doing some of the stuff. So I really appreciate you talking to me.
Yeah. There's some good stuff too by Patrick Devine.
Yeah, I know Patrick.
I think he passed away already, but he has good stuff.
I talked to him before he passed. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. How can I contact you?
I'll put my email address here.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
So you can contact me. I did like about 50 administrative stuff already. Like 50, and I got like 50 UCC one filing too in the Secretary of State. So I'm very familiar with the administrative process too.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, hon. Bye-bye. Okay.
Okay, I yield now. Thanks.
You okay? Wow, I was saying all that with no sound. Thank you for that, Barashi. There was no sound. So, all right. No wonder why no one was answering my questions and everyone was going away. Gideon, are you still there? I wanted to ask you a question. Gideon San Bernardino.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right.
I'm here.
Hey, so how were you approaching all your court cases? Were you doing it like pro se, or were you doing it from a man on the land? Did you do
Yeah.
like a affirmation of declaration or of status or declaration of whatever that one?
Yeah,
was?
it's all administrative process. I don't go to court per Anna. And usually when they schedule you for a court case, like for example, you get a ticket, they actually schedule your hearing like in 60 days, more than 45 days, usually like 60 days. So you have time to complete your administrative process at your hearing or before your hearing. So when you have the full judgment already, just send it to the court, your full judgment. And You can put like a transmittal for like a special appearance, something like that.
Okay,
So,
yes.
so that's your judgment already.
I think I understand. I'll have to listen to it again. I was just wondering, because only two ways I know is if you're papered up and you're a man on the land, you approach them from a common law perspective. But if you're a citizen, a United States citizen, you could do I believe it's a affirmation of status or declaration of status. And then you're a man on the land just as you're going through that, if I understand it right. But I'm not sure you answered that, but you may have, it just may have went over my head.
Yeah, the paperwork says that I'm a living person.
Okay, gotcha.
Living man.
Yes, all right, wonderful. Yeah, it's the same thing over here, but what we're doing is we're putting an assembly together to reconstruct America. And I don't know of any other freedom groups that do that. And can I ask you, Gideon, what is your goal? What do you want to do? Do you want to join like an assembly and reconstruct
Yeah,
America?
I'm actually paper due with the 1779 already.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
But, like 10 years ago, I was this secure party creditor, and I still have those papers.
Okay, and you know what? With you being in San Bernardino, I'm also in San Bernardino, and Susan James is the coordinator. And I was sharing with you when you couldn't hear me because when I came back on this computer, I forgot to unmute. But I believe it's Brashi was so insightful to put it in the chat. Like there's no sound, and I saw that there's no sound. What does that mean? And I looked, yeah. So, anyways, all that just to say that welcome. You know, I hope you get plugged in with the assembly. I truly do. And Dewana, she also was in San Bernardino too, and it's just so great that you guys were you able to exchange information. And
yes, we did.
Yeah, and it sounds like you two can really talk the same language. You know, you're both on that level of understanding far more than I am. That's what I'm saying. Oh my gosh, you know, two from San Bernardino on one call. I mean, oh my gosh, that would make my day if you guys got plugged in with us.
I'm actually with the General Assembly group too.
Oh, wonderful.
And I'm a professional engineer for the state of professional engineer civil in California, and I'm interested too with joining the
assembly.
Joining the assembly and the what do you call this?
The American
land patent group because
yes,
because I know how to read the meets and bounds, technical description, latitude, longitude, which is in the land patent.
If anything tonight, if anything, Gideon, right here in the last, I don't know how long we're gonna go. I mean, I could go in the morning, but what a gift you are to us tonight on this call. You know, just you can add so much value to what we are trying to do, and what we're trying to do is good, and it's for everybody. You know, whatever they put you through in the past, and whatever they put Dwana through in the past, they did it to you, and they'll continue to do it unless some of us just finally say no. You know, like Rosa Parks on the bus. No, I'm not doing this anymore. And we can make a difference. I really, truly believe we could make a huge difference. And it, you know, it all, the people that come on the call, you know, the human beings and persons that aren't, you know, on the land yet, they probably just hear about all these court cases and all this tragedy and things that could happen. And oh my gosh, it's so scary. But I'm standing right here, people. I'm sitting right here in the comfort of my home. And I just am at peace with all of this. You know, I'm at peace with it. People are saying, oh no, what if, put it on YouTube or it gets blasted or recordings and this and that. I like the recordings because I've learned so much, because half of what people say, I don't get it the first time. It takes me 2 or 3 times to get it. On the recordings, you could listen at double speed. It's a higher energy vibe. I could understand it. And, I could actually take in content that I wouldn't have normally been able to get. And when you're hearing yourself talk, it's always more interesting. So you guys start taking up some of these coordinator or these moderator positions, and you can hear yourself talk, and you could, like Gideon, what is your native tongue? What country is that accent from?
Originally, I'm from the Philippines.
Oh, really? Like,
yeah.
You're Filipino?
Yeah, I'm Filipino. And I'm here since 1984, December of 1984.
Do you speak Filipino fluently, or is it like Mandarin, or is it what is it?
Yeah, I speak Filipino fluently.
Can you say, thank you, Anna, for all of your work in Filipino?
Salamat, Anna, for all your work. Filipino language is like a lot of Spanish words.
I liked it. That was cool.
So, like work is trabajo, something like that.
Oh, really? In Filipino is trabajo too? Wow.
Yeah, trabajo.
Yeah, my wife speaks Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. I have Italian and have Mexican. Like my mom's parents were from Mexico. My biological dad's parents were from Europe. And my last name's Messina, and that's like an Italian city out there. But I've never been there, and I only speak a little bit of English. I can't speak. That's the only language I can speak. So it's amazing to me when you come over and you get so much knowledge in the English language, which is so hard and twisted and manipulated anyway. But you're actually in your second language. You really make an impact, and it almost sounds like it would be twice as hard to do, to try to learn another language and stand up for your freedom. But you just do what you have to do. I imagine you learn the language and you just do what you have to do. So good for you. But okay, so I know you guys could hear me now. So when I start calling on you, Anton, are you still awake? Okay, Barisha L, or how do you say that? You're the one that saved me, and I saw your video on Barichi. Okay, Ellen, are you awake? On Los Angeles.
Excuse me, I'm here.
Oh, how
This is
do you
Michael
pronounce?
again.
Excuse me. You're there, but you're muted. Thought I had a live one. Just kidding. Okay, so, all right, guys. I think it's we may have just.
I'm sorry, Thomas. I failed to hit the speaking button. I apologize for the delay there.
Oh, no worries. Thank
I
you for
missed the
jumping back on.
mispronunciation of that moniker that I've been using. This is Michael, Santa Clara County.
Oh, your name's
The only
Michael?
question I had, and by the way, I learned a great deal this evening from, everybody's
I know,
participation.
there was a
everything
lot
that
of
was spoken.
Yes.
And I was really moved by Duana's story. I've been in communicate with her, and just so horrendous, it's just to think, that these types of things are going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
The only question I really had this evening had to do with the, excuse me, I remember about a week ago, there was somebody that called in or was participating in last week's town hall meeting, and he said he wanted to give up his driver's license when it came up for renewal. He said he found the easiest way he could do that is go to the Department of Motor Vehicles, ask for their application for the renewal, and I guess somewhere on that application or form, it states, are you a US citizen? He said he didn't check that, or he may have checked no, a box that said no. And he said the thing to do if you wanted to give it up like he did, he said it sounded like he said he wrote agent. Okay. Before, or it sounded like he wrote agent on the same line as his signature. There was another somebody else in the meeting, just hours ago that commented about the byline. I've read about what Anna has written about that. I didn't know that, signing in a certain way after the by and a colon would designate somebody as agent. Okay, so he had mentioned that, and then he said, the Latin phrase to use is non-assumpsit. After one's authorization or signature. Okay, so my question is, I've been working ardently trying to emancipate myself to correct my political status. My situation is a little bit peculiar because I'm only working from a mobile device, and what I have to do is send documents to a local print shop and then retain a code I get back that I send that by through email. And then I'm only later able to pick up those documents that I send to be later printed out at the photocopy shop through that process, through the photocopy shop. There are services, which is like an email service. So you send that out and then you get notified back and you retain a code. And then with that, you're able to print out your documents. So that's kind of what I've been dealing with in order to go through this process. And so my question is, for somebody that isn't papered up, that's, still working on his documentation, do you think that would, or does anybody know if that might adversely affect somebody, for somebody renewing their license in such a manner who isn't, or who hasn't corrected their political status?
I always default to what James says. You only gain rights, you don't lose any rights. And yes, that is Ed on Riverside. He's on the calls often, typically earlier on. He doesn't stay on this late, but yes, he did state that in basically California, there's a lot of, they call them illegals, so there is now a box on the California thing that states that you could check if you're a citizen or not, and that's what he did. He didn't check the box, or like you said, he checked a box that said non or something. But yeah, so, and then he also gets his license plates, vehicle license plates from another Clay County over in some other state, and you don't have to live there or nothing. So he really knows a lot of things. And even the question that you were just, these guys are just really, really good. But I think it just comes down to, doing what you're doing. Pay attention. Start paying attention and just start moving forward in the way that sits right with you. I personally don't know which one I'm going to do first, my revocation of taxes, or there's a bunch of stuff to do. I don't even know if I want to do my passport now, because it sounds like in another year we're going to have, or soon we're going to have these special cards that act as your passport. So there's so many decisions we all have to make. And I think it's just all going to work out because we're just doing the right thing. And I know I didn't answer your question
Yeah, I hear you.
directly.
I don't think it was necessary. In a way, you did answer my question. Yeah, what I've done is I've consolidated what I studied, and because originally I had a professor from out of state, and due to unusual circumstances, he overheard some complaints I had with the local employment office, and that's kind of how I was introduced to this. I had already studied some of this stuff. I was studying some stuff related to what he was espousing, how he approached me with, or how he urged me to study natural law. And then I looked into it deeper, and that's how I came across what I thought, I was studying as constitutional case law, when in fact it isn't case law. And then I started going through this process in my mind for organizing the difference between natural law, which is more gross, as opposed to private law, or
Did you say what county you were in?
common law.
No, what county you are in?
I'm in Santa Clara.
Okay, so you're up north. I'm just saying there's so many educated people in common law that are on that side, and I didn't anticipate that. I truly didn't anticipate. I thought all the attorneys were gonna have to come over here and learn common law, and they're gonna bring their de facto side with them, and it's gonna be like this big old mess. But talking from you and Gideon and Duana, you all know like the laws, and it's not just from a de facto side. You know how to. It's like you're in the middle, but it's not all from the land. But it's fascinating how many
There seems
people
to
are
be this
coming
type
in.
of transition, and
It's really fascinating.
like the professor I said from out of state, I think he was coming from Michigan University. I don't know. Very intelligent. Some people didn't want to hear what we had to say, but I could identify it. And the way he approached me, he was saying it's a word game, how you interact with somebody, like a peace officer, things you say, how you speak, because he overheard me talk. I was using various phrases like legal fiction, for example. And so I was more or less subtly introduced to it in that way. What he was talking about was urging me to study natural law, and some of the examples he was using, he was saying, for example, when you go into an employment office, he says, when you go up at the front lobby, he says, what are you approaching when you speak to somebody? And I said, there's somebody at a counter. And he said, right. So he was taking the word counter, using that as an example of the etymology it's being used. He says, oftentimes when you speak to these people that work at, a state of California or state of state type of, situation where they're working with the government, he said, these people will do what's counter to what you're trying to do. He said, go in there. He said, I ask you because, my complaint was going to this employment office. I felt I was being put off like so many other people, where we weren't really getting kind of help we needed. Now, at that time, you'd go in there and they would assign you to a computer and you were pretty much on your own. And it was, it seemed really kind of futile. I remember, going into an employment office when I was a kid, because somebody took me there and was showing me, how you could take a card off a wall, walk up and approach somebody that, one of the state employees that could help you, possibly take reference, from a card off a wall with, particular to your job skills, and possibly end up, with a job interview. And so he was hearing my complaints and he was saying, this is why, you're experiencing this. So he challenged me. He said, you could go in there sometime and just ask them, is there anybody here that could help, assist me find work? And what he was saying is, in a sense, try this as a type of an experiment, because he says, what's the worst that could happen if you did something like that? You know, for example, if he said they could ask you to leave, or they might call in an officer to have you removed from the premises because they simply don't want to assist you in finding work. So, he was using kind of like an unusual example, I'd say, to kind of explain the word counter, that, as he was trying to use it instead of being used as a noun, as a type of verb. And
Yeah, he was thinking out of the box. He was sharing with you, and you've been programmed through, schooling system and de facto government schooling programming. And what he was saying, it goes against what we've been trained to know, because everything he said is like, oh no, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't. And then, but if you think about it, it's like, well, why can't you do that? Well, for one, you don't have no rights, but if you knew who you were, you could do that. And that's what we're experiencing. So he just kind of give you a little just got your attention just enough with that little task.
Right. And then he was giving me some other examples, like with how he was dealing with matters in, these private corporations that we call courts.
Mm-hmm.
And, he was giving me some examples how he was dealing with that, and how he was coming across to different people, and how, he said he even took lunch, and, because he overheard me talking about how I was actually received a notice for jury assembly, jury duty myself,
Mm-hmm.
and how I was really working against it because I was looking at it as time versus money and what I was trying to accomplish at that time,
Mm-hmm.
For my own personal given set of circumstances. And so he urged me, he was saying, you should try it, and he was giving me, some reasons why, one might want to actually take the time to do such a thing, because of, how, this could be helpful, even though, you
How old were you when you heard that?
that sort of thing.
When he told you that, how old were you? Were you a teenager? Were you young?
No. Oh, okay. This is only going back maybe 6 or 7 years ago.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And yeah, so what he was telling me about, he was giving me some examples because he was talking about various writs. Okay, and then he was talking about, okay, the trickery used in courts. They would use, there's different Latin phrases. He says,
Mhm.
For example, you go up to the gate, right, to the bar, and they might ask you, because he said they're going to ask you your name. How would you answer that question? Or he said they might say, like if you said something like, okay, I wish to represent myself, they might say something like, pro se, the pro per, how would you like to represent yourself? He says you have to really think about, the type of answers you give them because of the trickery being used.
Oh yeah, the legalese. And yeah, it's to my understanding, you have to try to recognize if they're coming at you from a municipal or a territorial, and you have to figure those out before you. Yeah, so they definitely trick you.
Yeah, and so he brought that to my attention, the trickery, and then I said, yeah, there is some trickery, but I didn't know to what extent. I didn't know how really deep it was. So in a way, I guess it seemed like he was leading a horse to water.
Mm-hmm.
Just from taking some things I was hearing, because I was talking to a group of friends, and he just happened to be in, nearby, and he just politely introduced himself and saying I couldn't help hearing what you were saying, and he says, I'm going through similar things, and this is how I'm trying to deal with it. So gave me little ideas or tools to work with. I should say maybe working tools. How to deal with various situations of that manner. And
Oh, what that is so, and he changed your life, didn't he? Just that one little
well,
interaction.
it was probably I started studying a little common law
Mhm.
maybe about a year and a half, 2 years prior to that. So going back about 9 years. But when I started looking at common law, I kept asking myself, how come, all these guys that I'm getting this information from, my research, like, for example, from videos or,
Mhm.
you know, uh, whether it be written works, there might be references. Why are these guys coming out of the UK? It didn't occur to me that that's where it came from, that,
Yeah.
from England, that we had common law, and how there's this thing known as American common law that we got from the English, that sort of thing. So, and, I didn't even actually come to that realization till probably about a year ago, and then that's when I would discover Anna's work and look into that, and became fascinated with that because of how she actually studies things, and how she extrapolates her information, how she gives out her information. Um, very interesting
Oh,
information. And
she's
I
phenomenal.
dove into. Yeah, she is. Very amazing.
It really is. I mean, a whole nother plane. And one of the things that's really incredibly fun around here on this side is we play with etymology all the time. I mean, typically when James is on the call, I mean, and the thing that we try to zone in on what we need to do and to actually take this movement forward. It is it's all about the words and how you use your words, and you have to know your words. You have to know what the words mean, and what, like Justinian deception, an older code, how he explains the I guess it's, well, I don't know, it's dog Latin, and they just mix things up, and by the time it gets to you, you don't know what it is. You just think you know what it is, and it's all about the cap letters, and even the Latin stuff. You get into little insignias, like the little space bars and stuff in between, and if it doesn't have those, it means this, and if it does have it, it means this, and it's just
Yeah, for
amazing
instance,
how.
like for example, the difference between a given name and a surname. Um, what a lot of people are more familiar with, legal name, because that's what we were taught. And yeah, so I started looking at that, and then, I'm still studying some areas of private law that deal with that, to see how I might be able to use that to kind of, move the ship to shore, to try and bring myself onto the land. And
Oh, well, yeah, just you're there. I mean, gosh, you have so much. You could add so much value to what we're doing, because what we're getting it down to is you gotta have like a positive attitude. You gotta, you can't get thinking about everything that they're gonna do. Yeah, you gotta know how to play in their playground, but you don't want to. You just need to know enough to let them know who you are, and you got to tell them. You got to know what their stuff, because you got to explain it to them when they're wrong, so you can put them in their spot. But what we're really going for right now is history to repeat itself. We're actually going to repeat history back to prior to 1860 and build off of there. And all this other stuff, this bad movie we see, it's going to dissipate like vapor. It's just going to, and I believe it's going to be peaceful. I believe they don't want it to be peaceful, but I'm going to keep envisioning that it's going to be a peaceful transition. I was even kind of hoping that these $500 trillion people would take over de facto, because they'd be much pleasant to work alongside as de jure with de facto. Wouldn't it be so nice if if they
Yeah, I
cleaned that up right before we like got all of our juries and assemblies up, I mean, and it was just that much, I envision that, I see that, like they're getting
It's so
flanked.
hard to fathom from, everything we've been taught. And
Oh, I know. Yeah,
yeah,
we're supposed to
envisioning that
fear and run for the
division,
you know.
that's important, that reminds me of what, Anna was talking about as far as traveling or time traveling, if you will. And
Mhm.
kind of, putting ourselves in, just the way of thinking, envisioning.
Oh yeah, when I was talking to Diana there, and she was telling me like her body's marred and just disfigured, or it sounds like from what they've done to her. And I was in my heart, right? Because we don't have like religion problems over here for this being an international thing. We've like worked that out, so we're past that, and which is a huge thing if you think about it for a minute, how wound up and crazy that could get. But no, we already resolved that. But one of the interesting things is it for some of us, it goes back to our Christian origins, right? Like, the story of Jesus Christ. And basically the way we're able to keep this international with no religion is just, it's based off of the 10 Commandments. All faiths have the 10 Commandments to build from. And I could go deeper in that. But anyways, regarding the, oh gosh, I think I lost my thought. Oh, that happens every now and again. Does that happen to you?
Yeah, sounds
but-
like you were talking about,
Oh, and I appreciate this. Yeah, bring it. It'll come back.
but yeah, the 10 Commandments. Yeah, it sounds like, you were talking about something that's really rather universal.
Yeah, I was going with the 10 Commandments because what I was saying is regarding Dewana is, her figure, it sounds like she's not happy with it. I believe we're eternal beings, okay? And we're in an eternal state. And as I believe in Jesus Christ, the Christianity that only offers another body, on the other side. So when this body perishes, I'll be able to get that new body. And Jesus Christ, when he was down here, he teleported around. He was able to go through walls and eat still and feel and cry and the whole deal. And to imagine experience life like that with a new body and no like the de facto thing, like suppressed enough to where they're just like a barking chihuahua,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm good with that. Imagine how awesome life could be. And we're right there. We're at the threshold of it. And I'm not like thinking how awesome it's going to be for me. I'm thinking how awesome it's going to be for my grandkids and my kids, even if they're thinking everything's just fine right now because they're all successful and doing good. But it's like, that's just perspective. And it's false, And we just have fun over here in building the assembly, meeting all these great people. Oh my gosh, I have met more fascinating people in the last 6 months through this experience. I would even say when COVID started, because even all those people that are putting out all those documentaries, those whistleblowers, just like taking in the information, and you're constantly trying to, there's a lot of misinformation. And I mean, the whole doctor movement that stepped out way in advance, and they just took the hits, and they're still standing strong to this day. It's just like the guys like Del Bigtree and these guys like David Icke that are really speaking up. These the past wisdom guys like Napoleon Hill, and how he was explaining this whole hypnotic rhythm thing at a time where, like, who gets that stuff? And it's just kind of like all these amazing people with all these vast different perspectives, and then when it starts to all come together on this side, like lights start popping, you start waking up, and you're just like, oh my gosh, it's just
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I stay up at 3 o'clock. Right now it's 3:17. We've ran this thing till 5:45 in the morning, just hanging out. You know, and you get the coordinators on the calls over here. They're like, oh my gosh, we had a Zoom meeting. I thought it was going to be 7 of us, and it was 22 of us, and we were on the call for 3.5 hours. Like, you know, like just blown away. You know, like every day it's something like that. So I don't know. I like to share good things, you know, as we kind of unwind a little bit and just hang out. There's a lot of good things going on amongst all the. It's like probably the most horrible time. Well, not for me anyway. I'm 52. This is the most horrible time that I've ever seen the world in this state. For me, I've never seen it this bad, especially in light of that whole $500 trillion thing, that how they exposed all those guys. It's like,
yeah, I'm not familiar with that case.
Oh gosh, you got to watch that video. It's on YouTube. It's called it's $500 trillion. You could just Google that. I mean, it'll even come up in Google probably.
Yeah, it sounds like one of the biggest cases in history or something. You know.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. You know, I could actually put that in the chat. Let me see, because who emailed that to me? That was well, who didn't I email that to? I could probably. Yeah.
Anyways, Thomas,
yeah.
thanks for bringing me back on. I had some connection problems, a lot of unusual things. I think to begin with, it was some data issues to begin with.
Get used to it. I'm sure we all, you know, it's so common now that we just hang up and call the person right back.
Yeah, because one of my main concerns, especially with some of the information that was being spoken earlier, was some of the spies. Whether they're they could be actually in a meeting or using electronic means.
You know the thing
we're doing.
Yeah, the thing I think about that is kind of like, look, and it's on the phone calls. What I was trying to make the point about, we just hang up, it's like we call it alien noise, or you're underwater, so you just hang up and the line clears when you call the person back. So there's enough of us that are familiar with how technology all of a sudden magically glitches out when you go to use it for something important. I've been getting Adobe up, flashes all day. You know what it's like having the host and there's like 100 something people. My Adobe flashers keep wanting to upload and stuff. I'm like, you didn't notice, but I'm used to it. But okay. And then on the other point, when we're talking, about these discussions and stuff late, at night, and we're on the phone and stuff, I honestly just start talking to whoever's listening. And just say, look, guys, we're really not doing anything that's going to hurt anybody, and we're law-abiding citizens. We have a positive energy over here. There's a lot of fellowship and community and sincerity in real people, like realness.
Oh yeah.
And I share, like, you're on the side that they eat their own. You're low-level tech doing the dirty work, and you're gonna find yourself used eventually, because that's just the way they work. So you're
just
gonna
natural course of interaction.
Yeah, and they may not have consciousness. 5% of the population doesn't have a conscience. That's the problem here, apparently. And but these guys have
the crisis that we're all faced with, and everybody's thinking about that. What they're gonna do, because associated with like this live exercise, everybody's is gonna come to fear, and then also overcoming that, while you mentioned the programming, or
yeah, I mean, there aren't a lot of people that like to hear about people dealing with problems. I mean, maybe there are, like, maybe if it leads, it bleeds. I guess that's kind of a thing.
Everybody's got problems of their own.
Yeah, and you come on a call like this and you hear about court cases and this and that, but I think something gets spoken through it all, and people could hear it, like, wow, these people are dealing with that, but at least you're dealing with it. And it doesn't seem like it's a helpless situation, because there's always hope. As long as you have breath and you could breathe and think and produce a wish that what you do want in consciousness, you could have hope, and your thoughts are things. So that's
Yeah,
kind of
that's what I like about this energy like this, because instead of just trying to think of what a friend had asked me, years ago, but Anna says, the baby steps, the little things we do, that's what's important, just going about it and actually, being motivated or proactive,
Mhm.
Working towards that end. It may, be very gradual.
Yeah, no, that's how they duped us into all this mess. It was the peripheral frog in the water, He
Yeah.
got hot, he didn't jump out. He should have jumped. Jump out of your hypnotic rhythm and onto the land. It's like leap. It's like, I mean, it's that time. It's kind of obvious. Yeah, I mean,
because I've been going back to some people from my past and trying to introduce this, and they were very put off. A lot of these people are, they got careers,
oh gosh, a lot of us have family members that think we're,
responsibilities, and there's a,
yeah, we have,
one guy told me, he goes, "Hey Mike, when are you going to pay your taxes?" I mean, that almost set me off. I mean, so, or actually what he said was pay your taxes, and it's like, who wants to hear that?
yeah,
I mean,
well, that's what it's interesting, because I've had these dialogues, and they've gone on for hours, and it's around this tax thing. It's like, if you say you're on the land and you are not participating in all that, all of a sudden it could be even a friend. What, you don't pay taxes? What, you're not going to pay your way? How are the streets going to be done? How are we going to, and they don't understand that we paid our taxes when we had our identity theft situation, where they stole our identity, and then they were able to draw on our bonds through that, and then they make us pay again. It's like, dude, I've been paying twice all my life. I'm done. But don't get me wrong, I got a tax bill here somewhere. I don't know if I'm gonna pay it this month or not. I'm kind of not there yet, but sorry, that must sound like a hypocrite. It just takes
it's
time.
like, I was approached by somebody in the employment office, and I just got in there. I was maybe sitting in there a half hour on a computer like everybody else. And this guy came in, he was very, busybody, could have been, had a, burgeoning business in town. He needed to use a computer, and he sees me, maybe I look like a bump on a log to him, but, he was trying to, without saying it, he's trying to kind of like muscle his way in so he could use a computer. And he's like, telling me, hey, look, I pay taxes, and it's like, I couldn't go into this rendition of how, I suffered this work injury and how I was displaced, and, my particular circumstances, to a complete stranger. That, this guy was very driven. You could tell he was hardworking. So what I did is, I didn't present an argument. I said, look, I know where you're coming from. I pay taxes too, but, if you need to use a computer, that's not a problem, just give me about 15 minutes and it's all yours, that sort of thing. Just try and work things out. And, communication, that's what's, so vital, so important. And
that
we
is
seem to have
huge.
lost it. I mean, especially here in California, and so yeah, we got to deal through a lot of our mess, a lot of, and it's just like, now it seems like, for me, it seems overwhelming. And that's why I've been taking, the work from, or I should say Anna's work, and studying it for a year, because it seems so vital, so important. And especially now, after, discovering this. And so I've been trying to kind of introduce it to some people I know, and it's not easy. They just pretty much out and out just rejected it,
You know what? It gets easier every day, though. This is just my maybe it's just because I'm making it up in my head. I'm creating my own little thing here. I got to tell you, my family has been on me and thinking I'm crazy for, my wife and 2 adult daughters, and my son-in-laws are looking into me, and now they're concerned how I speak to my grandson. And because I was shooting pool and showing them, some good information about right angle, left angle, momentum, get the angles right, self-correct, center's perfect, and all that bit. And shoot a right hand shot because you're right-handed, because if you shoot a left hand shot, it feels like you're writing with your left hand. You know how uncomfortable that is, so take the comfortable shot. And anyways, that worked with shooting hoops too. He was able to get the right angle and the momentum, and he was like swooshing. So, but my daughter was concerned that I was talking too much. And anyways, turned out to be this big old thing. And my wife was like, hey, if I gotta choose you or the grandkids, I'm sorry. But and I was like, I'm cool with that. I know how much you love the grandkids. And there's 3 of them. There's only one of me. So I mean, gosh, I'm outnumbered, So so I called my daughter because I was a bit concerned about that. I gotta be honest with you. I didn't want my wife getting any ideas. Anyway, so I called my daughter and said, can we continue the conversation we had, for your mom's sake, and I'm here to talk. And so she texted me like 30 minutes before she wanted to meet on a Saturday morning at Starbucks, which was like, she wanted me to be there at 9:30, and it was 9 o'clock when she was texting me. So I threw myself together, and fortunately I was already together. But so I jumped over there. It's a 10-minute drive, so I got 20 minutes heads up. So I was there, and I talked to my son-in-law, and we unpacked this thing, right? And it worked out just in conversation, and I recorded it. I recorded it with my phone. I downloaded the app that day. I don't normally do that, but it was so important to me. I recorded it and I sent it to my wife. I said, here, listen to it. And so it was me just basically having a conversation. And turned out it was my, it was just a really, really, it's everything to be able to have a dialogue. And what I've learned, and I think it was an original thought because I never heard it before, but then again, haven't been in a lot of higher education either, where they probably teach this stuff. But the thought was, if something puts you off, ask yourself, is it a good put off or a bad put off? Because if it's it could be a good put off. It could be like somebody calling you out on your ego. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that would be a good put off. Like, I didn't like it. It put me off, but I get it. It was good, or it could be a bad put off. Like somebody just saying something hurtful to you or negative. And it's like, I'm not doing that. But if you don't know the difference, then, and you can't discern if it's good or bad, but it put you off, then that's the time for the conversation to continue. And you just continue it until you work it out. And I've used that over and over and over again. And I can't tell you how much it works. And it's because I'm learning my words and I'm hanging around good people like yourselves on these calls. And it's just changing my life. Not only is it changing my life, it was my wife's birthday on the 10th. Today's the 12th. And so because we had that little Starbucks chat, then we all went to dinner as a big family. And I wasn't sure which way that was going to go, I mean, that's how crazy it gets over here. But and my wife warned me, and she says, you live in 2 different worlds, and you have to know how to act when you're in this world over here, because no one wants to hear it. She said, believe it or not, they're watching you.
Yeah, it makes sense.
They know what's going on, but they don't want to hear it, So we just got to plant seeds, be a witness. And I really believe that lines up right with God. I compare this papering up. I tell people, and I haven't said this one in a while, but it was another original thought. I get these thoughts. So it's like when I was a coordinator, I would be the first point of contact. Someone would call, and I felt like I was like pulling them over like a berm, like an army berm or something, like, and then onto the land, like they're just drag them onto the land, and I felt like I was saving souls, because really we're saving souls. They're lost at sea. You know, it's SOS, save our soul. And then we pull them over onto the land. I think some of them are just going to start jumping onto the land here soon. And then it's a soul saved, right? And I mean, aren't we called to save souls and be disciples and all that stuff? So it really resonates with me, that whole thing. And to be able to unpack the whole religion thing and to see now, after I've gone through that, and believe me, there's been a lot of dialogue with this stuff. If we could all base our beliefs off the 10 commandments worldwide, right? Anybody could do it. I didn't know this, that the 10 commandments, every country knows. And you know, one way or the other, but it's still the same thing. And what happens is when you become a people, and I've heard this and I've learned this and I memorized it to where I could explain it on a whim. Creator is up here, God's up there. We're right next to him as people, okay? When we're people, and then there's the governments, then there's corporation, then there's the titles with all the municipals, and then there's the persons way down there. That's where they have us, way down there. But when we become a people, we're right here next to God. And I got to tell you, it's not that hard to be pretty optimistic. And you get down and you start to question stuff, but when you're that close, it's kind of it's pretty illuminating.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, it's like you take a white t-shirt and throw it in a laundry full of colors, and you know, apparently, of course, if they were all newer clothes, you know, you're gonna get a little color on the white shirt, you know, and that's how I feel when I'm hanging out with you guys. You just learn, and it's just, I mean, it's 3:34 in the morning, and I'm not thinking about going to bed. I'm not thinking about why there's no hands up. I'm not thinking about anything else, but just this space that we're sharing that feels nice. That's where I'm at.
Some people might call that a sweet spot, or you're in the zone, or that sort of thing. But yeah, I hear where you're coming from, and it all sounds good, you know. I'm really jazzed about it. I really am.
It's refreshing, isn't it? Isn't it refreshing?
You know, I'll tell you, you know, because lately my schedule's been kind of flipped because of all these studies I've been doing. I'm trying to get on track, and you know, some responsibilities I have with an agency, and then actually I'm really trying to focus on my paperwork, but you know, I put that in the forefront now because to me it's just so important. And I reached out to a friend of mine I haven't contacted in years. I was able to get his number from another friend, and I become so estranged to these people because of the whole deluge I went through, and trying to still reach out. You know, one guy I know, he's a truck driver, so last I checked, he was in New York, messaging me, telling me how crazy it was driving to New York in this truck. And but I'm still working at it. I won't give up on these people, you know, the people that I know, and also others, you know, around me. I just to me it's just so important, and it's so crucial, you know.
There's nothing more. What could be more important? I mean, at this time, they're coming at us with jabs, and they're doing it in the open, you know, and they're not telling us what's in these things. And from their track record, I don't think you could trust them. They don't have a good track record. So it's getting pretty serious over here.
Yeah, a couple of people I know took the jab, and it just like crushed me inside, you know.
Oh, you know what? There's hope.
You know,
there's
been
hope.
trying to tell me, like, you know, hey, you know, no worries, and I'm thinking, I can't, I don't know what to say to the guy anymore. You know, it's such a great guy, you know, and I feel, you know.
Well, you know, there's hope. There's hope. Is your first name Mike?
Yes.
Mike. Okay. Mike, I detox every day with ESS 60. 5 milligrams of that. It's called buckyballs, and what it does is it's a cleanser, and we should be doing that anyway because any of the food that's out there that has been ran through a corporation is probably not good for us. So and even our lotions, all this stuff, you start finding out what's in Vaseline or what Vaseline is and what fluoride is, and I stopped brushing my teeth with fluoride. My teeth were getting all yellow, and I talked to one of the gals at one of the events, and from Caribbean. She says, "Oh, get yourself some Jamaican chew sticks," and my wife couldn't believe how white my teeth got. Like just natural. Like who would have? I mean, really? That's how. Like you close a door and another door opens. It's kind of fun, and no one knows. But I guess my point would be is, none of us could really say that we know, right? But some of us had done our due diligence and we could tell what's good and what's wrong. I'm telling you, here at the American States Assembly, with Anna doing her thing and doing it for 40 years and putting her claims in for the last 20, and de facto land actually recognizing us, I say enough to ignore us basically, but she's in their face and things are happening, and with a positive energy and just all the core fundamental things that we have, because they're all into natural medicines, health, not sick care, but like health care, natural. We got a bunch of yogis. My wife's a yogi, and I'm into like the whole yogi thing. I don't do as much of it as I should, but I do jump on the mat and reset myself, quite easily now. There's just so many working elements for good over here, and it's kind of neat, and it's all like off the land. It's love, it's fellowship, it's fighting.
That's important.
It's fighting too. We're fighting here, but we're fighting in a different way. Did you wake up, Anton?
I just got back taking my dogs out.
For your time, Thomas.
Oh, no, it was great. Hang out if you want. Anton, so how many dogs do you have?
Yeah, I got to take care of business, but I
I'm
thank
down
you
to 2.
for time and energy, people.
All right, well, we'll see you next Wednesday. Hey, if you're 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll be on Common Law 101. So yeah, check California Assembly. It's all there. But,
Okay, thank you for the reminder.
thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you.
Good night.
Good night. Anton, what are you doing?
There was like gunshots that went off and one of my dogs is like deathly afraid of fireworks. And we were at the park and I had them both off leash and they were running around, and like a couple blocks away, I'm pretty sure it was gunshots because it wasn't like fireworks. They're like kind of like consistent, the sounds where it's like they keep going off in like really like repetitive like rounds. This was like pap 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 pap, and then like you hear like a car like screech like a couple blocks away. And
okay.
And one of my dogs, like he's so afraid of fireworks, and he just like he's looking around and I can tell he's about to just start running. And I was like, Chomps, I was like, come here, bud. I was like, it's okay, baby. And he's like just standing there like frozen, and I'm like trying to like inch closer to him so I could grab him, and like once he realizes I'm like close to him, he just starts flying and bolting.
Oh gosh.
And I was like, oh my god. And my other dog has 3 legs, and he's like he just turned 10 a couple weeks ago, and so like he's like getting a little slower, but like he can go like for a long time, but if he knows we're going towards the car, he'll just lay down and like he won't move, and he'll make you like carry him, and he's like a 70-pound dog.
I know,
like 75-pound dog.
They're pretty big.
But luckily the one ran to the car like a block away, and so like I like just ran to the car, and he was like just crowd like hiding outside the door of the car. And so I opened the door for him and then ran back and got the other dog. But
hey, did you see that 500 trillion lawsuit YouTube
no
video?
I wanted to, my dog was freaking out when you were talking about it.
Yeah, so. Gideon just put it in the chat, and I'm actually going to save that and put it in my notes. I mean, that's a good one to have as a resource.
So are you the one that has the ability to save the recording on this on tonight's show?
I do, yeah. I'm recording it now.
I wanted to listen to what that chick was saying again. That was crazy stuff.
I know, I saw you, I know you like the
Oh my
stories.
God, that's such an,
Yeah.
like, wow, somebody who's like really like, they've like gone after her, like
well, you
every
know,
means possible.
is kind of the way she was explaining it, it was kind of, you know, it was palatable. She was going along and she was
It
talking
almost
about,
doesn't sound real. If like I'm just key things that she said like actually made me like actually believe that she really does know Anna and that she does know David, whatever his name is.
well, you can almost picture yourself in her story, the way she was telling it, like you could see it happening.
Yeah,
It
at
was
first
pretty
I was
neat.
thinking she was like kind of like you know the one lady that calls in who's the attorney and she's from like New York or something, and she says the same story every single time
Oh, you're
that she
talking
gets
about
on.
Mila with their
No,
daughter?
no, not Mila. Mila's the Russian, right?
Oh, yes,
I'm
yes,
talking,
yes. San Diego.
it's an
Yeah.
attorney, but she tells the same story every time and she always relates like, hey, I know this person and I know this person. And like
Diane.
they're people that we've never heard of and like there's no reason for us to have heard of them.
I know,
And
but
but
she's
like
coming
this chick
around.
was actually like saying, like I was kind of like getting that vibe at first, but then like she started saying stuff that like I like actually like can confirm. And I was like, well, this chick's like, and she really did know like about, she knew about the whole de jure de facto, like she really knew, like she understood it like very, very well, like probably much deeper than I do.
You know
Like
what?
to where she wasn't like, I don't know. That chick has been like, yeah, she was like a true target of the government.
Well, even Gideon, he's still here and he's awake, but they exchanged numbers and they're both very knowledgeable, you know, and it's so neat because now on a lot of these webinars, everyone's exchanging numbers. It happened quite a few
I know,
times
it's
today.
cool. My mom exchanged numbers with I forget what her name is. She doesn't have an English accent. She's a really cute accent actually. And she was the one that was saying, or my mom came on and asking if she had if the land patents, if that Anna was saying something about researching the land patents.
Your mom came on the call tonight?
Yeah, and she was
what's her name?
For land patents for people. And there's another chick that was doing something with land patents, but they like exchanged info.
Oh, right. It was a municipal or the something municipal patents, or I don't think that word's right. Utility patents.
Utility, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I guess is looking for people to help with like researching something on them.
Oh,
but
for
they like
sure.
looked up and
well, that's the
got
beauty
something
about the
going.
whole thing. All these people are coming together, you know, and they're able to you know, they're going to be inspired by each other. Wouldn't you think? Like,
yeah, definitely.
And that's just gonna
tonight was, my mom and I were talking about it, like tonight was actually really, really good that like James like wasn't here to babysit us all tonight, because he does so much of the talking, and like tonight's a perfect example. Like if something happens where he's not able to be here, like it was like us taking our training wheels off for the first time.
Yeah, right.
At least since I've been here.
Yeah,
like, you did a great job.
No,
And
it's cool because I've been on these calls quite a bit. Oh, you should have seen what happened on Michelle's last week. Oh, you should get that. I mean, it was just cool. I mean, Anton, I mean, it was just.
What happened?
Michelle was on vacation, right? So she has to do her program, right? The Common Law 101 at 9 a.m. I mean, everyone knows about it, and it's like a thing, right? So apparently she went to like I don't know if you could picture like a national park or something where there's like a hut, and that probably hut has like Wi-Fi, and that's the only place on the mountain that has Wi-Fi, you know what I mean? So she was close to that, and then all of a sudden people started coming in, and you could hear all the traffic go by, and you could tell she was struggling with it. And then all of a sudden, like 15 minutes into it, her call drops, right? And I'm me and Sandy are co-hosts, and I'm like, oh, so so it was like 40 minutes later, Michelle gets back on the call. We're all there, just waiting for her, having a good old time. You know, I'm kind of like, we're interacting with people were asking questions, and I was just like, whatever, you know, I was having fun with it. And and then she just picks up right where she left off, doesn't miss a beat, totally rocks it. Does the Q&A at the end without a beat. It was just
that's cool.
It was just this
she's something
amazing
else.
Moment. Yeah,
that lady's amazing.
She is kind of,
she's amazing.
You know, it's funny too. She was gone for like 30-40 minutes, and I asked her, I said, you know, where were you? I was picturing you're having breakfast with your family, and call got dropped and everything was fine, and it's like, Mom got off early, let's go river rafting. But she was like, I finished my whole presentation. I was like, you were talking this whole time, you know, for like, yeah, and she didn't
Oh my
know.
God.
Yeah, because all she had was her cell. She's doing this whole thing off her cell phone. I mean, it's just amazing, that just in itself. But and I asked her, I said, well, how was it? Were you on? And she was like, yeah, I was cracking myself up, envisioning everyone else laughing, you know, like, but and then one of the ladies on the call, women on the call, knew exactly where she left off with their notes, like citizens, you know, versus whatever. And she picked up right where she left off, and it was just, yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I'll have to get, yeah, it was funny. It was really cool. I just, it was weird, you know, that was weird. I mean, I was texting that to everybody. I think I got your cell phone, right?
Yeah, I texted you her calendar thing.
Yeah, let me see if I saved it to your name though, or text me real quick if you can.
Yeah.
Anton. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, the 949 number.
Yeah.
Okay, let me send you that webinar, because it was really, it was edgy, you know, you didn't know what was going to happen. It was kind of trippy like that. None of us knew what was going to happen, and it just like flowed nicely. It was really anyways, back to tonight. Yeah, James cut out about, gosh, it looked like about 9:30 or something. I think I stopped seeing his name in the webinar.
It's weird. I was trying to get on since like 4:30 until like it kept saying that the host, like waiting for the host to accept you, and then like I called my mom, and like she was doing the same thing, and like it wasn't letting her on either. And I was trying to get on for like a couple hours, and then I ended up texting Michelle. And Michelle, I was like, hey, can you see if something's going on? Because my mom and I have both been trying to get on for a while, and it's not letting us on. And she said, yeah. And then it worked like 5 minutes after that.
That was weird. They started me off as a moderator, but I didn't have no controls. And
yeah. Well, I was trying to get on during the militia call. That's when I originally started trying to get on.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, all right, let me do this. You know, I can't do two things at once here.
It's all good.
Anton. Anton. There it is. Okay. Here it goes. And you know what's really cool? If you do this from a, if you view it from a laptop or an iPad, you could put on double speed, and it sounds like, or you could put on 1.5 speed, and it's, you can still understand it, but it has like a high vibe energy. And you know how, like, yeah, I like to hear
I do that a lot on YouTube videos.
Yeah, if you do that at 1.5, it sounds like how it should sound. I think that's how we should all talk, you know, kind of like faster, not having to think about stuff.
Yeah, actually, I do it a lot when I like I listen to the "You Think You Know Something" book by Anna. That's on YouTube, as well as like I have like the PDF version of it and everything. But sometimes I'll listen to just the book. Like there's somebody who like narrates it, just reading it, and it's in like 3 chapters at a time. I think it's on YouTube, and I forget how many chapters there are, but there's like six or eight videos or something. And I put it on 1.5 speed just because it's like, it reads like a normal like talking speed, but like it's something that I already I know, but I just like getting the refresher on like certain little things.
Yeah,
And putting on 1.5, it makes it way more easier to digest more of it, I feel like.
Yeah, because I typically need to listen to things like 3 times before I actually get it.
Yeah, me too. I've had ADD since.
I don't know. Is that what it is? I never had
Yeah.
myself diagnosed. I don't care about none of those labels myself.
But yeah, I got
I just worked through
stuck in the system when I was a little kid, and like I was horrible in school. Like the only thing I was really good at was taking tests. But they like put me on like Ritalin and Adderall and all this stuff when I was like in like 3rd grade, and that was like, my mom's like beyond into health now. She's literally like a nutritionist.
What is your mom's first name?
Marcia.
Oh, because I didn't see that on the call. Maybe she uses alias or something, but yeah.
Yeah, I think she hers is Marcia on LA. It might be Marcia Kirschbaum.
Oh, that's right.
But she has a picture of her on it.
Yeah, Marcia. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And whatchamacallit, she actually mentioned me for something about something.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh yeah, because she was saying that she doesn't want to take up a job and not have time to actually give it like 100% and like.
Oh yes, I do remember that. I was telling her that I wanted to get a nap today too.
Yeah.
I was like, what do you do?
Yeah.
It was my wife's birthday last night, so I didn't go to bed until like she wanted to stay up to. I think we were up till like 1, and I thought all day I was gonna get a nap, and it just didn't happen. And here we are. It's kind of trippy though, but I do sleep, when I can. But
I nap a lot during the day.
Well, I was just saying, because we're kind of like family now, right? And then I gotta know mom. I mean, right?
Yeah.
You gotta know mom. Come on.
What city do you live in?
City of Ontario, right here next to Chino. Ontario goes for like, 8 miles or something. But I'm on the very west south corner of Ontario.
Yeah.
So that's be the closest I could be to Los Angeles County.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What county is that? That's San Bernardino County?
Yeah, San Bernardino. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So I was the and the two Gideons from San Bernardino County and Dewana is.
Do you know how many people you have in the assembly over there?
Yes. Yeah, I just emailed everybody today. It was I think we're at 30.
3?
30.
Oh, 30.
30.
Damn, that's a big county to have 30.
Yeah, no, we got our first recorder today. She just got voted in or sworn in or elected in. Yeah, we got our first county recorder. Susan James is our coordinator. I'm the co-coordinator. And then we got guys like Keith Charles. Keith up there, he's very active in the calls now and stuff. And he's in San Bernardino County, so it's going to come together. It's kind of interesting because LA is like vibrant, and then San Diego is right next to us, and they're vibrant. Yeah. And now Riverside is just starting. They just got Ed from Riverside, and I think Elizabeth is over there now. And there's because I was the county coordinator, and I was talking to all them, but I didn't care if they were in my county or not. I was treating them. I just wanted to help them. And so I made friends. Now I got friends in different counties because they didn't have a coordinator at the time. So it's kind of cool. And now to see them pulling it together, kind of like, come on over here. Yeah, look, you're LA. So yeah, you guys are, did you get involved in the assembly yet? Are you doing anything?
I'm not haven't done anything with the militia, but I signed up to be part of it.
I just signed up.
I was supposed to go actually tomorrow because my assumed names form, it was one of the many that had the the address of the postmaster in the incorrect spot. And so I was supposed to go to Michelle tomorrow at like 5 p.m. But she just texted me earlier tonight asking if I could reschedule that
Hey,
she has somewhere.
since you're working on that, you probably ask questions about that. I guess rented or leased. It's not a post office box. It's like next door to the post office. It's called the Village Post. It's like one of those UPS stores that have mailboxes or mailbox, etc. That's what I rented. And do I need to get the postmaster from there, or did I really make the mistake by not getting a post office box?
I as far as I know, the postmaster, wherever the main post, like U.S. post office is in your area.
Okay, so it'd be
the postmaster addresses on USPS.org or whatever it is. Just type into Google nearest postmaster or something. I think is what I did.
Yeah, because I got to clean that up too. I haven't done. I thought I was going to get all my 928s done last event, but I had them there ready. Now I got to redate them and all that now.
Yeah, I literally turned my stuff in. I should have gotten my my little certificate thing on 2 times ago on the 4th of July, because I had done it. I went to Michelle's house like a few weeks before that. It was like almost a month before that, before the barbecue on the 4th. And like my mom got hers there, but I left my other witness notarized witness thingy at the house on accident, and so I was gonna go and bring it like into Michelle, but like she didn't end up having time, so we just agreed to do it at the barbecue. And so I brought it to her there, and she, like, my paper got like stuck at the bottom of her stack of papers or something, because she was going to try to have it done that night so I could still have my thingy say at the 4th of July. And it got like stuck at the bottom of like a stack or something and like misplaced. And so like I contacted her like a couple days before the last barbecue, like asking what was going on with it, and she found it and then said that she would bring it to that barbecue, and then it got like mixed up again or something. And
yeah, it's amazing, something that seems so simple, how it could get all, because you've had 2 hurdles on that. I mean, even when I went to get my witnesses, I forgot to take my birth certificate, and one of my witnesses, you know, he's an engineer and he's, you know, well, you know, he's not going to sign anything that he doesn't know what he's signing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and it says right there that you're witnessing his birth certificate. I was like, I even called my mom, you know, and he just wasn't having it. So, I mean, that fell apart. I got a mobile notary at a client's house, and I was going to make it easy for everybody, and it just didn't work. So I got one there. Then I called the mobile notary and paid him again to come to my house. And I got my brother-in-law, and you know, it was like, how is this so difficult? You know, it's like,
yeah.
But I told myself, I said, I'm getting this done today. I'm getting these witnesses today. Like, this is, if I get anything done today, it's going to be with these witnesses. So, and I did, and it worked out. But
nice.
Yeah. But yeah, all this paperwork and documents I was saying earlier would be great when we just passed all that, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
And de facto land is at bay. Their little chihuahuas barking, and we're just kind of like, you know, coinciding with them in goodness. And we'll always be.
I want to make sure like I'm like full, like before I turn in like the IRS stuff, and like, and actually send a notice to like the sheriffs and the police departments and everything, like and like just knowing who I am, like James, like, or not as much as James, because like I don't think I'll ever be that that knowledgeable, but
hey, so. Don't knock yourself, you know. Really, I mean, your thoughts become things if you think that.
No, I know. I shouldn't say that, but like he's like a whiz. He's like, I imagine him like Gandalf or something. He's like,
you know,
wizard.
I'm sure he's not all things to all people. This is just so important to him, and I'm sure he sacrifices a lot in his
Oh,
life.
I bet.
You
I
know,
bet.
because that has to take a lot of freaking time. You know what I mean? To
Yeah.
consume that and retain that much information. I thought he was reading like things, and he would like would remember things, you know. And he was like, "No,
And
I didn't read that from a note. That was from memory." I was like, "Oh my gosh, you know, that's like amazing."
and just the way he like relates it to like stuff, and just it's really amazing. Like the way that's like what called wisdom, like being able to like share your knowledge like that, like just spreading.
Oh
like,
gosh, if you know, and I just really hope nothing, you know, I don't know why his mic wasn't working today, or I don't know why, I don't know what was going on today, but he didn't come on, and it just it was kind
I'll
of
buy him a new
troubling.
mic if I have to.
No, it was kind of troubling because I just got out of another situation where there was this really, really well techie guy, and he put a video library together for us, and I was starting to share the link and stuff, and then all of a sudden he didn't have access to it, and it's like there's this thing, you know, we're working like growing pains, you know, we're working all these things out and seeing where everybody fits and who's doing what, and it's kind of I wish we could all, I know that'll pass, but we would all be better served if we would all just get along, you know, if we could just do that. You know, I like hanging out with the women, you know, because it seems like whenever you hang out with guys, it's always like becomes a pissing contest or something, you know what I mean? Or you have to know something. It's like the women are like intriguing. They have all these ideas and thoughts, and you know, they're you know, pretty and smell good, and it's just like this whole different dynamic.
The
you know?
accents.
It's kind of cool. I like it, and they're fun, and but I just I imagine it's like a cat fight with them amongst themselves too. But I'm not saying that there's anything. I'm just saying egos, like, you know, I wish we didn't have to deal with that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's anything that's going on with James at all. I mean, my heart, I hope everything's all right, you know. Gosh, I hope he comes back on or fixes his, you know, or whatever. I mean, what a tragic loss that would be if he, for some reason, I mean, I can't imagine that. It's just unfathomable, you know what I mean? Like, but you never know what
Mike, I'll buy him
someone's.
a new mic. He messaged in saying, right, he wasn't gonna be able to be here.
Oh, he did?
Or I'm asking, like, how did you know it was his mic?
Well, I got a glimpse of it because Nancy said, "Oh, James, I wish I miss your mic," because he would count the votes. He was always counting the votes. So Nancy had to count the votes, and she said, "Oh, I miss your mic," and I was like,
So
"What's that
was he in
about?"
the chat or something?
Was
he in the chat?
He was in the chat for a little bit. Yes, that's how
Okay.
we decided to do it. Is I got put in the moderator position, and I was like, you know, like a deer caught in the headlights. But James could hear us, but he couldn't speak. And I know he has one computer like that, but I know he has two computers. Maybe one computer, I mean, maybe crashed or he got hacked again or something. But so he could hear, but so I said, well, why don't you just hold up the chat? You know, you could do all the hard questions in the chat, and I'll just go with easy stuff. And it seemed to work. I looked back in the chat here, and let me see, where did I see him last? He was James at 5:26. Oh, well, that was early. I remember seeing the chat 5:56. He was pretty active. Actually, we had a good good participation tonight. Everyone was like jumping in.
Yeah,
and,
everyone was
and just
chiming in and helping,
Yeah.
giving whatever knowledge they knew on every question that he could. And
yeah,
there's a lot of a lot of cooperation.
yeah, it was kind of neat. And then, you know, some things are predictable, you know, it's kind of funny too. So, but I don't know, just I don't know, coming on and seeing everybody have a good time, and there was a lot of information there. And that's why I like to get the recordings, because man, I hear this stuff over and over and over again, and it you know, you really learn from it.
Definitely.
And it's really cool. So are you what's your day look like today? I mean, do you got a job, or are you just
Right now I'm on unemployment. I was a personal trainer, and I was running a boot camp, but it ended when the COVID all shit happened.
Gosh.
And so
direct
right
hit?
now,
Direct hit in
Yeah.
your business, gosh.
Yeah. But right now I'm on unemployment right now. But
oh well,
I don't know, so-
it gives you time to think and figure and do a lot of studying. And
yeah, well, when I got put on unemployment, I didn't even know I could get on it for a while, because I was an independent contractor, and so like I wasn't paying direct, like I had in like previous jobs and stuff, but like I wasn't paying directly into unemployment because I wasn't employed. But because the pandemic, and they like pretty much made everyone stop working, it covered self-employed and gig workers and everything. And so like it was months before I realized that I could get it. And so I filed for it, and I got like a pretty large check all at once, and I put it all into cryptocurrency just before cryptocurrency like gained any value.
Oh, right on.
So yeah, I
So
did
now
pretty good
you're
on that.
set for life, and you don't have to work ever again.
No, I lost a I lost a lot of money. But like I'm like I'm like comfortable enough that I'm not like having to really work at this moment. But I've just been trading and like learning. I've been like studying, like learning how to trade like a lot. And because nobody ever taught me, like, or my mom, like her family never taught her about money, like about investing at all. Like I realized once like the pandemic happened, like I knew nothing about money. Like I didn't like I'd made money like in like having certain jobs and at different points in my life where like I'd get like be earning like a really good income, and then like I never invested, and like my mom didn't either. Like when I was growing up, like my dad passed away when I was 9 years old, and my mom was left with like me and like 5 of my siblings, and they were all step siblings or like half siblings, and then she like adopted a kid, and her and my dad had a business together. They like they invented you know what glass block windows are? They're like they're
Yeah,
in like a
for
lot
sure.
of showers that are around like
I
more
used
so
to
back in the day.
I would
Yeah.
stucco up to them all the time. I put my milk core around them, and
Yeah.
I'd plaster up to them.
So
Everyone was doing that.
her and my dad invented instead of having mortar in between the blocks, they invented a vinyl joint that
I've seen those. No, are you
yeah.
serious?
Yeah, and my mom and dad
Awesome.
invented this, and so the windows could actually be shipped, like they could be built like in a factory and shipped.
Yeah, and they are.
And they were like much stronger and just they were much better quality. But yeah, when the recession happened in 08, like because it was like a luxury window company, like it was a luxury construction company, pretty much. Like she she had bought a house in Newport Beach. This was after he passed away, because we were like kind of going broke when he was still alive. Like he had like a pretty bad coke problem, and like, and so just our, like, financially, we were like, I think just holding on. I was pretty young, so I didn't really recognize it that much, but we're living down like at the beach down in Newport Beach, like, and so we ended up leaving there, and most of my siblings were old enough to move out. There was like 2 of them left and me, and we moved up. I don't know if you've ever been to Newport.
Oh yeah, no, several times. I know it's busy over there. Gosh.
Yeah.
Crazy
Yeah.
busy.
So we were down like on the peninsula in Balboa. That's where like I grew up until I was like 11 years old.
You familiar with Sunset Beach?
Yeah.
Sunset? That's my
Yeah.
wife and I's go-to.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm in Santa Monica right now. I love it here, except it's like, it literally is like Skid Row right now, like Venice Beach, like they're all the shops and everything down in Venice, they're all closed down, like all the like stores and stuff that are on the boardwalk, because the boardwalk is literally like they let anybody sleep on the sand now. Like, no, when you drive under like a freeway overpass in LA and it's just filled with tents and stuff. Like, and there's certain freeway overpasses in LA. Like, it's just like tent
actually
city.
I haven't seen that.
Oh really? Oh my god, you should look it up on YouTube. Just, or like look up like Venice Beach, like current Venice Beach in YouTube.
How would that make me feel?
Huh?
How do you think that would make me feel to see that?
I don't know, just
Would
like
it
a good idea.
be like a low vibe thing, probably? Like,
you know, it probably wouldn't make you feel good.
yeah, so that's why I wouldn't do it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
wouldn't do
well,
it.
yeah, you can just understand what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, no, I could see
it's
what you're
not,
saying.
but like, because whenever I tell people like I live in like Santa Monica right now, like, and people are like, oh my god, like that must like be nice, but like when I like grew up on the peninsula or like on the beach when I was like a little kid, like it was nice, like it was so cool, like I like it was such like a tight-knit community because you're on this little peninsula together, that like we didn't have to like be with our parents all the time. Like we could go like run around and like go to the beach and like and just every house you can like run between them, like, and there's like little like walkways in between the houses, and there's an alley in behind every house, so you could just like everyone knew each other, and so there's like the whole like little gang of little kids down there that are always like stuck together, and like the beach was like, it was like this like a nice place to like grow up. It was a really nice place. And but now like I can't, like I would never ever let my little kid like go running around here. Like there's not a chance in the world I would let my kid like just go off and like run around with his friends like without me there. Like it would not happen in a million years, because it's like a not like it was when I was growing up. It's but whatchamacallit, where was I going? Is that I was oh yeah, so my mom she lost everything in 2008, but like up until that point, like we were doing, or she was doing good, and I was in high school, and she was like she had the same business, but it had like grown to be like a pretty big company. She had like numerous employees. And
hey, you realize this gets recorded and streamed sometimes, and you know, who knows, like I don't know if you want to get too.
Oh no, it's fine.
All right, cool.
Whatchamacallit, and the guy on the YouTube thingy, he stopped the recording a while ago.
Yeah,
as far as the YouTube one.
So your mom went broke in 08, and you.
Yeah, well, but up until 08, she was doing really good financially, but she like, just like me, like, because she never taught me, like we never had anyone teach us like to invest, or like what, like even though she was making really good money, and like she's like always been a super hard worker, and like really driven. She grew up on like a dairy farm in Wisconsin with like 9 other siblings, and like literally had like full-time jobs from the time they're like 5 years old.
Yeah.
And like, so like she has like a crazy work ethic, but like nobody ever taught us like how to like that you're supposed to invest money or anything. Like it was really weird too. Like like her best friend would be like once we moved into this house that was like not on the beach anymore in Newport, but it was like up by John Wayne kind of. It was like a really nice community. Like our neighbor was one of the authors for Chicken Soup for the Soul. And they became like best friends, but like her and her husband were very, very well off and they're very well educated. And like I was so surprised, like once like I realized, like once the pandemic hit and I started investing and stuff, that they never like taught her or told her anything about investing. Like and like it just seemed really, really off to me because we ended up losing our house. And like my mom, like she was so used to like having like such a consistent income that like her spending habits like didn't really change. And she like just way overextended herself and we ended up losing. No, I'm not like blaming it on her, like, but like we ended up losing like everything, like cars, house, like I was like fully homeless for a while. And she actually was too. She was like actually living in her car, like in just random places, like with her dog and stuff. And like everything is together now, but like it was like a huge reality check. Like if somebody were to have taught her, and like she would have never lost her house, like because she was in like such a good financial position for so long, but we literally had not a single dollar invested in anything, like not anything. Like and so once this pandemic hit and I got like a chunk of money, I like immediately I invested like every single dollar. Like I do not have a single dollar in fiat currency, like not a single dollar. Like I have a card that's a crypto.com card. And if I ever need to spend fiat of any kind, I can spend it directly out of my cryptocurrency.
Oh, that's cool. You can use that anywhere?
Yeah, it's just a regular debit card.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Those debit or not debit, what are credits or whatever that is? Like the credit or no? It's like a credential card. Yeah. No. And that when you're a national, you know how you get credits supposedly down the road or whatever. But Anna's talking. Did you catch a Monday night call with Anna?
I heard it.
Yeah, I mean that card she was talking about, how it's like
it's for like everything.
For like the one and all card.
Yeah, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, it sounds pretty futuristic too. So
yeah, I never thought about anything like that.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things they're not thinking about. It's just really exciting over here. I joined up with Santia over there in she's up north a little bit in
Santa Cruz.
Yeah, Santa Cruz. Yeah, and it's called the Ombudsman group.
What?
Ombudsman. Yeah, Ombudsman. Yeah, it means, I don't know what it means really. She told me about it. I didn't spend much time on it. It's like counselor or something, like, so people that have disputes in the assembly, apparently we would be there to bring a resolve, so we could discuss it. And before I try to nip it in the butt before it gets like become a thing in the assemblies, we don't need that. So that's kind of what we're offering. So that's another now it's Thursday nights with them at 7. But anyways, it's really a neat group of people, and it's pretty fascinating how much they know. I mean, these are like doctors and counselors and stuff.
Yeah,
kind of cool. I mean, one of the guys was talking about, he has this it's almost like a liar detector machine that reads brain vibes. And to me, the way it was making it sound was like, it was like if I had an old mobile DJ, but I know like a system, and I know there's a bunch of like state-of-the-art systems out there. It sounds like he has this thing that's kind of cool, but you know, there's probably thousands of times cooler out there, you know. So, yeah, because really we'd like to you know, right now it's like an elementary level, backing people out of the programming, right, you know, to get them to wake up a little bit. And but I really believe we could actually, like, you know, there's people out there that could get into these people that have been like severely damaged through this MK Ultra and stuff. I bet they could back them out of that as well. You know, there has to be a way of suppressing bad thoughts and just tapping into good thoughts.
A couple of years ago, I did it's called a QHHT. It's called quantum healing or quantum hypnosis or healing hypnosis technique or something. And it's they like, the guy like records it and everything, and you go and you like talk to him and kind of like almost like a counselor for a little while, and like just get to know him and like just tell him like all your story and everything, and then he puts you into like this like subconscious like hypnosis state where you're like halfway, you're hypnotized, but like it's like a really just relaxed like state where like, and he like talks to you and asks you questions, and you go into like your past lives, and you go into your past lives, and like he figures out like different things, and like you fully like explain yourself in your past life, and like you should see some of the videos on it online. They're like that people have posted of themselves. It's really, really amazing.
Yeah, I find all that stuff pretty fascinating. I really do. But I'm more about, I don't know, just I don't know, only limits we have are limits we put on ourselves. You know what I mean? So I mean, if that's, I mean, that's probably all cool stuff, and it could probably really trigger or provoke or stimulate a thought. Like I could think, yeah. So I like looking at different things, but
well, you're mentioning to pull people out of like a lot of people do it for like serious, like really serious depression and different things that are like instead of like taking like psych meds and stuff, and like a lot of, but it like pulls people out of like because MK Ultra, a lot of the stuff that they're doing, like the people can't even remember exactly what it was, like they're
total
like
brainwashing.
And so like it's something that like can like you go and you pull, like you're able to pull out like your thoughts that you can't remember on the surface, but it's stuff that has happened in past lives, or it like happened to you prior like in your life that like you can't remember.
You still got the DNA.
It helps you like get it out and like realize like what it is that's like causing, like some people like have like severe like chronic like headaches or something, and like they like found out that they were like in their past life, they like one person they were, again, they tell like the story in like such like clear detail like that, and like in a lot of cases they're able to like actually like look it up, like because they like know what their name was and like how old they were and like what period of time it was a lot of times, and like where they lived and like what their dogs' names were, and they know like everything like about like whatever their past life was. And like that, like one of them that I was watching, like the person was like in a dispute with like their like landlord or something, and they ended up getting like hit over the head with something, and like buried alive in that, and that's how they ended up dying in their past life. And most of them aren't like just like crazy things like that, but like that was just like one that like is sticking out to me, where it's like the person he had like severe like claustrophobia, and he got like these really insanely bad headaches, and they ended up finding out like that's where his headaches were coming from, and he like stopped having like the headaches after that.
Yeah,
I forget
imagine
exactly how.
being buried alive. You're probably afraid of every dark closet or any
Yeah,
door closing behind you. It probably freak you out.
yeah,
But that is pretty trippy how they go back that far like that. I mean, I was telling my brother-in-law, I bet we could come out with something, and he was probably saying, "Yeah, there's probably a guy on there like, well, if we tap into the DNA and we go back into, then I think we could do it." Like it. There's some guys out there that just get it. They could do that stuff.
yeah.
They'd probably be intrigued. Imagine to pull kids out like from autism and stuff like that and get that right
I
balance.
know.
I mean, gosh, it's like so there, you could do it, but these guys are so evil. They just, they don't, it's going to be so much better is all I could say. If everyone wants to assist, and wants to share, and everyone collaborates and you mastermind and you pull off and you get these little, um, little missions going, whether it be, backing someone out of the MK Ultra and all that, or whether it be a diet, proper eating, or even finances, like I'm sure we have some really good, smart financial people here too. Like, hey, you might want to think about planting a tomato garden. That might,
Yeah.
reap some rewards or so, like, so I don't know. It's just kind of I like being over here. There's so many possibilities.
Yeah.
Really, there really is. And to see to see the world be exposed like it is, like all the dark little secrets that are out there are now wide open. I mean, out there wide open for everyone to
Yeah.
see it. And I don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about it, but I have spent some time thinking about how far will the regular persons out there drinking the Kool-Aid, how far will it go with them seeing everything that's going on and they just still can't get their head around it enough to make a difference?
I think the people that haven't like woke up yet, there's like very little chance. Like if they, I feel like almost at 99% of the people who've gotten the jab, like there's no turning back. Like even if they do, like they're not willing to listen once that's happened. Like because they can't. Like you can't be willing to unless something like you got like a side effect from it. Like that's like was clear as day that that's what it was from. Like because in most cases, like if it's like a long-term side effect, like the doctors and everybody are just going to tell you that it wasn't from that. Like,
and well, that's what vaccines are anyway. They start you with the little jab when you're a baby and they keep jabbing you all your life. And, you pick up
every
all
single
these.
year they come out with more. Like kids nowadays there's so many shots. Like there's so many shots. There's like, they get like 70 or 80 shots by the time they're like in like grade school or something.
And these doctors,
they get them like they get them all like they get like tons of them at once now, and that's like what like triggers the autism is when you get like a massive like overload, like a chemical lobotomy of just a ton of them at once. And like the next like a couple hours later, like the kid's like just not making eye contact with you anymore, and it's just
that was one of the neat things on this $1 trillion video, because he starts talking about everything he's going to do and everyone he's around. I mean, he's calling out names like Gates and Fauci, and I mean, he's bringing them all down. But he starts explaining what he's going to do. He's going to start giving people certain amounts. And one of the bigger amounts, the billions, was for the research of, like a reverse engineering the vaccines, not COVID, the vaccines. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you don't have to worry about reverse engineering COVID. it's like we need to worry about reverse engineering the vaccines. Is that not something to think about? It's almost comical, right?
Yeah.
Gosh, I mean, if you think about it, that's what the guy said, and if you just hear it and think about it for a minute, it's like, okay, you know, it's amazing how crazy it is. But oh well, at least you're in good health and you're getting your head on straight. You and your mom are probably closer than you've ever been throughout this, everything you've been through. Oh my gosh. You know, your whole world has been turned upside down as you would see it. But you probably don't feel like that right now. Probably feel like is that cereal?
Tuna salad.
Okay, so is that dinner?
Mm-hmm.
Or just a snack?
It's a leftover dinner.
Right on. Okay, so you're eating dinner late.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're gonna hang out here all night, or we're gonna wrap this thing up?
I'm gonna go to bed here.
Yeah.
What time is it?
It's like 4:30.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
You have to be up in a couple hours for Michelle's thing, huh?
Yeah, I got a couple hours sleep. It'll take me, gosh, I mean, tonight was a good call for the most part, you know.
Yeah, it was.
Nothing
It was
broke.
a really good call.
You know, we hung out. Yeah, and it kind of it just gets me kind of hard to just go to sleep after something like this, you know what I mean? Gotta stay up and ponder things a little bit. But it was really a great, and thank you so much for participating and hanging. It's almost like I could count on you, and I appreciate that. I really do. Because when you throw yourself
I
out,
always look forward to Wednesdays.
yeah, you throw yourself out in the front like this, you never know what's going to happen. And I'm grateful that I didn't get chewed up and swallowed up. You know, everything kind of flowed, and people respected me too. You know, it's kind of hard to say, can I, you know, like they want to ask a question, right? And they're like, well, I like to ask this of somebody who could answer it, that's knowledgeable. You know, it's like, no offense here, really. You know, it's like, no offense. I know what you mean. I'm truly not offended, and I'm sincere about it. It's kind of funny to hear. You know, it's just a lot of fun. And so
you did a really good job.
Well, I appreciate that, and I thank you, and we all did, and you know, it's kind of neat because no one knows what could have happened. We just went for it, and it worked out. I sincerely miss James, though. Man, just
I think it was really good for everybody though tonight, for one night not having him.
Yeah, it broke it up a little bit, and you know, I mean, guys like Ken and Ed and Michelle and Julian and Mike.
Yeah,
I mean, all these guys, they all know, you know, a lot. So
Julian's great.
Yeah, he's cool.
Julian helps me out a lot.
Oh, right on. Yeah. Well, you know, Ken was going through all kinds of stuff. Oh my gosh, he was going like,
yeah, the first Zoom call I ever came on, I heard him come on, and I believe it was him who was saying that he's like going through some personal stuff at the moment, and that he's gonna have to like take some time and like step away from the assembly.
Yeah, and it was like physical and ailments, you know,
yeah,
like stuff that, you know, no one wants to mess with, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's going through some stuff, but he's I'm glad, because I do know what he went through, and I know or I don't know exactly, I've heard, you know, but those are serious surgeries and situations, and just to get him back like we did, you know.
Yeah, and he sounded like super like upbeat, like he sounded like really vibrant tonight.
Yeah, it was great. He was my go-to guy there for a while, you know, like and then Dana,
he's like one of the like star-studded, like the key players.
Like Dana too, she knows all about the law and stuff, you know. It's kind of fun to get her going, and she just keeps going, you know. It's kind of fun. But no, it's just a bunch of great people. And all right, so Anton, I'm gonna let you go. I think all I gotta do is because I'm recording. Do you know anything? I don't know if you're on the call.
I have no clue.
I think I just gotta end it. I
right
don't have
now.
to like save the recording or nothing like that, right?
I think somebody was saying that when you end it, it will give you the option.
Oh, I'll
to
know then.
Where to
Okay.
save it.
All right, because I see there's a stop recording button, but I think I'm just gonna press N.
Yeah. If there's a stop, I would maybe hit the stop.
Okay.
Hit the stopper then.
You want me to hit the stop pause button? Pause recording. That's what it says. And the other one says stop recording. Well, I could stop recording. Wait. Oh.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I know, is it pause recording or stop recording or just press end?
When you end the meeting, it'll just automatically process the recording.
Okay, all right, so that's good. That's what I heard before, so that got confirmed. And GT, you're awake?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Were you really hanging out the whole time just listening?
Well, I did fall asleep for a while, but
okay, cool.
Yeah, it was a good meeting tonight.
Oh,
Thanks for all you do.
Oh, thank you so much. What county? Mono County. Okay, all right. So, all right. Well, you guys have a great morning, and I'm just gonna press N, and this thing's gonna do what it's gonna do, and I'll just ask Nancy for a recording. So I should have something by next day or two if you wanted a recording.
All right.
So.
Yeah, and it'll probably be on Twitch right away too. That happens automatically.
Okay. All right. Well, great.
Have a great day.
Yeah, as to you. Okay. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.